Cindy mentioned yesterday that Grace didn't like math. So I get that. So she probably had the age of, a 6-year-old in math or a 7-year-old. In geography, I mean, she knew every state and capital, every country and capital. So, she was way smarter than me with geography. So intellectually, Cindy would be the best judge of that, but where she was off the charts, she was a college graduate in the love compartment. She loved unconditionally, and it was an odd thing because I never saw anybody like that before. She called me earthly dad. She called Cindy earthly. Who does that? And she just had this way, even when she was little. Just to give you a simple example, she was probably 5, 6 years old, and Cindy and I got in an argument. Don't be surprised, okay? Those things happen. We got in an argument, and Grace said, "Aren't you supposed to apologize?" I said, "Yeah, you're right, Grace." But Grace was smarter than that. That's why I said she was a college graduate in the love department, because she said, she knew the words didn't mean anything. She said, "Aren't you supposed to kiss?" I said, "You're right, buddy." So that's just an example of the way she was.
Yeah, we went, I know your wife went extensively through pictures yesterday, but because I want to give you a chance too, to talk about some pictures, and we actually have a couple of videos that we're going to show. Let me get this up here. So I'm going to try to run through these pretty quick because we've got, a lot of time was spent on pictures yesterday, but I really want you to understand the relationship between father and daughter just a little bit here. But we're just going to run through these quick. What's this picture represent?
This is an example of the fun dad thing. So Grace caught a pumpkin seed, and we took that particular picture because you don't usually see pumpkin seeds. Usually you're catching bluegills or bass, but she caught a pumpkin seed.
I'm not much of a fisherman. What's a pumpkin seed?
Panfish, but it's not all that common. And this would happen to be a big pumpkin seed, so she was showing it off.
Now, did she like fishing?
That's a great question. She, another interesting thing about her, if you have a child that's 8, 9, and then you have a child that's 17 in the same car, so what happens? The child that's 8, 9, they just are happy to be in the car. The child that's 17 in the same car doesn't want to be there. And when are we going to get there? And all the negative questions. But, Grace, she liked everything. So we would do some fun things. And I would ask her, what was the most fun thing that happened today, Grace? And she said, "Everything, Dad." Everything was tied.
All right, I'm going to move through the next picture, which was talked about yesterday a little bit. Your wife said you guys got her a lawnmower?
Yeah, we did. I mean, she always wanted to help. And so she got to the age, I had already taught her how to drive. So, she got to the age where, okay, Grace, would you want to help Dad and Mom mow the lawn? And she said, "You bet." And so we got her this little mower and taught her how to. She could start it, put it in reverse, engage the blades, everything. And she was so funny when she mowed. Everything was, she had fun. Mowing lawn is not a thrill. But for her, it was a thrill, and she would, I would tease her because she would leave the little patch of lawn at the end, and she would burn through a gallon of fuel just getting that little 2x2 patch at the end because she would have put it in reverse.
And this next photograph, did she have some pets?
Oh, sure. This is her cat, Cruz, and she has our son Travis's cat, Tony. And Grace, cats will split a room, right? You have cat lovers and people that don't really care for cats. Well, Grace was a cat lover. I'm somewhat on the other side, and I told her one day, "Grace, that I'm my eye is itching. I'm allergic to cats." And she said, "Dad, if you were really allergic, both eyes would be itching."
All right, and this next one. What's going on here, Scott?
Well, as you know, we homeschooled Grace, and we were involved with the homeschool community, and this was the prom. And this is the only voicemail that I have of Grace on my phone. So she went to prom. She left me a voicemail. Cindy could chaperone at the prom. I couldn't. They could have one adult there. And so she left me a voicemail on the way home. And she was so happy. She said, "Dad, a boy asked me to dance."
Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one, the helicopter ride. Just take a minute, Scott, if you need.
This was interesting because when you learned yesterday she was an Elvis fan, and we learned that there was a corn maze that they were doing free helicopter rides at this corn maze. And it had, they had done the maze with a picture of Elvis and a guitar in the corn maze, so we were able to do that with her.
Oh, geez. All right, this next one.
Yeah, Grace was a Girl Scout, and she, the whole thing, you sell these boxes of cookies. Grace was the #1 cookie salesman in the region every single year. She sold over 1,000 boxes every year. And, the funny thing is about this cookie sales, she's out selling these boxes and they get, 50 cents a box goes to the troop, but, the parents have $1,000 in fuel driving around delivering these cookies.
Sure.
So anyway, she was a gift warner.
I know. Yeah. And this next one.
I didn't know you were going to show that one.
Well, they're going to get you in trouble again.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. So this is the first day I was teaching Grace to drive, and you can see how tiny she was. She was only 13, and she's in the pickup truck. And she had been watching me.
Let's clarify where this is happening, please.
Yeah, this is on a four-lane highway.
No, please, Scott.
Yeah, this is on our.
You realize you are under oath.
Yeah, so this was on our land. So Grace and I, we're together. Cindy was not with us, and we get there, and Grace says, "Can I drive?" I said, "You bet." So get her in the driver's seat. And she had watched me, shift, and so I walked her through it. She was very obedient. Walked her through shifting, put foot on the gas, and then, so she's going. I said, "Okay, I want you to hit the brake," and you just about go through the windshield the first time. And so we practiced a few different times, and she's got this down. She was a natural. Well, then what happens after that is you realize, you guys, if you have kids, what the thought that pops into your head next is that she's going to tell mom. So then, while we were driving back home, I said to Grace, "You can't tell mom." You can't tell mom. So we practiced this, repeating, "You can't tell mom." We got in the door, and it wasn't a half a second, and Grace said, "Dad, let me drive."
All right, I've got a couple of videos. We're going to work through these pretty quickly too. Let's do this first one. All right, well, there's I got a couple more videos. I'm trying to move through these faster. I know you guys have seen a lot of family stuff, but I want to get a little bit of sense of grace out there. Just real quickly, tell us what happened with the dance. Quick.
Well, that's on Cindy. I mean, she just nailed it. Cindy homeschooled Grace and got her involved with all kinds of things, and you could see Grace has kind of a flair. I mean, she's she liked being out in public.
Yeah. And then this last one, it's titled "Telling Jokes." What is this one? Oh, I'm sorry. Why is that not? Did we blank up there? I'm not sure. Okay, hang on. It's I got to get this figured out here. Something happened with this video. Let's see. There it goes. I see.
Here's the first.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just want to make a record of what I understand to be the court reporter's obligations at this time, which is not to take down and to play on video.
I agree. Agreed. Yes. Appreciate that.
Cute, Joe. That's correct, Your Honor. I have given that exhibit 20.
No objection.
I'm actually going to speed this up a little bit. I know the jury's seen a lot of family. I'm going to jump to exhibit 22, 1122. Yes.
Why didn't the toilet paper
Oh,
cross?
I'm going to mess this up. I'm going to step on her kicker on this. Tell me about Grace and jokes.
Well, Grace early on developed my weird sense of humor, and it became part of her and I bonding together. It was just a blast, and you never knew when she was going to come up with a zinger. I thought that you think about what's going to happen with your daughter eventually, and I thought, could she be this first stand-up Down syndrome comic in Vegas? She just was naturally funny.
All right, we're going to play this. It's kind of hard to hear, but you may or may not get the joke. We'll see.
I'm a comedian. My dad is definitely a comedian. Here's the first joke. Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? It's stuck in a crack.
Was that why didn't the toilet paper cross the road?
Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road?
Okay.
The other one is a knock-knock joke. Knock-knock. Centipede. Centipede on the Christmas tree.
Santa peed on the Christmas tree. I got it.
I made this up myself in the deer stand last year with my dad. Whatever deer. I said to Dad, I have a joke for you. I said, where to be is go to the bathroom. The PP station. Just don't know that.
Anyway, she really got into making jokes, right?
The situation there is very unique because our son Travis lost his life to suicide in 2018, and that was at Travis's funeral. And 5 minutes before she got up, there she had the entire congregation bawling because she was leading a song. And then the pastor asked if anybody wanted to come up and say anything. And Grace, she asked Cindy and I, can I go up? And she said, sure. We had no idea what she's going to say, but she comes up and starts ripping off jokes, and all of a sudden everybody's cracking up.
Oh, jeez. And I got one last one here, and this is going to be a little different context. Sorry, it's messing up on me again. It's only a few seconds. What are we seeing there?
Yeah, so that was on October 7th. That was Grace's first day in the hospital. And it was a great day. And Jessica and her family had come to the parking lot. So that was Grace looking out of room 2029 at Jessica and her family in the parking lot, waving to them. And you can see Grace just walked over to the window, and I'm right with her, and she's waving to them out in the parking lot.
All right, I want to get into leading up to the hospital, and then we'll get into that a little bit here. Before I do that, though, I moved through this very quickly because, you know, Cindy did a marvelous job explaining everything, but I do want to give you a chance before we move into the hospital stay and those events. Is there anything else you'd want to say right now about Grace? Before we move on, you know, from where she's part of your life and the things you love to do, if you have one last thing to say on that, I don't want to ignore that.
Well, you know, personally, I've never missed somebody like this. You know, your best buddy's gone. You know, there's just it's just a hole. It's a hole that time does not heal.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk a little bit about her health care. And, you know, so prior to this incident with the hospital, you can take a minute, Scott.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Prior to the stay at the hospital, tell me what arrangements, how was her medical care provided for?
You mean from when she was born up until the hospital?
Let's stick to teenage years.
We had a pediatrician that was part of the Ascension St. Elizabeth system, Dr. Mary Nordstrom.
Mm-hmm.
And so in general, whenever Grace had any issues, we would get a hold of Dr. Nordstrom's office first, and then, you know, she might make a referral, for example. And, you know, so it just was, we're involved in the conventional medical system.
Well, something sounds unconventional to me. She's 19 years old. Why is a pediatrician involved?
Well, when somebody with a disability turns 18, you have a choice. Mm-hmm. And so all children the parents are the guardians by definition. But once they turn 18, anybody with special needs, the parents have a choice. Either you're going to do nothing, you're going to become a guardian for them, or Wisconsin allows a concept called a supported decision making. And so we did that with Grace, a formal supported decision making arrangement, which allowed Grace to be involved with her own decisions. Yet she signed an agreement with us that she would have our support with decisions that she couldn't make. And we thought that Grace would get married, live on her own, but still somebody with special needs like Grace is going to need help her whole life. And so that's what we did. And so the pediatrician just was part of that, just continued after she was 18.
And just real quickly, because I think your wife touched on this, particularly with that letter that Grace wrote, but what did you foresee for Grace moving in the next few years and continuing to develop?
I thought she'd get her driver's license when she was 20. I mean, I was teaching her to drive, so I thought she'd get her driver's license when she was 20. We had got an apartment put together so that she could move into it with a couple of friends, and eventually we thought that she would get married and live there so that we would be on the same property as Grace, so that we would always be available to her. And then we made arrangements that you expect that Cindy and I are going to be gone first, so we made arrangements for other people to take care of Grace in that supported decision-making role after we were gone.
All right. I'm going to put the next document that I want you to talk about related to decision-making and Grace is this document. Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
All right. How did this document come about?
When Grace turned 18, we worked with attorney Sarah Kahns. She was Grace's special needs attorney, and she's the one who put together the supported decision-making agreement. And so then as part of supported decision-making, you put together a medical power of attorney document, and that's what
I'll try this. And I want to go through this document a little bit. It says it's effective immediately. And then here, this is the thing that matters most, I think, to us for the purposes of this case, is this section here. I'll try to highlight it and call it out there. So going through this, what were your thoughts with this, and who were the healthcare agents?
So when you have a healthcare power of attorney, generally you don't just assign one person, because what if that person isn't available? And so that in fact happened with Grace's situation. So Cindy was first. When Grace went into the hospital, Cindy could not go with her because she was pretty sick at the time. And so I became the next one in line, the power of attorney. So I became the power of attorney for healthcare because Cindy could not do that when I entered the hospital with Grace. And then once I was removed from the hospital, Cindy would become now the power of attorney again because nobody was in the hospital with Grace. And then once Jessica got in the hospital, she became the power of attorney.
Right, so anyone who was present and was able to act as power of attorney on this list was the power of attorney then, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's this other name at the bottom. Who is Levi Rocky?
Excuse me, Levi Rocky was our pastor.
All right. How did this healthcare power of attorney work when Grace needed medical care?
It was not applicable when she needed medical care, other than when she couldn't make decisions on her own.
And had you, I guess I should go back to that document real quickly, and let's go to, I gotta clear this thing. Let's go to the last page. Basically, I just want to get, there's a date there. This was not done in anticipation of anything that you knew was going to happen. This was done, I imagine, in anticipation of the unknown.
Yes, so when Grace turned 18 on September 22nd of 2020, and you can see this was signed the day after she turned 18.
Right.
So we were working on these documents a couple of months before she turned 18, and then we got into Sarah Kahn's office the day after Grace turned 18 and signed all the documents. And can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
you can see at the end, so Grace, you see, because she could sign her own name at the end. So after the A, she puts a little heart. She always had this little flair that she did with everything.
And September 2020 was almost exactly a year before she went to the hospital.
That's correct.
All right. So let's move to October 2021. When did you first notice Grace experiencing symptoms of any kind of illness?
The last couple of days of September.
Mm-hmm. And what treatments or protocols were you using at home?
Grace was always on vitamins and things, so Cindy, I'm sure, ratcheted up zinc, vitamin D, when she got the sniffles.
Attorney Frank Koyak was asking your wife about certain protocols, and I'm not sure what all they involve, but with the FLCCC, did that come into play? Were those some of the protocols that you were using?
Yes, it did come into play.
What is the FLCCC?
The FLCCC stands for Frontline COVID Critical Care Doctors. So this was a group of MDs that put together a COVID protocol once the announcement of the pandemic was put in place. And so what happened, how we got involved with them, is we have a local doctor, friend of the family, who introduced us to their protocol. And so then we had prepared, if you want to call it that, just in case one of us got COVID, we had the preparation kits already. So we had a nebulizer, pulse oximeter, then we had purchased all the vitamins and things like that.
Okay, and I think the FLCCC has a new name they go by. Is it Independent Medical Alliance? Is that the new name?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Well, so you had a local doctor who was aware of this organization of critical care physicians. What was his name or her name?
Her name is Dr. Sue Eicher.
And where does she practice?
She is in Shawano County.
Okay, and how did you come to have a discussion about treatment protocols for, I guess it was for COVID, is that what it was?
We have regular contact with Sue, and so once COVID came about, she, part of that regular contact, we just talked through what are your preparation recommendations, and that's when she sent me some things regarding FLCCC, their protocol. So it was a written protocol that they had.
And you had never heard of this protocol before talking with your doctor?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you subsequently purchase supplements or items on the FLCCC or IMA recommendation?
We did.
What did you purchase?
I can't answer that with 100% certainty, but because we had a lot of the things. So I know that physically we purchased a nebulizer and a pulse oximeter, and then after Grace was diagnosed, we had done the home test for COVID on October 1st, and on or about that time we got a prescription for ivermectin from an Appleton doctor.
Wait a minute. I thought that ivermectin was anti-parasitic, according to Attorney Frank Koyak. That's not a medicine for people.
It is a medicine for people. I mean, people get parasites too, but it's also used for a lot of other things. So we learned subsequently, I mean, I didn't know the details that I'm saying now. I mean, I've done a lot of research after Grace died, but
Right.
I learned that For example, right after Grace died, the NIH even recommended COVID, or it's not recommended COVID, I'm sorry, recommended ivermectin as a treatment for COVID, right on the government's own website. And I learned that ivermectin on its own, without any other treatment, no zinc, no vitamin D, no nothing, got a 62% success rate.
Oh, wow. So that was part of the package or the group of medicines that you guys purchased?
That's correct.
Did your doctor give you a prescription?
We had an Appleton doctor, Dr. Tracy Page, who was the one who prescribed the ivermectin.
Okay, so you had two doctors recommend the ivermectin.
That's correct.
And did Dr. Page also recommend the protocols that were developed by the critical care doctors?
I can't answer that for certain. I do not know.
Okay. So tell me about the treatment at home. What supplements or treatments, even ivermectin, did you give to Grace at home?
Well, Cindy would have been the one that put together all the different supplements that Grace received, but so from memory it would have been vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin A, vitamin E, zinc, and then once we started monitoring Grace's oxygen, then we were also doing nebulizer treatments.
I didn't hear ivermectin in there.
Oh gosh, thanks.
Yes. Did you use ivermectin at home as well? Okay, so you have prescription ivermectin. I'm going to get back to that, I think, in a minute here. So what was Grace's condition using these supplements and the ivermectin? Tell the jury, what you observed in Grace's condition.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say Grace's condition, if we would not have tested her with a home COVID test, we would not have gotten on any of those extra protocols because she just had a cold.
Yeah. When did you start the extra protocols?
We probably started them right towards the end of September when Grace started to get the sniffles. So we just assumed it was COVID. The reason we tested her, as Cindy told you yesterday, is we tested her because we were going to go to her niece's or our niece's wedding, and we didn't want to spread COVID if Grace had COVID.
Sure. Did these illnesses have a course of time, and I guess did a doctor tell you what the course of time from the beginning of the illness to the end of the illness would be, roughly?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether it was a week or two?
I vaguely remember 14 days at the time, but I'm not sure.
13 days is the best you remember? So I just want to have this in my head. When did you first notice the symptoms? Give me a date if you can give me that.
My best guess with the date would have been September 28th.
September 28th. So the disease should have run its course, according to the doctors, within about 14 days, or December, is that 12th?
October?
I'm sorry, October 12th.
Let's see, so. Yeah, October 11th or 12th, that would make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember Warner because I remember at that time, Grace was not, according to that 14 days, I remember towards the end, I was thinking, well, she's not even symptomatic anymore. So it must have been 14 days.
Right. So let's go into the detail a little bit. You said that there was a wedding coming up and you wanted to protect the wedding guests from any illness. Is that what it was?
That's correct.
Okay, and then were you going to keep her at home, or tell the jury how you came to take Grace to the urgent care?
We started monitoring her oxygen saturation with a pulse oximeter, which is...
Let's stop right there. You mentioned these protocols, but what's a pulse oximeter?
So it's a little gizmo that it fits on the end of your finger, and you put it on, and then on the other side it has a LED screen that reads your oxygen saturation as a percentage. So it would read, from, in theory, 0 up to 100%.
Did some doctor recommend you purchase a pulse oximeter?
That was part of the FLCCC protocol.
Okay, so FLCCC said, purchase this item so you can check on your own oxygen.
That's correct.
Okay. So, all right, now, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you got the pulse oximeter, you tested her oxygen. Tell us, I'll let you roll from there.
So we were monitoring her oxygen. Unfortunately, we became fixated on that number. And so we're monitoring her oxygen regularly. And the morning of the October 6th, Grace's oxygen was bouncing between 87 and 91%. And that, because of relying on the protocol, that became a quote unquote emergency to us. And I want to just elaborate on that a little bit, because
go ahead.
As I have learned a lot since Grace's death, some of it creates an obligation to share with other people so it doesn't happen to them. So what happens is, when we rely on protocols, whether they're good or bad, it's the reliance on the protocol that's wrong. And when COVID came about, we did not rely on the CDC protocol. But what we did was we relied on another group of men's protocol. So the CDC is a group of men and women, the FLCCC is a group of men and women. And so what drove us to rely on the FLCCC? Well, it was fear. So the fear of something, Satan uses fear to control us, and the fear of COVID drove us to find some other protocol. And if I would have only relied on God at that time, Grace would be alive today.
And I do want to get to the protocol. So her oxygen level had fallen, and you took her to the urgent care. But her condition was stable, I take it, generally.
Yeah, if we would have never monitored her oxygen saturation, Grace would be alive today.
Never gone. So taking her to the urgent care, what happened at the urgent care?
Grace and I walked into the urgent care. Cindy stayed in the vehicle because she was sick. We walked into the urgent care and they checked us into a room. Grace and I sat in the room for several minutes. I don't remember how long, but then they came in and did a blood draw on Grace to do a blood chemistry. And that took quite a while to get the results back. I was talking with Cindy on the phone, so now I'm fast forwarding ahead to about an hour. We went to urgent care. Our premise of going to urgent care is we thought we have to get a prescription for oxygen, not realizing you can buy an oxygen concentrator. I had no idea what that even was at the time, but we thought we needed a prescription for oxygen. So we went to urgent care thinking we'd walk out of urgent care with a prescription. Interestingly, they did not see oxygen as all that important in urgent care, because it wasn't until an hour when Cindy and I were talking, she said, did they put Grace on oxygen yet? And they hadn't, even though her oxygen saturation was what we thought was an emergency in the high 80s. So then they got Grace on oxygen with a regular cannula. Then the doctor came in with the blood work and said, Grace needs to go to the emergency room because she has a D-dimer greater than 5,000. So I didn't know what D-dimer was at the time, but he explained it, and I subsequently researched what is D-dimer. And he told me that their equipment wouldn't read the D-dimer greater than 5,000. So he just said it's greater than 5,000. And he told me the walk-around number is about 500. So her number was 10 times higher than the walk-around number. Well, D-dimer is your blood's propensity to clot. And so in my mind, that was serious because I had 2 surgeries lifetime, and both times I personally developed clots. And clots are serious business. So he said that we need to get Grace to the emergency room, get a CT scan done to see if she has clots because of the high D-dimer.
So you went to the emergency room, and did they do a scan on her at that point?
We got to the emergency room about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and
This is on what date? I'm sorry, I don't think the jury heard that.
October 6th.
All right, and what time was that?
It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 p.m. Okay, you get to the hospital. Tell us what happened at the hospital then.
We checked in. Well, I guess we didn't check in. We went right, because we went from the ambulance right into the emergency room, so there was no check-in process. And so we got into the emergency room. They started doing vitals on Grace. She was fine. They put her on a regular cannula, and we were goofing off.
I think we described a cannula yesterday, but I just want to make sure the jury knows what's a cannula.
So the cannula is the oxygen tubing. A lot of times you see people that are on oxygen, not just in a hospital, they have the 2 tubes, and then the cannula comes down and wraps around the ears, and then down, and then to some type of a canister or oxygen supply.
So what happened next?
Sometime between 2 and 4 o'clock. So I would guess it would be about 3 o'clock. Grace got the CT scan done. The CT scan came back negative, so Grace did not have clots. So that was great news.
And what did the doctors explain? And why did she end up staying at the hospital?
Bless you. The doctor explained that the CT scan came back negative, that she recommended, this was Dr. Barlow, she recommended that Grace be admitted to the hospital and be put on oxygen and a steroid for 3-4 days as a precautionary measure.
And did she explain what the steroid would do?
She did not, but I was familiar with steroids.
So in other words, did you approve the oxygen and steroids?
Yes, that would be, it's important to understand what that means. I mean, so I already had knowledge of a steroid, so I didn't ask any questions about a steroid, and I had knowledge of oxygen. So when she said, we'd like to admit Grace to the hospital for 3-4 days as a precautionary, and oxygen and a steroid, that just seemed logical to me. That fit with what I already knew.
So I'm curious about something. You're giving Grace some supplements, and you have a prescription for ivermectin. What about those supplements in that prescription? Did you inform Dr. Barlow what your efforts were and of the prescription for the ivermectin?
I'm not sure. If she asked, I would have. I just don't remember.
You don't remember her asking at all?
I don't.
What about the supplements and the ivermectin itself? Did you have those present with you?
Did I have supplements and ivermectin present with me?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're continuing to care for Grace, with those supplements and with that drug.
That's a great question. I don't remember that for sure, Warner.
Okay. So the D-dimer test came back fine, no problem. Admit with oxygen and steroids. All right, well, we're kind of toward the early evening then on October 6th, so what happened next?
So when Dr. Barlow recommended admitting Grace to the hospital, I said I'll be staying with her. And there was a nurse in the room at that time. And
Wait, do you know her name? Go on.
but what she said is you can't stay with her. And then I said, well, then I'll be taking Grace home. And Dr. Barlow thought that was fine if I wanted to take Grace home. But the nurse said, I want to check with upper management and see if they will allow you to stay.
So I'm a little confused. Dr. Barlow, tell me about her saying it was just fine to take Grace home.
Well, it was because she had recommended Grace be admitted as a precautionary. It wasn't, I don't know how to what that means exactly from a technical perspective, but it wasn't an emergency.
Right.
So there was no need to have Grace in the hospital, but you want to do your best for your best buddy.
Sure.
So I thought it made a lot of sense. I want to make sure, you put somebody on a steroid with oxygen, it like revitalizes them real quick.
Yeah. So tell me what happened. You said the nurse went to administration then. So what did she come back with?
It was about an hour later, and she came back and said, we've decided you can stay.
Me, who?
Well, whoever she talked with in upper management, they had decided I could stay. And she said the only condition is you cannot leave the room. And I said, well, that'll be fine. I mean, I don't have any place to go.
You would essentially be quarantined off in that room with Grace.
That's correct.
All right. All right, what happened next?
So that would have been in the 5 o'clock range. Grace and I hung out in the room for about 7 hours because we got into room 2029 shortly after midnight. The only other thing that I would...
Slow down. I assume that at 5 o'clock they got you in your room, but so what are you hanging out in? What room are you hanging out in at 5 p.m.?
We stayed in the emergency room that we originally were in when we arrived in the ambulance.
Okay, so it took them 7 hours to get you an open room. Is that what it was?
That's correct.
All right, what kind of room was this?
Before we get there, I just want to say that the only thing that I would say, the emergency room visit, I thought was just pretty normal.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody it was nice. I didn't understand. The only thing that I would say is they never really understood Grace's ears. So Cindy described Grace's ears yesterday, and the tubing would come off, and so I was putting it back on,
mm-hmm.
and what the nurses who would come in, they would instantly say, well, Grace is taking off the tubing. I said, no, she's not taking off the tubing at all. It's falling off, and I'm just putting it back on. So the easy fix would have been just to tape it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do that. They blamed Grace for taking off the tubing. I mean, Grace didn't touch the tubing. So that was odd to me. But then what we developed was a solution. And so the solution was, we'll use an oxy mask. So that was a simple little mask, not a BiPAP mask, but a simple little mask that it was more fixed into place versus the tubing that was falling off the ears. And so that's how we resolved it.
That happened in the emergency room.
That was in the ER, yes.
And so 7 hours later, around midnight, you go into an actual room. Is that right?
Yeah, according to the medical records, it was 12 minutes after midnight.
Okay. And at 12:12, we heard, again, Attorney Frankowiak say something about ICUs and this and that. Did you know what type of room you were getting placed in with Grace?
It was a regular hospital room.
A regular room. Is that the same room that she stayed the entire time through the 13th?
It was. We never changed out of room 2029.
So you went into a regular hospital room. I'm curious because of yesterday's testimony. So somebody just slapped a new label on it, called it an ICU. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's a great, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Yeah, that's a great question. I had no idea Grace was in ICU. It seems stupid, I know. But she just went into room 2029. And I had requested the medical records after Grace died, and I also requested the medical bill. And that's when I realized Grace was in an ICU room, because on October 7th, so there was a regular room rate charge on the bill, and then
On October 7th.
and then you'd see the entry where they reversed that, and it became an ICU room. So then I thought, well, I wonder why that is. And so then I learned in doing more research on medical records. I had no idea what these terms, the Razapam, Precedex,
Yeah.
I had no idea. But I mean, I know now. And when I researched Precedex, I found out that once a patient is on Precedex, the room changes to an ICU room by definition.
We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So what was your expectation then about Grace being in the hospital?
My expectation was, I thought it's going to be a 3-day vacation with my best buddy.
Yeah.
That was my expectation.
And the video we saw earlier, what was the date of that video?
That video was taken about 10:45 on October 7th.
Okay, so let's go into the 7th now. You're in your room, it's after midnight. I assume Grace, was she pretty tired?
I presume so. I mean, we were up the entire time in the emergency room. So, I mean, I don't know which one of us fell asleep faster, because I was pretty tired.
Yeah. So that night, any incidents?
Yeah, that's another great question.
And I'm talking about, just to be clear, I'm talking about after midnight, the start of the 7th. So let's go through that night, from midnight to whenever you guys wake up.
So the nursing staff was coming in, checking on Grace, doing vitals, alarms going off. Nothing that I really didn't expect. About 3 a.m, Dr. Beck called me in the room. And so he introduced himself. He asked a couple of questions. And basically, it was somewhat of an introduction to, that he's I thought he was the attending physician. I didn't know what that definition was at the time. I understand it now, but he was now that I know what he was actually the evening hospitalist.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were done with that phone call.
So this is not in person. There's a phone call at 3 a.m. with Dr. Beck. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Can I just make a comment about that? Because, I've sat through all of the doctors and nurses' depositions, less 3 of them when I had another appointment. And I never met Dr. Beck. Yet in Dr. Beck's deposition, he said that he met me.
I'm going to object that foundation.
You can go ahead and explain the relationship.
It is, yeah, objection, not hearsay.
Oh, that's because they're a sidebar. His mic isn't done.
The objection is overruled. I'm going to allow the witness to testify to it. You want to just remind him what the question was?
Yeah, I'll try to, I think we can get back on this. So, Dr. Beck called you. Who did he say he was when he called you?
I'm not sure that, I had that term attending in my mind, so he must have said that he's the attending physician.
Wait, I'm sorry, for Ascension? For St. Elizabeth's?
Well, we were in St. Elizabeth's, so that's what I would presume. He was the attending for St. Elizabeth's.
And I just want to make sure, this was on St. Elizabeth's, like a telephone at St. Elizabeth's? Or?
As he called on, there was a room phone.
Oh.
So he called me on the room phone.
He used the internal equipment for the hospital to contact you.
That's correct.
Just trying to make that clear. And then you were going to explain that something about a deposition testimony that he said.
Yeah, so that was, as I mentioned, I sat in all of the depositions of all the doctors and nurses, less 3 nurses, because I had another commitment. And this was the first time that I ever saw Dr. Beck. And it shocked me because...
You said saw. I'm confused. Was he in the room or was he on the phone?
He was on the phone.
Oh, so he wasn't there in person?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
What was strange is that he, in his deposition, he said that he had a conversation with me about Grace, and that I told him about how Grace golfed. I mean, Grace never golfed. I mean, we did mini golf, and then when I was lining up what he went through in the deposition with his report. So every doctor, when they're in the hospital, has to write a report for the day that they see the patient. It was dated October 7th. And in his report, he said that the patient, he met the patient bedside and she had a BiPAP mask on. So I thought, I knew he never met her bedside. And if he would have never wrote she had a BiPAP mask. She didn't. She had a regular cannula. So it was like, what is going on with these reports? And he also reported another odd one that ended up carrying through. Tend to copy and paste the prior doctor's report. So he wrote in his report that Grace had conductive hearing loss. So somewhere he decided that became in the report. So then I thought, well, why aren't the doctors ever communicating with Grace? Well, they thought she was deaf.
Oh, geez. Do you, and that note carried into the medical record, and you think that impacted the treatment?
I do, because it was in multiple doctors' reports. And so I didn't understand why until I studied the entire medical record.
So in going into the hospital and having this contact with the doctor who is the, did you say was the hospitalist, did he inquire as well as to what medications Grace was on?
Are you talking about Dr. Beck?
Whoever, I mean, let's start in general. Did anyone inquire?
I don't think anybody ever inquired. I mean, there was, I remember Dr. Zymet.
Well, all right, let's stick with Dr. Beck for now. I
Okay.
know Dr. Zymet comes a little later. So Dr. Beck, did he inquire about medications?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. So up to this point, you've got a room. No one's inquired about medications. I just want to be clear where we are. So I think you made this clear because of the quarantining in the room with Grace. That's where you spent your time while you were in the hospital, was in the room with Grace. Is that correct?
That's correct, other than a short time on October 8th.
Tell us, what happened on the 8th?
On the 8th, Dr. Baum told me that we really need to do a better job of monitoring Grace's ins and outs, which meant her urine.
Mm-hmm.
And so he asked if I would allow them to do a catheter.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said yes. And so then while the catheter was being put in, they asked me to step outside the room.
Okay, that's the only time you were outside the room was when with the catheter placement.
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't required to wear any personal protective equipment or anything because you were quarantined, right?
No, that wasn't why. I mean, the nurses wanted me to wear PPE right away. And then Dr. Baum was the first doctor I met. So when he came in the morning of the 7th, so it would have been early, before 8 o'clock, he came in the morning of the 7th. And I asked him about this PPE. And I had not worn it, but I said, the nurses want me to wear this PPE. I said, how do I eat? How do I shower? I mean, and I said, who am I protecting? This doesn't make any sense. Grace doesn't have to wear PPE, so why do I have to wear PPE?
Right. And let me just kind of as an aside, is when you're communicating with Grace, is it important for her to see your facial expressions?
I mean, that's not just with Grace, that's with anybody.
Yeah.
So anyway, Dr. Beck said that, yeah, you don't have to wear any of that stuff.
Okay. How did you manage your basic needs while you were in the room?
Well, it was a great room. It had toilet facility, shower, everything in the room that you needed. And the hospital has a fantastic cafe, so I could just order off the menu. I just had to pay with my credit card.
Yeah. And let's go into the 7th, the morning of the 7th. When did you and Grace wake up?
I'm an early riser, but I don't know. I mean, it was an intense day just based on being in the ER all day. So I would guess I probably woke up by 6, and Grace probably woke up by 8 or 9.
And what did you do that morning?
Well, the nursing staff came in, and so now this was the first night that we had alarms going. The alarms are going off fairly regularly. So I asked them, is there a way for these alarms to go off at the nurse's station versus inside the room?
Mm-hmm.
Because, Grace has to get sleep. And so these alarms are going off, and they said, no, there's no way to do that. So then I said, well, what's the reason they're going off all the time? And then I don't remember which nurse this was. It may have been Nurse Bryn, but she said, so what they did, she said, every time Grace moves her arm, the alarm goes off. I said, well, what's the reason for that? And she said, well, they put the IV right in the crux of the arm. I said, well, why did they do that if the alarms are going to go off constantly? So she moved the IV so then the alarms wouldn't go off. And so then that process, what happened is, so sometime through the 7th, it was probably her. She was very kind. She got me like a mattress topper, because where I slept, there was no bed in there. It was a recliner. And so she got me a mattress topper. And, so then she showed me, it was me, I don't know who showed me. So I remember Nurse Bryn was kind. And so I just presume, I asked her, is there a way to reset these alarms? And so, there's alarms that are going off that are really important, and there's ones that are not so important. So whoever it was showed me how to do the reset of the alarms.
And what time was that?
Sometime during the day on the 7th.
On the 7th. And all right, what did you and Grace do during the day of the 7th?
We watched a bunch of movies. Jess texted us a few funny family things. So I mean, it was just fun.
And going into the evening of the 7th, what was happening then?
Something important in between there in the evening that I didn't know until you and I, Warner, did Dr. Murata's deposition. And Dr. Murata, during his deposition, had said that Grace was on a BiPAP that morning. And I knew she wasn't. So you might remember, I pulled out my phone. I said, here's the picture. And so I had a picture of Grace on the morning of the 7th at 11:10 in the morning, and she's on a regular cannula.
Yep.
And so, I thought, well, here we got this BiPAP record carrying forward too. She's not on a BiPAP. And so then that's when I realized when we were doing Dr. Murata's deposition, Grace wasn't actually on a BiPAP then. She was on a high flow cannula, a Vapotherm, when I saw that picture during Dr. Murata's deposition. So sometime between Grace getting up and 11:10, switched over from a regular cannula to a Vapotherm, and I had no idea.
And just real quick, did anyone explain what a vapotherm was to you at the time?
I got educated on a Vapotherm later on that evening.
Mm-hmm.
So no.
Okay, let's go to later on that evening then. Tell us about that.
So Grace was not an agitated kid. It took, for Grace to get frustrated was a big deal. I would say that I had probably seen her frustrated maybe once or twice in her life beforehand. And she got really frustrated. It was towards 7 o'clock, maybe a little before 7. And what was going on, I mean, I saw it. So she's on this Vapotherm and the air is whistling up her nose. Somebody had turned the Vapotherm up to, I don't know the number, but I mean, the way I describe it, it's like air going up your nose at 40 miles an hour. And I mean, she was frustrated. So I tried to calm her down, and she wanted that gone like no tomorrow.
Okay, so she was frustrated. How was she demonstrating her frustration?
She was flailing her arms. She wouldn't settle down. Yeah, and I'm holding her. Grace, you got to settle down. This oxygen is critical. Yeah, I'm under this oxygen paradigm basically that says, I mean, this is the most important thing for your care. And so, Grace, you just got to settle down. Do this for Dad. And she would not settle down.
Well, how else did you deal with that besides talking to her and holding her?
Well, after a bit, Nurse Sam Haynes, who you met yesterday, he was on shift then. And I said to him, we got to do something to calm Grace down. And so at that point, I approved restraints.
Mm-hmm. You learned later that something else had happened as well. Could you tell the jury what else had happened?
Well, when I reviewed the medical records, I saw that there was a medication called lorazepam that was given to Grace.
And when was that given to her?
I didn't know there was going to be a quiz.
Just roughly. That evening?
Yeah, she ended up getting 2 doses of lorazepam that evening, and I believe the first dose was approximately 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure the doctor or Sam Haynes explained what the lorazepam was for, right?
I had no idea. I had no idea that Grace was on lorazepam until I reviewed the medical records.
So no one got your consent to use the lorazepam?
Interestingly, if you go back to Dr. Beck's deposition, he said he was bedside and explained lorazepam to me. Never happened.
He simply wasn't there?
He was not there.
But okay. Was there any, I know this is hindsight now, but did anyone come to you and say, we have other medications to give to Grace?
No, I found out that they gave her another medication.
What was that one?
That was Precedex.
And if you know roughly, what time did they give her Precedex?
That was around 10 o'clock.
Okay. And no one got consent for Precedex from you?
I had no knowledge of it. So, I mean, you can't give consent if you don't have any knowledge.
And no one even, well, did anyone tell you that when the Precedex started?
No.
Okay. So as the we now know in hindsight that drugs were added, but what was Grace's condition that evening as she's being exposed to these drugs?
She was, I can't tell exactly, the timing of when she's being exposed to the drugs versus her reaction, because I didn't know the timestamps of the drugs until after I reviewed the records. But, she was hyperventilating, arms flailing. And I just told her, Grace, we can get these restraints off as soon as you settle down. And then all of a sudden she settled down. And, and now I see it was because of those meds. And so now we get the restraints off, and it was just typical Grace then. I mean, she knew she was being a pistol during that time. And she gave me a big hug and said, "I'm sorry, Dad."
Mm-hmm.
So that was about midnight, just before midnight.
Mm-hmm.
So then we slept. I didn't realize she had such a good night's sleep because she was medicated.
Yeah. And these two drugs that you talked about, this lorazepam and Precedex, so these were not COVID drugs, were they? If you know.
Objection Foundation. Maybe this is a good time to take our morning break too, and we can talk about it. It's just
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
what we're going to do is, it's been close to an hour and a half for the jurors, so you're going to be excused to take the notebooks with you. Just a reminder not to discuss this case or anything associated with this case with anyone, including each other. When you get back to the jury room, if you could let the bailiff know right away how much time you'd like, so that I can let the parties know. But if we can do like 15 minutes, that'd be great. If you need something different than that, just let us know. The jurors are excused. Mr. Schara, you can step down.
I am done with the TVs, by the way, so we can. I don't have other.
Maybe seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. Couple of things. First off, the questions that the juror handed to me this morning about additional questions to Nurse Haynes, I've marked as Exhibit 503. The clerk is making copies and just giving those to you. I will receive Exhibit 503 just so it's part of the record. I didn't think there was anything big, and anybody want to talk about that? They obviously have additional questions for the nurse. You now know what those questions are. You can incorporate it into the rest of your presentation, whatever way you want. Everybody? Yes. Yes, sure. Okay. The video of the hospital room, what exhibit was that?
The hospital room is 1-23.
Okay, so exhibit 23.
Yes.
Everybody agrees with that? Yes. Yes. Please receive the power of attorney document, which you showed up on the screen. That's exhibit 18. Any objection if I receive that? Okay, so 18 is received. We had one sidebar. It had to do with a hearsay objection, Mr. Guzzi, that you made. During that sidebar, I was surprised, I think, by some of the comments that were made, but I think there was a suggestion that the doctor was not like an employee of Ascension or St. E's, which didn't make sense to me. I think you then sort of agreed that he might have been an employee of St. E's or Ascension. Plaintiff was saying that, if it's a statement about medical treatment then it's not hearsay. Defense, you were saying it's not a statement about medical treatment. I kept asking you guys, I have no idea what he's going to say. So can somebody tell me what he's going to say? And I never got that answer. But I had overruled the objection on the basis that it was my understanding that Mr. Schara was asked a question about his contact with Dr. Beck. And he was talking about a telephone call at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then he said, you know, during Dr. Beck's testimony, deposition testimony, and I thought he was going to say that Dr. Beck was then going to say something different, and which is what he ended up saying. So I overruled the objection, and I told you guys during council, you can call Dr. Beck if Mr. Schara says something that's wrong, and you can cross-examine him on it if he's misquoting what the deposition testimony was. So anything you want to add regarding that sidebar?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr.
Just with respect, Your Honor, there's no evidence as to who employed the doctors. It cannot be simply assumed that the doctors are employees. Nurses are employees of hospitals. Doctors are not. There's no evidence as to who employed any of these doctors, just so you know that, Your Honor.
Right, employee or agent, right, would apply, or
Well,
representative. So are you saying that if Dr. Beck was a doctor who was contracted to be the attending physician or the hospitalist on October 6th and 7th to serve in that capacity at St. E's, then the hearsay rules under 80104 4A, or, you know, that wouldn't apply?
No, I'm just saying for purposes of us assuming that he is an employee going forward, any of these doctors are employees, that would be, they'd have that, there could be some evidence of that. And there's no evidence even of the element of control to determine like agency, things of that nature. It has not to do with the hearsay objection per se. It's just that it as long as there's no assumption here that just because a doctor happened to set foot in a hospital, he is somehow an employee or agent of the hospital, that would not be something that would be accurate.
Yeah, Your Honor, I mean, we have a deposition testimony that he's an employee of Ascension. I don't know what Frank Koyak's talking about. I'm sorry. He says, so our answer was, so are you our question was, so are you currently employed by Ascension? And he answers, I'm currently on a PRN basis. I moved because of my children's schooling, so I'm working for a different organization, but I still come in and help out Ascension as needed. What period of time were you employed by Ascension? 2019. Until when? 2024. So, you know, my friend, Mr. Frank Koyak, was at that deposition, and I'm sure he heard the same testimony our lawyers did.
Ascension is not the same thing as St. Elizabeth Hospital. Ascension, there are numerous Ascension entities. For example, you'll recall that Ascension Health was once an entity, a separate entity in this case, and it was dismissed. There was no evidence as to what role it played. Simply saying that you're employed by Ascension does not mean that you're employed by the hospital. There is no testimony any doctor was employed by the hospital. In fact, that is not true.
Okay, are you guys finished?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so in my opinion, if a doctor, a nurse, that wheelchair pusher bothered me because nobody knows who that is. But if there's a nurse that's identified and a doctor identified or some other person, and that person has been deposed and they're related to St. E's, or they were working at St. E's, or they were there working in some capacity or doing something, for purposes of the hearsay rule, I find that fits the definition of agent, employee, and others as we talked about yesterday. Just that would be the rest of the trial.
For the purpose of the hearsay rule?
And that's the only thing I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what the objection was.
Yes, no objection to the purpose of the hearsay rule.
Okay, good. And then we excuse the jurors. Okay, so they asked for 20 minutes break, so we have like 15 left, which should be good. There was an objection. I think Attorney Guzzi, you had made the objection, and I think you made it on foundation.
Yeah, and right now I have to like the question.
Okay.
I think the question was whether or not the lorazepam and Precedex were COVID drugs, I think is what the question.
Yeah, I mean, there's a motion in limine that I believe was stipulated to or granted that he can't offer, Mr. Schara cannot offer what would be considered expert medical testimony. So I don't know how he has the basis to make that statement or to comment on properties of medications. And frankly, he's been doing a lot of that in his testimony, and we can't, it's hard to lodge an objection because it's not necessarily responsive to the question that's asked. He just keeps talking. And so he's been commenting several times on principles of medicine protocols, which is strictly forbidden by that motion in limine. And so to this particular question, I think he's giving medical opinions, but in the broader picture, I guess I'm asking if the court can direct that we do more of a question and answer here, because I think the way the questioning is being done and the testimony that's coming in and the format is unfairly prejudicial because we can't make objections.
Well, you've been making objections throughout the trial.
I understand that, but I guess what I would request then, Judge, is that you reiterate the motion in limine ruling to plaintiff's counsel and plaintiff that he's not able to offer testimony that would be considered in the realm of expert medical testimony.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the question, go back to the question that was asked, are these two medications COVID medications? I think any of us could answer that yes or no.
Well, I don't.
And so on the objection of foundation, I don't think he's offering it as an opinion in a medical world. Meaning he's not qualified as an expert, he's not testifying as a medical expert, and I didn't think that question was phrased in a medical opinion, and he can be cross-examined on you on that. So when you gave that answer before, that these are COVID drugs, assuming his answer is going to be yes, you're not an expert on that, you're not a medical person, right? So you can clear it up. So I don't think it's prejudicial, meaning the jury's not going to be misled. I don't think it's confusing. And if I get to the heart of, so if they start asking more direct questions, your objections are going to be leading.
Well, I don't know if it's more, I mean, well, I understand that, but that's, it's not so much, I guess the concern is that he's really always answering the question. He's going off on some other tangent. And the testimony, I really truly understand the need to be able to lead a witness at times to facilitate testimony. But when it's basically a situation where it allows him then to offer testimony, medical terms and things like that, it obviously puts me in a tough position having to object in the middle of his testimony. And I will start to do that if I have to. But I guess for now, Judge, what I would request is just an admonition to counsel, and maybe not an admonition, but a reminder about that motion in limine, so that Mr. Schara is where he's got to watch how far he goes with his medical thoughts or opinions on medical issues.
Okay, and so just so we're clear, we're talking, I think, two different things. I think the way that Mr. Schara has answered, to the extent that he offers other things, I don't think they're outside the scope of what is fair. He's just explaining or detailing why his answer was what the answer was. But if you think so, just object if you want. I think then your second question was a reminder to counsel. I don't think they've asked any questions that violate any of the motions in limine yet.
I agree, they haven't asked questions, but testimony that comes out of the questions unprompted is the concern. So I think the reminder may be perhaps more appropriately directed at Mr. Schara.
Okay, well, I mean, to the extent that it needs to be said, and he hasn't done it yet that I'm aware of. So Mr. Schara, isn't going to be allowed to testify about medical opinions. But if he sees something that is incorrect in the medical records, I think he's fair to say that. In fact, after that first sidebar, he then went on to explain that Dr. Beck's, not only his deposition testimony was inaccurate, but the medical reports that Dr. Beck created were inaccurate. And he explained something about golf and meeting Mr. Schara and being bedside and a BiPAP mask. And that there was some idea or thought that Grace was deaf. And then he testified about Dr. Murata mentioning a BiPAP mask too in a photo or something. None of those opinions or those that testimony is a medical opinion. In my opinion,
I did not object to them.
those are facts that Mr. Schara believes that are inaccurate in the medical reports or in a deposition testimony, and that's fair game to then cross-examine. If he's saying something that's not true, I imagine you guys are going to expose him. But if all of that is true, then none of that was a medical opinion, even though it involved medical records and it involved maybe medical opinions that other people had. So I don't think there's been a violation yet. I'm expecting there won't be. But we'll start up on this clock at 10 minutes to 10. So everybody has about 12 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yep, we're adjourned. we're still waiting for a couple of attorneys to take a break. So I'll just explain a couple things as they're coming in. We'll take our lunch break today at around noon. And I think that's just accommodate some of your schedules. And so there might be another short break before that because that's about 2 hours away. So it might be a time, you know, where we'll just take a quicker break, but give you a chance to get up and do that. I know one of you is working with the bailiffs on sort of a personal issue too, so just keep in contact with the bailiff on that issue. And if there's something I need to do to help, let me know. And then just a reminder, you know, is sort of, and I'm not sure why these keep coming into me, which is all good, but at the end of every witness, you're going to get a chance to ask questions. You don't get to ask them right now, just like the defense attorneys don't get to ask right now. So they have to wait their turn. So the turn will go, you know, to go to whoever called the witness, then the other attorneys, then it goes back to the attorneys who called the witness. And then when they're done, I say, hey, do you guys have any questions? And that's your opportunity. Then when you're done, I give them a chance to clean up anything that you asked. And that'll be the way that it works with every witness. So unfortunately, you guys just don't get to ask right now. And if you have a question for somebody, we just have to wait. But just keep that in mind. And then once they leave, if they don't get called back as a witness, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to get you the answer. So you can't think of it like 4 days later and say, I want an answer to something. But you can try to write me that note and I'll let the attorneys know, and maybe they want to get the witness back in here in response to that. That'll be up to them. Okay. I believe we're in the middle of direct examination, so your witness.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Honestly, I'm a little unsure where I left off, but I'm gonna just start in back on the 7th. I just wanted to know about Grace's ability to feed herself on the 7th.
Could I correct something that I made a mistake
sure,
on?
Scott. Sure.
I inadvertently said on the 7th, the doctor that told me that I didn't have to wear the PPE was I said Dr. Beck, but it was actually Dr. Baum. I had never met Dr. Beck. The first doctor that I met was Dr. Baum the morning of October 7th.
Yeah, they both start with B. I get it. So thank you for clarifying that. So I think we had, let's get back. Did you guys have food on the 7th?
Oh, sure. We ordered off the menu from the hospital.
And Grace was able to eat?
Yes. Everything was just normal.
What'd she have, if you remember?
I would guess there would have been some bacon, some ice cream. You know, she's in the hospital. We get to do whatever we want.
We went through the alarms, and I think I asked you about whether, I'm pretty sure. No one, I'm going to lead a little bit, Your Honor, just to make sure I've got this covered. No one explained what a vapotherm was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just noticed the 40-mile-an-hour wind coming out of that vapotherm. Is that right? That's
correct.
The
only time when I obviously knew she was on a vapotherm right before the BiPAP, but when I discovered it was when you and I were doing Dr. Murata's deposition.
And no one told you that Grace was given lorazepam, correct?
That's correct.
And you certainly didn't consent to that.
That's correct.
And no one told you that Grace was given Precedex, correct?
That's correct.
And you certainly didn't consent to that. And no one explained whether or not these drugs had anything at all to do with COVID, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, speak into the microphone. I'm not sure they're hearing you.
That's correct.
Okay. So on day one, you've already explained to the jury that the treatment options were basically steroids, rest, except for those alarms, and oxygen. That was the treatment that was supposed to be provided, correct?
That was the only treatment plan that I ever approved.
And were you given any information about any other treatment options?
Are you talking about,
Options besides, steroids and oxygen?
no other options?
I want to be really clear. No other options were discussed. That was it.
That's correct.
Okay. And we already talked about those medications, and I had a question on my list here. How were medication changes typically communicated? It sounds to me like they weren't communicated.
I didn't know about any medication, so there were no changes communicated.
Uh-huh. And you actually had, you're quarantined with your daughter. And Dr. Baum actually had something to say about that, didn't he?
Dr. Baum, the morning I sat down with him, it was the first time I met him, really a decent man. Sat down with him, and when we had the PPE discussion, he told me that I should expect to get COVID while I'm in the room because Grace is aerosoling COVID. I said, well, I figured that, but that's the condition I accepted by being here with Grace.
Okay. I have one question. Did anyone bring up Grace's positioning in the room in terms of her bed, how she was positioned, physically positioned?
The first doctor who brought up any positioning was Dr. Leonard.
And what did he say?
Recommended that we prone Grace.
And I think we talked about that yesterday, but just clarify, what is proning?
Proning is sleeping on your stomach versus your back.
And why is that helpful if Dr. Leonard told you?
He just said oxygen tends to be better if the patient is proned.
And did you make an effort to prone Grace?
Several times.
How did that go?
It didn't go well at all.
Why?
So you imagine the recommendation for proning was Grace was already on a BiPAP at this point when Dr. Leonard suggested that. And so I could not do it by myself. Grace, if I just asked her, sleep on your belly, no problem. And she was very obedient.
Yeah.
But she had that BiPAP hooked up, and when I would need help. So I asked the nurses for help to prone Grace, and they refused to help. They said, we're too busy to do that.
So I'm still on the 7th. Were any other drugs mentioned on the 7th? I mean, anything besides, I guess the only thing that so far we're hearing about is steroids. So anything besides that on the 7th?
It's possible that Tylenol was mentioned. I just don't have a recollection of that.
Was Tylenol given?
Tylenol was given. So I would imagine that they said, we're just giving Grace Tylenol. That would just be what I would have expected.
Okay. And in terms of the drugs, and Dr. Leonard in particular, on the 7th, did he mention any drugs?
I didn't meet Dr. Leonard until the 8th.
Till the 8th. All right. Well, let's move on to the 8th. On the 8th, we know in hindsight what happened on the 7th, right? You know that. On the 8th, let's start it with the 8th. Did anyone tell you that they'd started up Precedex again on the 8th?
No.
Did anyone tell you that they'd started up lorazepam on the 8th?
No. And it's important to understand that they wouldn't have told me they started it up. You're phrasing the question incorrectly, because I would have had to have knowledge first. Yeah. So I didn't have any knowledge, so I can't give any consent without any knowledge.
I was going to get there. So I just want to get clear about this. No, it's okay. I'll take your criticism, Scott. Were you asked to consent to any other drugs besides Tylenol and steroids on the 8th?
No.
And of course, since you weren't asked, you didn't give any consent to either lorazepam or Precedex, correct?
That's correct.
And no, and of course, you still don't even know what those drugs are at that point on the 8th. You don't even know what.
I know what they are now, but I did not know what they were. So if they would have asked me for consent with those, of course, I would have asked a lot of questions because I would have wanted to know what are they.
So in hindsight, and we heard testimony from Nurse Haynes that she was overdosed the day before and that he had to dial back. I think he didn't use the word overdose. I think he used the word over sedated on the 7th.
But that's what he said yesterday.
That's what he said yesterday. And over sedation sounds to me like, well, I don't want to phrase it that way. Did anyone communicate to you that there had been a very dangerous over sedation event on the 7th?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Tell me what Grace is, I just want to talk sort of more generally now in terms of timeframes on the 8th. How is Grace doing in the morning of the 8th?
She was very sleepy.
Hindsight, maybe we know why. Did she sleep all morning?
She was relatively groggy throughout the day.
Day.
Towards the end of the day, I remember one picture I have of her just after 10 o'clock p.m. She's now got a BiPAP mask on and she's giving me a thumbs up. So she was, towards the end of the day, she was back on track.
But something was going on during the day in terms of her sleepiness, right?
Correct.
And let's go through the medical events during the day. I believe that's the day they inserted what's called a PICC line.
Yeah, that's, should we start at 8?
Yeah, let's go through the day, Scott.
So the day started with Dr. Murata coming in approximately 8 o'clock in the morning. And he said, you're going to need to put your daughter on a ventilator in the next 2 hours. And I had no concept. And so I said, what is that recommendation based on? And he said, we did a blood gas draw last night. I mean, I had no idea what a blood gas draw was. We said we did a blood gas draw last night and Grace is not doing well. And
did he say what time that occurred?
No, I asked him then, what time did you do the blood gas draw? And he said around 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Right when she was over sedated.
Exactly. So I said, I didn't know she was over sedated, but I knew that was not the opportune time to get an objective reading.
Right.
Because, Grace was still in restraints. She's thrashing around, so I said, I don't think that would be an objective measurement. I'd like you to redo the blood gas draw.
And what happened then with the blood gas draw?
It was redone later that day. And I'll get into that in just a moment because some of these things kind of mesh together.
That's fine. Let's just walk through the day.
So after, so he had agreed, let's do the new blood gas. And so then I asked him, what is the prognosis of somebody if they're put on a ventilator? I came into the hospital with Grace under the concept of the COVID pandemic. Ventilators are a tool in the tool chest. I had no idea about ventilators. So I asked him, what is the prognosis of a patient on a ventilator? And he said only 20% of patients that are put on a ventilator walk out alive. And I mean, I'm in shock at this point. And, as soon as I was done talking with him and Nurse Amanda, I mean, I got on my laptop and started researching ventilators. Nurse Amanda, I talked with her a little bit afterward because she was crying. When I'm talking with Dr. Murata, she was crying. And I started chatting with her and learned that she also has a daughter named Grace. And, so she was crying because she realized if I made that decision for a ventilator, Grace is not going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
So
To strike, I mean, that was a statement in terms of not what she said, but what his perception of what she was thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So let's move on from there. We start in the morning with Dr. Murata. He says only 20% of the people make it on a ventilator. That scares you, obviously. I think it would scare any parent. I guess what's curious to me is she's there for basically observation, steroids and oxygen. Why is Dr. Murata talking about ventilators?
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
That's a great question. I mean, it certainly shocked me, and then it ended up being reinforced by Dr. Baum.
What did Dr. Baum do?
So he came in shortly after Dr. Murata left, and this, when I first sat down with Dr. Baum on the 7th, I said earlier today that he was a decent man, and I'm not here to judge somebody's heart. That's not my purpose. But what I will tell you is that he came in shortly after Dr. Murata and said to me, in front of Grace, isn't a 20% chance better than no chance? And it's like, so I called that, we've had this discussion about a pre-authorization for a ventilator, and that was really the first time. So Dr. Murata was telling us, you need to do this. And then Dr. Baum essentially reinforced it by saying, isn't a 20% chance better than no chance? So then I was
I'm sorry. Wait. Your daughter is there for a minor illness, essentially. You were going to keep her home. They said you could keep her home. You could take her home. And why are we talking about 80% chance of dying now on the morning of the 8th?
Well, the council's testifying to his questions.
Well,
It's overruled. Go ahead and answer.
You say the question again, please?
I'm trying to get a sense, if you have it, from what the doctors talked about you. Grace came in really not very ill. I mean, she tested positive for COVID. She was toward the end of the course of COVID. I mean, we're a couple of weeks and people get over it. And then, it's just for observation and oxygen. Now we have these doctors coming in and talking about death and dying.
Yeah. So I'm trying to separate my opinions today
versus then, I know.
Versus then, because I've learned a lot since Grace's passing.
Let's talk about that day and what you felt that day, and if they explained that day what was going on.
I don't know what was going on. I just know I was in shock, and I started researching ventilators, as soon as I was done with Dr. Baum.
Mm-hmm. So, still going on the 8th. I mean, we know in hindsight there was another overdose of Precedex. But you said she was sleepy in the morning. Was she also sleepy in the afternoon?
She was pretty much sleepy all day.
Mm-hmm.
I know you were on the PIC line.
Right.
And I mean, before the PIC line, it was probably about the same time, because remember I told you Dr. Baum asked me for the we need to do a better job of ins and outs. Right. So about that same time, I'm very analytical. My background is as a certified public accountant. So, I mean, I like to understand things. And so Dr. Baum helped me to understand blood gas. Mm-hmm. So the room that Grace was in, there's a wall that is like a smoked glass wall. And that's where the bathroom was, behind that wall. But you could write on that wall with a marker. And so Dr. Baum then helped chart the blood gas numbers on that wall. So then I could have a visual as to Grace's progress with the blood gas numbers. So it was probably during that time when he was charting that he was talking about the ins and outs. And then when I reviewed the medical records, I saw the form that I signed with the catheter authorization. And I remember signing the form, but the form had on the top on the top of the form, they can handwrite in the situation with the catheter after the fact. And I had no idea Grace had a PICC line either until
What did you think was happening when they
I
asked?
thought they were doing a urinary catheter.
Uh-huh.
So that form shows that I also approved a PICC line.
But you didn't even know, no one explained to you what a PICC line was.
Correct.
And well, can you explain today to the jury what a PICC line is? I think we went over that a little bit, but just let's make it
Sure.
clear.
I mean, it was,
This testimony that violates motion limit.
Overruled. Go ahead. And just so everybody knows, Mr. Schara isn't a doctor. He's not offering you medical opinions or expert opinions. I think he's testifying as a father to what he understands the PICC line was for Grace. Is that what the question was, Mr. Mendo?
Yeah, it's just, he's not an expert. We had,
Right.
you know,
But
he,
there'll be experts later that can testify about those things, but you're just hearing it from that perspective right now.
no, I haven't.
So go ahead, Mr. Schara.
and so I learned about Grace's specific PICC line because during one of the depositions, they were going through x-rays
Yeah.
and it was asked about, well, what is this line? And the PICC line in Grace's case was put directly to her heart.
Okay. And let's back up a second. What was we were talking a little bit too about her blood gas. So you asked for another draw of blood gas. Was that before or after the PICC line?
That was before.
Okay. And did you get the result of that blood gas that morning?
I would believe that it would have been early afternoon that we received those results.
Right. And what was the blood gas result? Did it show a need for a ventilator?
It did not.
Now he's interpreting labs.
I disagree. I think what he's
Whether those lab values require
I-
him to be on a ventilator.
I think I can rephrase this a little bit. We'll try to deal with Mr. Goosey's objection here. Did the doctors tell you that the blood gas was related to whether Grace needed ventilation or not? Is that good? Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if there was a direct cause and effect there. It just, that became a tool they were using to monitor Grace's progress. So they were doing blood draws. After the fact, I see the medical records. I see they're doing blood draws, blood gases. So I don't know that there was a cause and effect with the blood gas and the ventilator, but
Sure.
there was when Dr. Murata said it. So that's why I wanted to have it redone. I wasn't going to make a decision for Grace to be put on a ventilator unless it was absolutely necessary.
Right. And Dr. Murata is the one who said there was some linkage between blood gas and a ventilator, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I thought that's where that came from. So the blood gas that you had asked for because you didn't trust that initial number, what did it come back at, if you know?
No idea.
Was it fine or not fine?
Yeah, I would say it was fine. I mean, that's the conclusion that was when Dr. Baum started charting the numbers for me on the smoke glass wall. The conclusion is Grace is fine.
Yeah. But she wasn't because of another reason, right?
When I reviewed the medical records, I mean, I could hardly believe it. Grace had another overdose event on the 8th.
Yeah. And tell us what's happening or what you're observing, first of all, through the 8th. You already said she was drowsy and sleepy. What's going on with her in the afternoon?
Well, again, I'm oblivious to that this is even happening. I didn't know she's overdosed. And so the PICC line needed to be inserted, I presume, because they needed to get the reversal drugs they were using for the overdose immediately to Grace's heart.
And we now know what those drugs were. The first one they tried, what was the first one they tried?
Oh, now you're too deep into the weeds for me there.
Well, there's a number of drugs to reverse an overdose, correct?
There are.
And you do know those. I'm going to remind you of some names. Atropine, norepinephrine.
Correct.
Yeah.
Both of those are in the medical records.
Right.
Right.
And initially,
The reason I don't know those is because that became the next level deep, and Dr. Burdine is going to testify about those.
yeah, we'll hear from him. But you learned that Grace was given, I think it was atropine, norepinephrine, and dopamine that afternoon.
That's correct.
All right, I want to know who came to you to describe what the drug atropine is about.
I had no knowledge of atropine till I reviewed the medical records after Grace died.
Yeah, who came to you to consent to atropine?
No one.
Who came to consent for norepinephrine?
No one.
Did anyone tell you what the norepinephrine was doing then?
No.
And then I guess it's dopamine is the last one. Did anyone tell you dopamine, what that was doing?
No.
No. Are you telling us that you were in complete ignorance of all those medications on the day of the 8th?
That's correct.
All right. And now I want to know who told you that Grace had a life-threatening event on the 8th?
No one.
Just generally moving on the 8th, after the PICC line was inserted, which was used to administer those drugs, what happened to Grace?
Well, the rest of the day on the 8th, she was relatively sleepy until she started coming around towards the end of the day, which I had referenced earlier. I had that picture of her with her thumbs up at about 10:15 in the evening. So I thought, okay, we're back on. She's rebounded from what I learned afterward was an overdose event on the 7th. I had no idea there's an overdose event on the 8th, but ultimately she's coming back, and as we turn the page to the 9th, she was ready to go again.
Yeah, so they saved her life.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move in to the 9th. Tell me I'm sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. On the 9th, you said she was doing just fine on the 9th.
Yeah, she got up. So she hadn't eaten anything on the 8th, and she gets up on the 9th, and she starts signing. So
I think we heard a little bit about that from Cindy yesterday, signing. What's she doing?
Cindy taught her how to do some sign language, and because Grace has got the BiPAP mask on, she can't talk, right?
Yeah.
So she starts signing. And remember, I told you I just get to do the fun dad stuff, so I don't know sign language. So I just pulled the mask back, and she said, "Dad, I'm hungry." I said, "Okay, buddy, let's get some food." So I ordered her some food.
Do you remember what she ordered? More ice cream?
There's more ice cream and bacon because I didn't restrict her. I thought she's in the hospital. She can have whatever she wants.
All right. Well, what happened when you started feeding Grace?
So I start feeding Grace, and the nurse came running in and said, "You can't do that."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, what's the reason?" And she said, "Her oxygen saturation is only at 85%.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had the pulse oximeter with me in the hospital.
Right.
So I thought, this is impossible. She cannot be at 85%. She's doing great.
Right.
So I put the pulse oximeter on Grace's finger, and it read 95%.
And what did the nurse attribute the difference between the readings of a home oximeter versus the expensive machines at the hospital?
Well, I called her back in then after I put the oxygen meter. I left it on Grace's finger. I called her back in, and I said, "Grace's oxygen is at 95% based on my meter." I said,
Right.
"Is my meter accurate?" And she said, "Yes, it is." I said, "Well, then why is your meter? I mean, I've got just this little $50 tool. You have a $50,000 tool. Why is my $50 tool reading more accurately than your $50,000 tool?" And she said, "Well, because the leads get sweaty."
Yeah.
And so then I said, well, if that's a known, why aren't you proactively changing out these leads? Given that this is the most important statistic you're using to manage my daughter's care. And she, unbelievably, she shook her finger at me and said, you should just be thankful you caught this.
Oh, man. What did she mean?
Speculation.
Oh, okay. I'll move on. All right, let's keep going on the 9th. Grace is apparently doing well. She's eating, oxygen rate is good, and you actually have an accurate meter that you got for $50. So what else happened?
Well, we just had it was just another great day.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was rebounded. I thought, oh, this is fantastic. We're going to be out of here. In fact, I had a discussion with Dr. Baum that day about getting Grace out. And he said to me, well, you'd need to have a BiPAP for home, and you can't get a BiPAP for home. I thought, okay, I don't know that. So I started making some phone calls, and I found a BiPAP supplier. So I got a hold of Dr. Baum. I said, I got a BiPAP.
For home, you could take it home. Okay. I just want to clarify, did anyone tell you how well Grace was recovering from the overdose of the 8?
No, the type of conversations were not ever in that detail. I mean, they were doing, so Dr. Baum was doing a daily evaluation of Grace. Then there were other doctors who were doing the same, Dr. Leonard, Dr. Zymet. So, I mean, there were no real conversations about, just in general. They weren't specific, just in general. Yeah, Grace is doing well.
Did anyone tell you that they had reduced or eliminated the lorazepam and Precedex?
No, but I saw that in the medical records, which that made sense to me. That, yeah, I mean,
once you saw it after the
fact. I saw it after the fact, okay, she had this overdose event. Well, then once the event is done, you would get her off the meds. And in fact, they did get her off the meds.
Okay. Couple more questions on the 9th. Emily Fisher, what happened with the nurse, Emily Fisher?
So nurse Emily Fisher was the overnight nurse between the, starting at 7 p.m. on the 9th until 7 a.m. on the 10th. And so this was, midnight, 1 o'clock time frame. She was, first, I would say our personalities definitely did not jive, but regardless of that, there's a lot of times that happens with different people, but either my fault or theirs or both. I'm not trying to push blame here, but the reality is our personalities didn't jive. And we had a very specific confrontation because I wanted to have Grace fed.
Yeah.
And she said, well, we can't feed Grace. She's on a BiPAP.
Yeah.
And I said, that's not true. And the reason it's not true is because the respiratory therapist comes into Grace's room approximately every 4 hours, and I watch what they do. So when somebody's on a BiPAP, their mouth dries out. So respiratory therapy would come in, and then they would remove the BiPAP, and then they would put the Vapotherm on Grace at low pressure. And it worked great. So then they would swab Grace's mouth, lip balm, and, just make sure everything was going well. So I explained this to nurse Emily Fisher, that we can feed Grace. And I explained just what I just explained to all of you, that, I watched the respiratory therapist do this. So there's no reason it can't be done. And she said, the doctor will never approve that. And I said, listen, I am the one in charge of Grace's care, not the doctor. And I want Grace fed. And that was a pretty heated conversation.
Because you're taking your role as power of attorney for healthcare very seriously.
Well, more importantly than that, I'm Grace's dad. I'm her advocate. And I know my daughter needs to be fed.
Right. What did the respiratory therapist say about BiPAP? and why they did it that way.
So when we're going back to the evening of the 7th now with the BiPAP. So what happened was, it's interesting as I look back, if you go back to the 7th, so you realize, so she's on this high flow cannula. Somebody turned it up to, I presume the max, the 40 mile an hour. And we would not be here today if what they did is to look at the cause. So what's the cause of Grace thrashing around?
Yeah.
It's not that she needs medication. The cause is, let's just remove this BiPAP or this Vapotherm. The Vapotherm was not necessary. Let's just put her on a regular cannula. So if she's just on a regular cannula, had this issue, we would not be here today, literally. And so what respiratory therapists came in then, because they assumed the next level was BiPAP. So we went from regular cannula, Vapotherm, BiPAP. So the assumption, the presumption is, okay, well, we got to go to BiPAP since Vapotherm didn't work. So then the respiratory therapist team was really great. I'm under the assumption, okay, we got to do BiPAP. That's what they're telling me. So then they come in, and Grace was frustrated with the BiPAP at the beginning too. And so I had Grace's CPAP machine in the room. And so I showed them, I said, I think the mask is too big. And so they were great. So they see the CPAP mask, they get a couple of different sizes, they try them on. And that's when Grace calmed down. So now we got the BiPAP mask on. And I'm assuming she's calming down because we got a mask that fit. Now I see I overlay the medical records with the events. I see, well, she calmed down because she was sedated to near death.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep us moving forward along the chronology, but we'll get back to the chronology here. And I think your wife testified yesterday, she had a BiPAP because she's got a little sleep apnea.
A CPAP, yes.
Or a CPAP, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm getting confused too, all these medical terms. So a CPAP, she had a CPAP just at home that just
Correct.
helped her breathe at night, correct? Oh, I remember that her.
That's why I know Grace was never agitated with BiPAP. The medical records show consistently Grace is agitated. Well, she wasn't agitated. She's used to it. She was used to a CPAP, so the BiPAP didn't bother her.
So let's close out the 9th. Anything else about the 9th in the evening? How was Grace doing that evening?
Grace was doing well.
Yeah.
I had asked Nurse Emily Fisher, I said, I'd like to talk with Dr. Beck.
Yeah.
Because, there's a confrontation. I mean, I've got to deal with this confrontation. And so I thought, well, Dr. Beck, I got to talk with somebody that is in charge.
Remind us again, you got to catch me back up because we went back to the 7th. Now we're back to the 9th. What was the confrontation with Fisher? Nurse Fisher?
I wanted Grace fed, and she said the doctors will not approve that.
So you're calling Dr. Beck about feeding Grace.
And the reason Dr. Beck was because my perception was he was attending. So my view of what that definition of attending is he's like over the top of everybody.
Right.
Now I know hospitalist,
Yeah.
intensivist, all these different terms. I didn't know anything back then.
And how did things go that evening on the 9th with Nurse Fisher taking care of Grace?
Well, it was a confrontation. I mean, the confrontation ended because she left the room and I asked to speak with Dr. Beck. And,
yeah. What happened next?
Nurse Allison Barkoltz came in with an armed guard at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 10th.
Okay, so now we're moving to October 10th.
Correct.
Armed guard shows up 7 a.m. When you say armed, I mean, what do you have?
Well, now that I understand it, he had a holster, with a gun. So he's an armed guard. I found out what it is. This is actually a taser.
A taser.
Correct.
Okay. But it looked like a gun to you when he came up. Okay. And what did Nurse Barkoltz tell you?
She said, you need to leave immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So picture this. She's in Grace's room.
Right.
She comes in Grace's room. The armed guard is right next to Grace's bed. She's next to the armed guard. And then, I'm next, I'm in front of both of them. And she's confronting me saying, you need to leave immediately.
And why?
Yeah, I said, what is the reason? And she said, the last shifts of nurses don't want you in the room, number one.
Why?
Well, what did I just tell you? I mean, we just got through
The sweaty leads, the alarms,
it's the
Miss
incident
Fisher,
with
yeah.
right, the feeding. So she said that, and then she said, you've been shutting off alarms at night. And so I defended that, of course, and said, you know, I was trained how to reset these non-essential alarms. They're going off every 20 minutes. And then the third thing she says is, we suspect you have COVID. I thought, you got to be kidding me. You know,
Of course you have COVID.
Dr. Baum told me I'm going to get COVID. If that was such a concern, why weren't you testing me every day? Of course I have COVID.
Yeah, and you're quarantined with your daughter anyway. So what happened next?
We did a speakerphone call with Cindy. So
Yeah.
I called Cindy right away.
Yeah.
And told her that they're telling me I have to leave. So then we put the phone on speaker so that she could hear what Nurse Barkholtz was saying. And we asked Cindy if she could come in and replace me.
Right.
She said, no, I'm too sick.
Yeah.
And so we thought that Jessica could come in.
Yeah.
Our daughter, Jessica. And then we ended the phone call with Cindy. And then excuse me just a second.
That's fine. Take a moment.
Thank you. And so we ended the phone call with Cindy, and you know, I kept stating my case with Nurse Barkholtz, and you know, I told her I don't believe unilateral decision making is correct. I mean, whatever the accusations are, I should have a right to cure these. And you know, this is my daughter. I need to be here for my daughter.
Yeah.
And then she said, if you don't leave immediately, we're going to call the Appleton Police Department.
Yeah.
So then I called a longtime attorney friend of mine, Tom Sutter. He was my business attorney for 20 years. And, you know, praise God, he picked up the phone. And I said, Tom, I'm in the hospital with Grace. I went through a short version of what was happening with Nurse Barkholtz. And he said, Scott, I recommend you leave peacefully. And so I did.
Yeah. I just want to be clear. You kind of alluded to it, but no one warned you that your behavior was out of line until Nurse Barkholtz. Did I say it? Nurse Barkholtz came in. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So there's no 3 strikes or anything like that. She had enough complaints and she came in and said, you're gone.
That's correct.
Yeah, no appeal to the administration.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. After being removed, what attempts did you make then to have your daughter get with Grace? And let's just be clear. Let's remind everybody, she's also power of attorney. We saw that on the screen right when we started.
Before we get to that, I do want to just interject one thing, because if anybody's ever in this situation, you know, take your daughter with you.
Yeah.
That was the last time I saw Grace alive physically. You know, she just watched this whole exchange.
Yeah.
The arm guard, she watched her dad removed. But before I left,
Scott, let's just take a minute. Scott, I'm serious. Just take your time. I don't want to push this here.
you know, I still have the picture. I'd looked at her. I remember her eyes looking at me. And I got my last hug with her. I hugged her so hard, I said, I love you, buddy. And the guard, he was really good. He helped load my belongings onto a cart. So now this is about 8 o'clock. And he escorted me all the way out to my truck. And once we got to the truck, he said, you need to take this to a higher level. And I really appreciated what he said. You know, he witnessed that whole exchange, and that's what he told me. So anyway, I would have never thought I had to take it to a higher level, but yeah, I guess that's the higher level is right. That's why we're here right now. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Thank you. I forgot where we were, Warner.
I'll get you back on track. I just wanted to give you a minute. All right, let's so listen, we're on the 10th. I'm forgetting my dates. This is the 10th that you're removed early in the morning.
Yeah.
And so you get in your truck. What happens next?
So I called Cindy, let her know I'm on my way home.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was me or Cindy that called Jess. Ultimately, Jess had tried to come in and visit Grace another time as a visitor.
This is later on the 10th.
She had come in, I don't remember the day.
Yeah.
You'll have to ask Jess, you know, so maybe it was on the 7th, the 8th, I don't know. But she had tried to come in and visit Grace another time, and they told her you can't come in until visiting hours. So then she had gone back at 11 o'clock, which visiting hours started, and then they rejected her again. So then when, you know, either I or Cindy got a hold of Jess, she came to the hospital to replace me at 11 o'clock on the 10th.
On the 10th.
Yes.
And what happened at 11 o'clock on the 10th?
She was told that she can't come in because they don't allow visitors in a COVID room.
Just a blanket statement? I mean, what about children and handy? What about that?
Yeah, I get it. The exact details, you'll have to ask Jess.
Okay.
When
she'll be here,
right.
So that's great. All right, so just the rest of the day on the 10th, I mean, did you have any communication with your daughter?
Yeah, we received 3 FaceTime calls.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, iPad calls. Grace had her iPad in the rooms. So there was 3 iPad calls.
Okay.
That was one of the things we talked about with Nurse Barcoltz is using an iPad to communicate.
Okay.
And so that happened. So they honored their commitment on the 10th to
Okay.
communicate with the iPad. And so we got to see Grace, and you know, she was doing well. You know, the perspective at that time is, you know, I go back to that. I got up every night for 3 months straight, replaying that moment after I left, that I should have taken Grace with me. And, you know, we had never left Grace alone. So to leave her in that setting, you know, I still was under the premise of trusting the system.
And then,
I still trusted the system. I thought a hospital's a safe zone. So yeah, I chose to leave Grace. Anyway, the hospital honored their commitment through the nurse with the iPad on the 10th. Because Jess was rejected, you know, this was a Sunday. Sunday was the 10th. Again, praise God, Sarah Kahns, our Grace's special needs attorney, was available. And so I got a hold of her. I said, Sarah, this is what's going on. I can't believe it. And, you know, Sarah was deposed, and she explained she called the hospital right away. She, I think she talked to some people in security, but, you know, there's nobody that could make a decision. And
this is on
this is on the 10th, on Sunday
Okay.
the 10th.
Okay.
Then on Monday the 11th, so Sarah told me, you know, get a hold of patient relations right away on the 11th, because, you know, this is, you know, from our perspective, this was an emergency. This is the only emergency we've ever dealt with. Grace does not have somebody with her.
Right.
This is as big of a deal as we've ever faced in our life.
Yeah.
So I called patient relations right away at 8 o'clock on the 11th.
Okay, just let's be clear. This is
Monday the 11th.
Monday the 11th. It's 8 a.m. in the morning. You're getting all the patient relations.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Strangely, we didn't get any of the iPad calls on the 11th. We didn't get any communication on the 11th other than Cindy had a call from Dr. Baum on the 11th, letting her know Grace was doing well, but I'm going on vacation. I think you covered that with Cindy's testimony. Otherwise, we didn't get any calls on the 11th. No iPad calls, nothing. And so now it's getting, the emergency is really ratcheting up. And finally, I think her name was Rachel Jansen. I could be wrong on that. I called back multiple times because they're not getting a call back.
Yeah.
She finally called, explained the situation, and she wasn't going to make a decision. I said, I already have an attorney that's willing to talk with your hospital attorney so we can get this worked out. This is as urgent as it gets. And so she asked me to email Sarah Kahn's contact information. I emailed it instantly.
Yeah.
And so then the hospital attorney and Sarah, our attorney, worked it out that Jess could come in and replace me as Grace's advocate and power of attorney. And then Jess got to the hospital about 2:50 in the afternoon.
Yeah. And Jess, what did she report back to you on Grace's condition?
I'm sure she did. I mean, we'd had, you know, the communication line was open, so I'm sure she did. I mean, you know, Grace was doing well.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from Jess, but what else would you like to tell us about the 11th? And I understand Jess she had to leave.
Well, unbelievably, I mean, so at this point, Grace has 31 hours without an advocate.
Right.
Okay. Unbelievably, Jess is kicked out at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thought, how is this even possible? We just got this done. And so I got a hold of Sarah Kahns again, and she had to bridge that gap again so that Jess could get back in as Grace's advocate.
Yeah.
And so then Jess couldn't come back in until the next morning on the 12th at 11 o'clock. And then she got to stay with Grace all the way until Grace's time of death. And of course, afterward, and with the, you know, the whole body bag incident and all of that.
Yeah, we heard about that yesterday. So on the 12th, you did actually have some communications with the hospital. So let's go through your communications. I think the first person you talked to was Dr. Schara. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was that? Was this the first time you had spoken with Dr. Schara?
Yes, at Dr. Shokar, now that we have the records, I mean, he called Cindy and I at 3:11 in the afternoon on the 12th. On the 12th, yes.
Okay. And what was his call regarding?
At first, I mean, he did really a great job introducing himself.
Mhm.
He's talking with us. He had known that there were some items to mend from the prior confrontations with the hospital.
Mhm.
He knew we didn't have a bad experience, and his personality was really good for trying to mend a relationship. So I mean, then he asked me if are there any concerns that you have specifically right now. I said, yeah, my main concern is the faulty equipment.
Mhm.
So I talked with him about that. I explained to him the situation that I explained earlier about the hospital oxygen equipment versus my meter. And so I explained that to him. So so he was aware of the faulty equipment that I was concerned on, because we got to have an accurate oxygen reading.
Mhm.
So then, so we got through the introduction, the concerns that I had, and then he asked us. So I'm calling this the third pre-authorization request for a ventilator. So Dr. Baum was the first two. Then Dr. Shokar asked Cindy and I, will you give us a pre-authorization for a ventilator? And they said, well, what's the reason you are asking? And I never got into an elaborate conversation with Dr. Baum on a ventilator. So
We're talking about Dr. Shokar.
I'm backpedaling a little
okay,
bit just
okay.
because I said I'm calling this the third request.
Yeah.
So when Dr. Baum made the things or the comments about a ventilator, the first time was, isn't a 20% chance better than no chance? Then the second time he's asking me, have you made a decision on if you want to give us a pre-authorization for a ventilator? But there's no discussion about it. Dr. Shokar went into a very elaborate discussion about a ventilator. And so I would say that would be the equivalent of an informed consent discussion on a ventilator. So he went through, we were on the phone with him for over an hour. So I mean, it was a fairly elaborate conversation about a trach, not necessarily elaborate on the trach, but I mean, just the whole process. And so after that, he asked, what are your thoughts? And we said, well, we're not going to approve a ventilator or a pre-authorization for a ventilator at this point, but we'll consider everything that you have to say. And so we ended the call with, he said, well, would it be okay if I call you tomorrow morning so that I can have the results of your decision?
I am so confused. Did you ask him, why are we even having this conversation? Grace is doing better.
Yeah, that's a great question. I did not ask that because it seemed in the consistent theme that there's a progression, that the hospital is following. Now I see it as more, I would call it a protocol, an oxygen protocol. So you're going to go from cannula to vapotherm to BiPAP to ventilator. So it's just this process that they used with COVID that it's just the way it is. I mean, I didn't question that. Remember, at this point, I had already done some research on ventilators. So I had really come to the conclusion that unless Grace absolutely needs a ventilator, we're not going to give a pre-authorization, because he framed it. These types of things tend to happen in the middle of the night when we can't get a hold of the family.
Yeah.
Well,
Dr. Shokar said this would happen in the middle of the night.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean, get a hold of us. I mean, I'm not going to give you somebody that I just met. I'm not going to give you a pre-authorization. Are you kidding me?
Right. You mentioned tracheostomy. I don't even know what that is. What is a tracheostomy?
I don't know either. Cindy knows because she's working with somebody in a vent clinic right now in a guardianship role.
Yeah, but anyway, Dr. Shokar, I believe at the end of that phone call, Cindy testified that he then asked you guys to think about it overnight and that he would talk to you the next morning, the 13th.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just, in parallel with that, Jess is with Grace all night, the 12th, correct?
Yeah, in fact, you know, I don't want to give away Jess's,
I know, no,
you know,
no.
because
We're going to hear from
there's
the-
some, I mean, it just was cute. I mean, it's two
Yeah.
sisters bonding overnight, and Jess was able to have Grace prone all night because
Yeah.
she's encouraging her. And anyway, the whatever.
That's what you knew, though, and
Right.
we're going to hear from Jess. So, but you're probably proud of Jess just for taking care of her sister at that point.
I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, she drops her family to take care of Grace. I mean, she has 2 kids and a husband.
All right, so let's get back onto our other track, the Dr. Shokar track. Did he then call you the morning of the 13th?
Yes, he called at 10:12 in the morning.
And how did he describe Grace's condition?
Well, the call started with, have you made a decision relative to a pre-authorization for a ventilator? And we said, yes, we did. We're not going to pre-authorize a ventilator. So then he switched gears and said, Grace had such a good day yesterday. We should work on nutrition. We should get her out of bed, get her bowels moving, get her in a chair watching TV.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to get her bowels moving so we can get her out of here in the next several days.
Mm-hmm.
So then we went into a fairly detailed discussion about a feeding tube.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you know, the way I understood it, Grace could have been fed with TPN food, which
I
don't ask me.
Okay.
I knew you're going to ask.
Okay.
Not sure. So total something nutrition. If anybody can help me out, I'm game. So total something nutrition.
Grace would have come up with a joke on that one.
Yeah, right. So she could have been fed via TPN food, but Dr. Shokar convinced us that feeding through a feeding tube would be better. And so on that call, you know, under the premise, you know, Grace is doing so well, we need to get her out of here, or, you know, we need to get her bowels moving so we can get her out of here in the next several days. We approved the feeding tube on that phone call.
Okay, let's be clear. They actually gave you information about the process of a feeding tube, correct?
I mean, we were vaguely familiar with the concept, but yeah, I mean, he gave us the,
And he laid out the benefits, correct?
he laid out the difference between why a feeding tube would be better than TPN food.
And then you consented.
And then we consented to it, yes.
Okay. What time did your call end with Dr. Shokar, if you remember, roughly?
It ended at 10:55.
What happened at 10:56?
After I got the medical records, I saw that Dr. Shokar had put an illegal do not resuscitate order on Grace's chart.
Mm-hmm. Why do you say illegal?
Objection, calls for a legal.
I'll back up, Your Honor. Thank you. You saw the chart that said DNR, do not resuscitate, correct?
No, that's not what it said on the chart. So we got the medical records after Grace died.
Right.
And on the chart, you know, there's terms that I know now versus
Then.
and so what was on the chart, which I connected the dots very quickly, it says no code. So that's what DNR is on a chart.
Mhm.
Full code versus no code.
And full code means that you get full services.
That's correct.
No code means you get no services.
Objection. Foundation.
I can ask him.
I'm going to sustain it, so you should disregard the answer at this time, but I imagine you might get it in 4 more questions and answers.
Yeah.
So.
Scott, If you know, could you explain what no code means?
No code means do not resuscitate. So
Mhm.
that means if you are, you're going to die, they're not going to bring you back. They're just going to let you die.
But it sounds to me like Dr. Shokar didn't give you information about what no code meant.
He never gave us any information. He didn't say that, these terms, these would be buzzwords, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Dr. Shokar said no code, I was like, well, what does that mean? Because I didn't know at the time.
And Dr. Shokar never asked for your consent for a no code.
It's correct.
Yeah. All right. Moving on the October 13th. This is the last day of Grace's life, correct?
Correct.
Did anyone tell you on the 13th that they were giving Grace Precedex again?
No.
Did anyone tell you on the 13th that they were giving her lorazepam again?
No.
And I'm just going to go through the informed consent again, just one more time. Each time they do this, did anyone give you any information as to what those drugs might be used for?
We had no knowledge of the drugs given, so no information.
So did anyone give you ask for your consent for those drugs, lorazepam and Precedex?
We had no knowledge of either of those, so no consent.
Mm-hmm.
Warner, could I add something regarding the phone call?
Of course you can.
During that call, so this is the call from 10:12 to 10:55. What's interesting is that these buzzwords, DNR, no code, nothing's discussed like that. He went through this, so now we have already approved the feeding tube. And so then he said, it was so odd because he said, if Grace took a turn for the worse, her heart stopped, would you want to keep working on her over and over? And I said, what are you talking about? Grace is doing fine. And Cindy said, we expect you to do your best. God will do the rest. Well, here now, I've been through all these depositions and I find out that internally, the staff believes that if somebody doesn't want a ventilator, they call that DNI. I didn't know what DNI meant until I see the records. And you sit through these depositions and all of a sudden you realize, oh my gosh, they believe that if somebody is DNI, so you won't approve.
Let's tell the jury that's do not intubate.
Yeah. Right. So if somebody says they don't want a ventilator, they don't want to give a pre-authorization for a ventilator, they call that DNI. And internally, they say DNI equals DNR. So, all he had to do is so simple. He could have just said, hey, just so you know, because you won't give a pre-authorization for a ventilator, we're going to label Grace DNI.
I'm going to check. He is offering opinions on what the standard of care requires.
I don't think he's testifying to the standard of care. You're the first one to bring it up. And I think what he's doing is explaining from a common perspective what could have been communicated to him.
Sorry, I apologize. That's an inappropriate standard. He is not allowed to testify as to what he thinks the standard of care is, and that's what he's doing from a layperson standpoint. He violates the motion in limine, and
okay, the objection is overruled, and before we allow him to answer it, it's been mentioned to you, and I haven't mentioned this to you yet, but during Voidar the other day, they talked to you about standard of care. And at the end of this case, I will provide you the law regarding standard of care and what that means in the state of Wisconsin, and specifically as it relates to this case. I told you I don't have that drafted yet. And that will take a lot of time, and I'm just listening. But the testimony that he's giving right now, I'm allowing to be testified to so that you can understand what happened during that conversation, what didn't happen during the conversation, and what Mr. Schara wishes could have been communicated to him for a better or more clear understanding from a layperson. The medical people will come in, and based upon whatever the facts are, they'll tell you what they think the opinion is and the standard of care. But Mr. Schara isn't allowed to tell you what he thinks the standard of care is. Okay, only experts can. So I think your question had to do with what is a DNI, and
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Schara was talking about what a DNI is called, which is do not intubate, and then I think he testified about his knowledge based upon deposition testimony that the hospital equates a DNI to a DNR. And then he was, in his answer, was talking about how he had no idea about that at the time, and he wishes that something would have been said. So if you could just pick up where that was left off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a dummy. I mean, but I don't know these terms, so why couch this crazy worst case scenario thing? Why not just tell us, hey, just so you know, this is how we do it. If you don't want to give a pre-authorization for a ventilator, we're going to put on Grace's chart. It's called DNI, do not intubate, and that's the same as DNR for us. Well, I mean, all kinds of red flags would have went up then, right? We're not approving a DNR for our daughter.
Yeah. Gosh, there's all these little 3-letter things in the chart, aren't there? One of those, it wasn't one of those VIP. What did that mean?
Well, I'm not sure what it means exactly, but I have a perception of what it means. But when I was going through the medical records, it was on record 1065. They have a question, VIP patient, question mark.
1065 is the page number.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
what
the
it
page
is?
number,
Okay.
right. And so VIP patient, question mark, and then there's an N next to it. Well, I'll tell you what, Grace was a VIP patient. She was a VIP daughter. She was a VIP to anybody who ever met her.
Except for Ascension.
Objection argumentative.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. So Dr. Shokar, in that conversation, in this request for ventilation, did he think she needed to be ventilated immediately?
No.
Yeah. When did he say she needed to be ventilated?
Never.
And did he have a prognosis for Grace for where she was going? We talked about that a little bit already.
Yeah, we believe the prognosis was Grace had such a good day yesterday. Let's work on nutrition. I mean, so we're under the premise that she's getting out of here in the next several days. Now, again, overlay the records with the timestamps of the phone call. I mean, this makes no sense because before the call even happened, he had approved restraining Grace in the bed because she wanted to get out of the bed and go to the bathroom. So, I mean, think through this. Okay, so sometime between 8 to 9:30, and you'll hear Jess, the reason I say 8 to 9:30, Jess, that's when she went home to take a shower. You heard Cindy say this yesterday. Well, during that window of time, he had strapped Grace down to the bed because she wanted to defecate in the bed.
That objection's overruled.
May I be heard?
Up here, you mean?
Yes.
Sure.
Let's go.
we just had a discussion at the sidebar, and I wanted to learn or understand what the truth is, or, you know, and so I learned during that sidebar that there is going to be evidence, undisputed, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, but that during that time frame on October 13th, for that hour and a half, that Grace was restrained. And so that's going to come in later. And as a result of that, what I said to them is, well, then we're going to let, even though it's not in the record yet as evidence, we're going to let people talk about it so Mr. Schara doesn't have to be called back next week after it gets brought in, right? The issue that will be in dispute that might be for you to decide is who ordered that. Attorney Guzzi, who represents Dr. Schokar, indicates that it's not Dr. Schokar who ordered it. The plaintiffs think that it is Dr. Schokar, but that's an issue in dispute. And that'll have to be for you to decide. And eventually you'll hear all the evidence on that. But so for now, with respect to what Mr. Schara has told you, I'm allowing in that on October 13th, she was restrained during the time that Jessica was at home showering. But you should disregard that it was under an order from Dr. Schokar, at least for now, because that is not in the record, and apparently it's in dispute, and any representation that it was his order would be incorrect at this time. Hopefully that makes sense. Does that clear up your issue, Mr. Guzzi? Okay. And Attorney Frankowiak, you stayed silent, but you're good with the way I represented the sidebar to the jury?
Yes, it sounds like an accurate description.
Okay. And Attorney Mendenhall?
I guess I would have a question as to whether he has, you know, how he came to know, if anything, that Dr. Schokar had had Grace restrained.
If he wants to testify that it's some record, or I'm not sure where you're leading with it, but he can testify to the medical records and what the medical records say.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, you know, I want to keep us on track, and I think we actually still are on track. And you heard my discussion with the judge. You stated that Dr. Schokar had Grace restrained. I mean, tell me how or what you know about that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mystery. But the reason it's a mystery is a couple of things. The first reason is during Dr. Shokar's deposition, he acknowledged that Grace was in restraints.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that. Strangely, there is a specific restraint record.
Yeah.
There's no record for the 13th.
You mean every other day there's a record?
That's correct.
Whether or not there's a restraint, it says yes restraint, no restraint.
No, not that.
Okay, what is it?
What it is there's an order. They put an order. There's a record for orders.
Oh.
And it's the records for orders are signed by an MD. So, you know, I concluded because the order records are signed by an MD, a doctor is the one who has to order it. So I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, the two orders that are in the record for restraints both have a doctor's signature on them.
I see.
And so now the order for the 13th is non-existent. We know it happened because Jess will testify to the knowledge of that. So that's how I know it happened through Jess. But then after sitting in Dr. Shokar's deposition, he acknowledged the restraints. So, you know, I wanted to, you know, getting back to the timeline, this is what is so odd because, you know, the restraints happened during this 8 to 9:30 time frame. We get a call from him at 10:12 and he's telling us we need to get Grace out of bed today. I mean, you know, it made perfect sense to Cindy and I at the time, but it makes absolutely no sense now because obviously he knew about the restraints, whether he ordered them or not.
But a doctor has to order the restraints.
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you. All right, let's, I think we're done with that conversation with Dr. Shokar. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. Let's move on into the day. What happened during the afternoon? What was your involvement with Grace and Jessica in the afternoon?
We were under the impression Grace is doing well. So was Jess. She was sleepy.
Yeah.
It was definitely a stressful event on Grace for the feeding tube, as I would imagine it would be for me. And as Cindy mentioned, Grace's nostrils were, Down syndrome people have smaller nostrils, so it was extra stressful. And when they came in after the feeding tube was inserted, so that was at 11:34, the feeding tube was inserted. At 1:50, they came in and put what, I didn't know this term at the time, but it makes sense, a bridle. So they tried to thread something through Grace's nose, and Cindy testified yesterday, Grace was all bloody. Well, she was all bloody because of that whole bridle incident. Well, at this point, Grace was on max dose Precedex. Mm-hmm. She had already been given a first dose that day of lorazepam at 11:25. And so now Grace is really getting to the point of being knocked out. Just thinks she's sleepy. And the next real important call came from Jess sometime in about 5 minutes to 6. She called me and she said, "Dad, Grace's oxygen numbers are dropping." And I said, "Are you sure?" I said, "We've had this issue with faulty equipment." I said, "Put our oxygen saturation meter on Grace." And so she did. And, she had the presence of mind to take a picture.
Yeah.
And Grace's oxygen read 93%. So we think, okay, it's just a faulty equipment issue.
Yeah.
So we're back on track that, okay, Grace is doing fine. It just was, an equipment issue and Grace is doing fine. She wasn't doing fine. Now I know after the fact, because, you start piecing all these things together at that point. So remember, this is about 5 to 6. Grace was given a second dose of lorazepam at 5:46. She was given a third dose at 5:49. Okay, so as I overlay those records, max dose Precedex, 3 doses of lorazepam, the first overdose event that Grace had. So just to give you a perspective, the first overdose situation that Grace had was on October 7th. She was at Precedex at 1, 2 half-milligram doses of lorazepam, and she's overdosed. Now we have Precedex at 1.4, 40% higher than the overdose event on the 7th. And instead of 2 doses of lorazepam, it's 3 doses. And so you think, well, it was at 11:25. It's a long time between the doses. Well, lorazepam has approximately a 12-hour half-life. So now all these meds are combining in Grace's body. And that's what's causing the situation with the oxygen.
So that is, I'm going to sustain the objection, and you should disregard that last sentence, that was a cause of anything. That is a medical opinion that we're going to leave to the medical people.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. The same questions I've had about the other 2 days of overdose, and I already know the answers, I think, but did you get any information about what 3 doses of lorazepam will do?
I had no idea Grace was on lorazepam until after. Oh,
There's an objection. I'm just going to ask
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Can you ask the question?
Yeah, it was very simple, and I kind of have the same pattern on each of these. Did anyone give you information about what 3 doses of lorazepam would do?
Had no idea Grace was on lorazepam, so I
And-
didn't have any knowledge, and of course I then could not give consent.
That's the next question. Did you consent to the lorazepam?
No,
Okay. Same thing with the Precedex. They've now amped it up 40% from when she had her major first overdose. Did anyone tell you what that 40% increase would do, and even what the Precedex would do to Grace?
no,
Did anyone ask for your consent to give a maximum dose of Precedex?
no.
Thank you. All right. What happened next?
I received a call at 6:43 p.m.
Can I just stop for a second? This might be a time to take a good break, because it's been an hour and a half, and I think you're gonna get into the last.
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you in the middle of that. So members of the jury, what we're gonna do is just a kind of a quick break, based on your schedules. That lunch break is gonna be at noon. So we'll take like a 10-minute break right now, and then just ask, we're gonna get you back in here for like a half hour. Okay, just a reminder not to discuss the case with anyone, including each other. You can take your notebooks with you. If you need a second notebook, just let the bailiff know. The jury's excused. All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Schara, you can have a seat back at council table. And this is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. Council and parties are present. We had a sidebar. I think I explained most of it to the jury. Other than at the end of that sidebar, I told you, Mr. Mendenhall, not to make those comments anymore. And you said you had already apologized to council, but
I apologize right there. I had a kind of a reaction to something, and I shouldn't have said
understood
that word.
So I think I just want to. I think during our sidebar we talked about two things. One was the objection on the questions, and then at the end I inserted just not to do that again. So that's kind of your warning. If it happens again, it'll be a reprimand in front of the jury, which I don't want to do. Anything you want to add to that sidebar?
No.
Okay. Anything defense counsel wants to add to what we talked about at the sidebar?
Nothing here, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't you guys take 10 minutes? I have a whole bunch of questions here from the jury, but none of them are really important to talk about right now.
I have one issue. I actually don't think it's going to take that much longer to get through Scott's testimony, but we have a concern on our team, and maybe this is just going to work out just right, but we do want to address the court before the cross-examination begins over a number of concerns that we think need to be dealt with, at least argued, regarding the cross-examination. So it sounds like maybe the schedule will work out, but I just want to be.
How long do you have for to finish before you're done with
I don't think, honestly, sometimes it's hard for me to predict.
less than a half hour?
Yes, less than a half hour, yeah.
In 10 minutes?
Yeah, and more than 10 minutes, yeah.
We just finished that and then we'll break for lunch. Their food is being delivered at 11:45 is what I asked. Figuring we take the individual who's nursing, noon is her optimal time, like between noon and 12:30. So that's why I thought we'd take a later lunch.
Great.
And so whenever you're done, we'll finish and then we'll start the cross this afternoon. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, and then we can address these notes at that time over lunch too.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
11:30 on this clock. We're adjourned. 723 CD 345, and they're just coming down the hallway. So Mr. Schara, you can come on back up to the witness stand. All right, everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, when you were out, the attorneys agreed that what they would do is the plaintiff is going to finish asking questions on what we call direct examination, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. It might be 10 minutes and it might be 30 minutes. So we'll just, it'll be a natural point to take a break. And then we'll take our lunch break, and I think you like that 45-minute window. Is that kind of what I understand? Okay, so we'll do a 45-minute lunch. There are a couple things that we need to take care of during lunch, and I want to give my staff at least a break. So if you get a message from the bailiff that's going to be longer than that midway through lunch, that means because we just got done working and I need to give staff time, but we'll try to do it where that 45-minute window is there. Mr. Mendenhall, your examination still.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we were about the maximum dose of Precedex, the lorazepam, and we were up to the call from Jessica at 6 o'clock, I believe.
5 to 6, I think we covered that right when we broke. I think we were going to the 6:43 call from Dr. Schokar.
Okay, let's put your mic, make sure your mic is good. And then what, at 6:43, let's move to that. You got another call from Dr. Schokar.
Dr. Schokar called me. Cindy was not at home at that time, so I was the only one who talked with him. And he called and said, Grace had another good day today. I just gave her morphine. And so I said, what's the reason you gave her morphine? And he said to slow her breathing down. And I
got to stop you right there. He gave her morphine, but he didn't talk to you before he gave her morphine.
That's correct.
So so you never had any information about morphine before he gave it to her.
That's correct.
You never had any information about any drug interactions with Precedex and lorazepam and morphine before he gave it to her.
That's correct.
You never apparently even had any opportunity to consent or not consent to the morphine before he gave it to her.
That's correct.
Jeez. Well, let's get into the call then. What's the purpose of the call? Did he explain that?
Well, I mean, it was just a short call, and I was still under the idea that Grace was having a good day, still under the same premise as the morning. He reiterated that with the call. And so we're just thinking, okay, well, morphine just is, you know, I'm trusting the white coat at this point.
Wait a minute. He said she was still doing well?
He said, Grace had another good day. I just gave her morphine. I said, what's the reason? He said, I needed to slow her breathing down. So, you know, I know it sounds stupid, but I mean, the mindset that I had then is not the same as I have now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the doctor is an authority figure,
Mm-hmm.
and you know what, if that's what she needed, that's what you did.
Yeah, but
I didn't question that.
I guess it sort of raises another question for me. He also obviously did not give you any information or explain what the consequences of slowing breathing down could be.
That's correct.
And you didn't consent to have her breathing impaired by morphine, did you?
No.
All right. What happened next?
Just quickly, just to connect a few dots that are not quite connected before what happens next, because what happens next is, I know, the worst 9 minutes of my life. So again, now that I have studied the medical records and the transcripts, I see Dr. Shokar had a concern about Precedex being at max dose before he gave Grace morphine. That's what he testified to in his deposition.
Oh, that's interesting. The issue with the Precedex, so the medical record shows that she was still on Precedex when she got morphine.
Correct. So just to get us back into that timestamp, she
Yes.
stays on max dose Precedex all the way until 6:37. That number is going to come back. That timestamp is going to come back in a minute. She was given morphine at 6:15. Dr. Shokar, in his deposition, said that he ordered Nurse McGinnis to shut off the Precedex before giving morphine because he was concerned about it, wanted to see how Grace would react with shutting the Precedex off.
Did he explain to you in the call, well, I guess he didn't, the concerns about the Precedex?
No, none of this was in the call. This is all because of, you look at the medical records, then you compare with the depositions and you see this. So you've got max dose Precedex. So just envision, we're at 6 p.m. now, max dose Precedex, 3 doses of lorazepam. Remember the 12-hour half-life?
Yep.
And these are all combining, and Dr. Shokar has the presence of mind to say, I've got to shut off this Precedex to see how Grace reacts before I give her the morphine. So he gave an order to Nurse McGinnis to shut off the Precedex.
Mm-hmm.
And the Precedex was not shut off. The Precedex didn't get shut off until 6:37.
Mm-hmm.
That was 22 minutes after the morphine was given. So, I mean, it became, I could hardly believe it when I saw this all in the records and the depositions. Yeah, I mean, we had this sense because way back, you know, when I studied the records, I had a doctor friend help me and we saw, okay, Grace was given this med combination. We believe that is what resulted in her death from that med combination. This is back, this is after, I'm sorry, Warner, but after Grace died, I requested the medical records on October 31st. Grace died on October 13th. I got the records on November 4th, most of them, but enough that we could piece this together. And a doctor friend of mine and I went through.
Violation of a motion, of a motion in limine.
The doctor friend part? Is that what
the unnamed doctor part? Yes.
I agree. So just keep that individual, whoever it is, that doctor isn't here testifying. And as far as I know, hasn't been given notice to anybody else. So just testify about what you know.
So I don't want any opinions from that doctor. He's not here. He's not present. Just your opinions.
After putting together the medical records, we realized that I realized that the med combination was the cause of Grace's death.
Not qualified to offer, not a medical expert.
I think what he's offering is his belief on what caused her death. And it's being done, as I think I've said a couple times to the jurors, that this is not a medical opinion. Mr. Schara is not a doctor offering an expert opinion. He's just telling you what he thinks caused his daughter's death from a layperson perspective. That's what you wanted, Mr. Guzzi?
That was my objection.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
All right,
Rosenbaum.
thank you.
So I believe that those three meds, Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine, were the cause of Grace's death. So I took the time and put together a summary of the records, a lot shorter summary than the records we had. And I sent an email request through patient relations to have a meeting with the hospital CEO and Dr. Shokar on November 8th. And to my surprise, I thought that they would, it was my biblical responsibility to meet with them. And I thought, well, they would want to meet with me because, you don't want history to repeat itself. This is what happened. I mean, you don't want that to repeat itself. And I received an email back 3 weeks later on December 2nd, and they said, we're not going to meet with you. I was in shock. So anyway, that's when I sent a request. We had done nothing at that point regarding talking to anybody other than friends. So I sent a request to the Department of Safety and Professional Services, that's the Medical Examining Board in Wisconsin, with the same thing I sent to the hospital, saying, I mean, this is what happened to my daughter. And so that was a complaint against Dr. Shokar.
Have you heard?
On a sidebar?
Yeah.
Sure. Guzzi just withdrew the objections. I think they just needed to stand and stretch for a little bit. But, so I think you can continue, Mr. Sheriff, if you remember where you were at. You were talking about a complaint.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yep.
So I sent a complaint to the Medical Examining Board of Wisconsin regarding what I found in the records against Dr. Shokar. And then I sent a request to speak out to Newsmax and Fox. And that's when I started to become outspoken, because Newsmax invited me on national TV to tell the story. And then I started doing research after that.
Well, I want to get back, and I appreciate that you want to tell kind of the surrounding nature and your effort to talk to the hospital. It's your belief that the combination of the three medications caused this overdose. And that was at 6:43?
So getting back to the timestamps, so we have Precedex at maximum dose all the way through until 6:37. 11:25, there's a dose of lorazepam. 5:46, another dose. 5:49, another dose. So now there's 3 doses of lorazepam, 12-hour half-life, combined with max dose Precedex, and then morphine was given while those meds were still in Grace's system, because the Precedex wasn't shut off according to the order that Dr. Shokar gave until after the morphine was given, 22 minutes later. I have in the research that I have done, I subsequently found the morphine package insert, and the morphine package insert says specifically to not combine those meds because they can cause death. And if you do combine them, you're supposed to keep the reversal drug readily available and directly monitor the patient. None of that happened.
What did happen then next?
What happened next is at 7:18, Jessica called Cindy and I panicking. She called us on FaceTime and she said, "Dad, Grace's numbers are dropping like crazy." I said, "Get the nurses in." She said, "I've been trying. They refuse to come in the room." And so Cindy and I started screaming, "Save our daughter." the nursing staff stood outside the doorway of Grace's room and hollered back, "She's DNR."
Could you hear this?
Yes, we could hear it. Great. She had it on speakerphone. Jess is trying to get back and forth between Grace outside. She ran outside into the hallway. One of the nurses showed her on the screen, Grace's DNR. We can't do anything about it. And we're screaming, "She's not DNR, save our daughter." And no one came in that room to do anything. And we watched her die at 7:27 p.m. on October 13th of
On
2021
FaceTime.
on the FaceTime call.
What, I can't even imagine. Can you describe what you were seeing through FaceTime?
I can't. It was all, it was so intense and a blur. I mean, everything's a blur to me. Everybody has a different way that they put a memory in their head. To me, it was all, I saw Grace at the beginning when Jess called because that Grace was in the frame, but then everything was happening so fast. This whole time frame was just 9 minutes. She called at 7:18. Grace died at 7:27.
Could you actually see the nurses gathered outside the door through FaceTime, or just hear them?
Just here, for me, I'm not sure if I could see them, or I don't remember seeing them, so I could just hear them.
Yeah. Was there anything in particular that you noticed about Grace right there at the end?
I don't have a memory of that.
Hmm. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. On the 7th, just answer yes or no. I'm going to lead a little bit here. On the 7th, nobody asked permission to give the drugs, lorazepam or Precedex.
You're wrapping it up, is that my understanding? So
Your Honor.
If this is a wrap up or conclusion, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure. Starting on the 7th, when all you thought was going on was some steroids and oxygen, no one gave you information about lorazepam or Precedex, correct?
No.
No one gave you consent to use lorazepam or Precedex, correct?
No one.
On the 8th, second overdose, no one gave you information about lorazepam, correct?
No one.
Or Precedex, correct?
No one.
And certainly because they didn't even talk to you about the drugs, you didn't consent to those drugs.
That's correct.
And then on the 13th, the day Grace died, no one told you that she was still being given or Precedex and then 3 doses of lorazepam, correct?
No one.
And you didn't consent to a 1/3 increase of lorazepam or any lorazepam, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't consent to Precedex, much less a 40% increase in Precedex, correct?
That's correct.
And the morphine, you got told about the morphine, but it was after it was already given, when it was practically too late, correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Shokar never gave you any information about the impact of morphine or its interaction with lorazepam or Precedex, correct?
That's correct.
Because you didn't even know those 3 drugs had been given. At that point, he calls you and tells you morphine, and you didn't consent to the morphine after the fact, did you?
No.
And you didn't consent to the lorazepam and Precedex on that last day, the 13th, did you?
No.
There's one final thing. following the death of your daughter on the 13th, on the 14th, did you have any communication with either Dr. Shokar or the hospital?
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
I called Dr. Shokar in the morning at about 8:30. And the purpose of my call was to ask him if we would have put Grace on a ventilator, would that have saved her? And he said, no, it would not have. And he's also said that in his deposition.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, so this is a good time to take the lunch break. Everybody shaking their head, yes. So members of the jury, we're gonna take a lunch break. The idea behind it will be, that 45-minute window, and I believe your food has arrived. So hopefully that'll work out for you. The plan this afternoon will be to do this cross-examination, and whenever that finishes, hopefully start another witness if we have time. But just so you can plan your evening, you'll be done at 4 o'clock or somewhere in that window of 4 o'clock, like we said. Thanks for your attention this morning. Remember not to have any discussions with anyone, including each other. The jury is excused. Mr. Sherry, you can step down. Okay, everyone can be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. We were about to have a sidebar and then that got canceled. So I don't think there's anything to make a record of other than whoever wants to bring up the issues before the cross-examination. But before we talk about cross, any issues with respect to what happened this morning on anything, Mr. Mendenhall?
No issues, Your Honor. Thank you.
Frank Koliak?
Placed on the record, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Guzzi? Okay. I think you said, Mr. Mendenhall, that you wanted to address some things.
Well, I can tell, obviously what happened with Cindy Schara yesterday. I'm anticipating that their cross, with everything that they've shown us, is going to be highly prejudicial and not relevant to why Grace died. And we have a nation that is divided, on all of these issues, including, all these political issues. And Mr. Schara has developed these views. I think he's been pretty clear about it, that his views developed after his daughter's death. They developed in part triggered by his daughter's death, but developed afterwards. Before his daughter went into that hospital, he trusted the medical profession. He trusted the hospitals. Every action he took showed that trust. And he trusted his daughter to St. Elizabeth's. But this is a highly inflammatory stuff that's going to come in if they're going to be talking about, his politics, and the other issues that I think are coming in.
Okay, so let's maybe be more specific. So my understanding is, first of all, I think there were like 9 items that you had listed in your motions in limiting to ask.
I don't have it in front of me, but you have it.
It's not all 9, Judge. It's not
Okay, so I'm familiar with those 9. And I think at the pretrial conference, we didn't discuss this, but you also didn't argue it in your motions in limiting. My understanding is all of those 9 are accurate, meaning it's not like they're fabricated or misconstrued, right?
They're not fabricated, no.
And so we're talking about true things.
That happened after the fact, yes.
That's right. Okay. So which ones are we talking about? Or
since Joe, come up here.
well, and you can stay back there. I can hear you.
So, Judge, it's not all of them. I understand your ruling was you denied all of them. The ones that we believe are to be unduly prejudicial
Okay.
before and the issue is before the words come out and before the transcript is read from. Okay, did you say that? Well, by the time that comes up, I'll give you an example. It's numbers 1, 2, and 4. The motions in limine 1, 2, and 4.
And
so,
which three are those?
politics, killing, and religion. Okay? So, for example, there's some deposition testimony, and because something was testified to in a deposition but objected to, which we're not going to call the judge on the phone at the deposition, Mr. Schara called. But here's an example. That's blue pilled, red pilled. Everybody knows what blue pilled and red pilled is, the blue and the red map about presidential election.
No, that's not,
Apparently
it's
you
not
don't.
accurate.
This is blue and red.
To say, to be honest, I'm not sure if I know what blue pill and red pill mean, and Mr. Frankowiak is saying it's something different.
Blue pill, red pill, and Mr. Schara explained it. It comes from the movie The Matrix. It has nothing to do with blue and red. He said it as deposition. It comes from if you take a blue pill or a red pill, it gives you a certain reality or something based on the movie The Matrix.
I'm not familiar with that movie either.
It's not a political thing. Mr. Schara said so in his deposition.
The red pills are the Republicans, the blue pills are the Democrats. If we're into blue pill, red pill, it becomes a country that's 50-50, a state that's 50-50, and it's about, are you a Republican or a Democrat? Similar things with religion. If there's going to be a question about religion, and again, this whole argument here, this is not something we want to happen in the presence of the jury once the question is asked about blue pill, red pill, or religion. And I understand Mr. Schara had referenced religion at some points in time. Praise God, he says. The good Lord did. But these are things that people in common parlance in Appleton, Wisconsin say. He didn't ask anybody to recite the Apostles' Creed. So if we're going to go down the line of religion, my request is, because Your Honor has already ruled on this, but at the same time, Your Honor said you're going to let it go to some point and then possibly cut it off. I think we need to say we're going to go to deposition page 481, and I'm going to ask you about that. But before the jury has read the testimony from page 481 out loud, we would like possibly to have to look at it and say, oh, this is blue pill, red pill, Judge. We need to come up and ask you.
Okay, so I think at a minimum, what I'd like is the deposition transcript. So do you have an extra copy? If you plan on using it, which I expect you are going to plan on using it.
Well, I have the originals. If I need to use them, I use them only if the witness gives me an answer that's different from what he testified to at his deposition.
And that's fair.
Judge, and I do have.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Cooper.
do have an extra copy. It was 3 volumes. We converted it into 1.
Okay. So I'll just have that for reference in case this comes up,
Okay.
and that's always nice to have.
I would object to being placed under restrictions in terms of having to reference a deposition page first. I think the proper way to do it is to ask a question, and then if there's an objection, I guess put it out there. But I prepared my cross-examination under the understanding that all of the plaintiff's motions in limine were denied, and that I would be able to cross-examine on those issues. They're all things that are true. They're all things that were said, published over the last 4 years. I'm not making any of them up. And they do go to what we've heard testimony here this morning. That
They go to what? Keep finishing.
they go to where he's coming from, where these allegations are coming from, whether it's distrust of the medical system, because there was stuff going on, even at the time it was distrust of the medical system, beliefs about allopathic medicine, things of that nature. These are all things that have his conclusions as to ventilators, or whether ventilators are dangerous in and of themselves. For example, like a statistic like 20 people come off the ventilator alive. He takes that to mean that ventilators are killing people, as opposed to just the sickest people go on those ventilators. That's very important to the case, and there will be experts who will talk about that. But that's important to understand. We've heard a lot of pseudo medical testimony this morning that was all gained from other sources from his research that he's done. I need to be able to explore that research, where it comes from, where he's getting it. Otherwise, it's going to be left with the jury that he's some kind of pseudo expert he's talking like an expert. Well, the cause of death was this, and the drugs caused that, and was an overdose this. He knows nothing other than what he's read, what my 20-year-old son could read on the internet.
Okay, let me just slow you down for a second. So something that and I know everybody else is raising their hands, so you'll all get your chance, but when I decided all of the motions in limine, I qualified all of them before I made any decision to say this can all change in the middle of trial. So, the argument about, I have my examination prepared, well, things change during trial. And I told you guys that. The second thing is when I denied all of the plaintiff's motions in limine, I said at some point it's going to be enough, and I don't know exactly when that's going to be. So, and I'm sure the transcript said that. So you probably knew you weren't going to go on for 4 hours about this stuff.
No,
okay.
not 4 hours. It's a portion.
So those are the rules that I kind of gave you back then, and those haven't changed. I think that what the plaintiff just said is politics, killing, and religion are different than what you just started talking about. So I think it is okay for you to cross-examine him on, earlier this morning, you testified to A. What is it that, where did you get that from? Does that make sense? So cross-examination is, I think, we start from what did the witness testify to in direct examination, and anything he said is fair game. That makes sense?
Yes, I understand. But anything he said in his deposition is also fair game.
I'm not sure about that because I wasn't at the deposition ruling on admissibility. And like Mr. Boylan said, when depositions happen, the idea is you just tell your witness to answer, preserve the objection, and then someday you have a chance to actually decide it, right? Because you don't have a judge sitting at a deposition deciding if it comes in or not.
Right.
And it's a discovery deposition. Discovery deposition has a different standard than admissibility. Fair? So discovery is much more wider, more open scope than admissibility. So right now I'm deciding admissibility issues, not discovery issues. So for example, at a discovery deposition, if you would have called me, I might have said, yeah, go ahead and answer. That doesn't mean it's admissible. Right?
Understood.
So let's not confuse the legal standard.
No, I had thought that we were dealing with those issues at the motion in limine stage, like when you object to bring it up during the cross or the examination of discovery, then that preserves it to be brought up at, say, the motion in limine stage.
Fair, or today. But so when you say, well, he testified to it at his deposition, that doesn't mean it's automatically admissible. Correct?
Oh, sure. If there's a legitimate objection to the particular question.
Okay. And so I think so let's go back to just basic rules. Anything he testified to on direct examination is fair game. None of my rulings are going to limit you on that. If you're going to get into other things outside of that direct examination, I do think there's opportunities to cross-examine people. I am going to allow you to do 1 through 9. But we're not getting into politics, right? And by politics, I'm talking Republican, Democrat. We're not going to ask them, are you Republican or Democrat? Correct?
It's no politics. I mean, I don't know what someone calls, if someone thinks the vaccine is a bioweapon, is that political? I mean, I don't know. That's a medical thing to me.
I don't think that's political.
Okay. See, and that's the kind of thing as we heard yesterday, that if you don't believe in COVID, I should be able to talk about that. If you believe the vaccine was a bioweapon, Grace wasn't vaccinated. Is that why? I mean, I thought that was fair. It has nothing to do with pushing a political viewpoint. I mean, I don't know if someone has a political viewpoint that's affected by vaccines. I mean, I guess that's not overtly political, and I'm not attempting to get political. The same thing with religion. I'm not asking questions based on religion, but some of his answers on his reasoning why he did or believes something is he just mentions it was because it was God's law or God's way or something. I mean, if that was an answer at a deposition, I'm not getting into religion. He's telling me that's why I feel that way, or that's why I did this, or that's why I believe this. That's the only way religion might come up, is if an answer was given. I'm not going to question him on his religious beliefs per se, but I just have questions about his beliefs and what he's written and told people in interviews. And his explanation to me was, well, I believe that because that's what God tells me, or something like that. It won't go any further than that.
I'm fine with that type of question and answer if you get into that. And I want the plaintiffs to know, I gave Mr. Schara a wide window to testify today. There were multiple objections, and I don't know if I overruled all of them, but most of them. And so I allowed him to espouse both what he felt, believed, knew at the time, along with what his beliefs are currently. Right? That all came out on direct without really any limitations. So it's, if those beliefs that he formed after the fact, defense has a right to cross-examine him on what he learned and how he learned it and how he formed those opinions or those beliefs and attack him on it.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
I'm asking if that, and I agree with Your Honor, just because something is in the deposition transcript doesn't mean it comes in at trial. So before one of these topics, politics, religion, or killing, murder, is asked about and read from a deposition transcript, would you say this in your deposition, that Your Honor have a chance to look at that page?
Well, we've already agreed that murder is not coming up, right?
Said killing about ventilation.
No, unless a question like, you believe the vaccine is a bioweapon aimed at causing harm or death or something, in general terms. I mean, if that's what he
fair.
said.
And it's going to be a case by case or question by question. So that's my ruling. And I don't know if that's, I'm granting it or denying it. We're just gonna have to wait and kind of get a feel.
I understand that, Judge, but the request is that topics comes up, Your Honor at least has the transcript to look at it before those words are read. Killing, politics,
Mention killing or murder, right?
No, not
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
That one's good. Politics, that's a vague term, but we're not gonna get into what somebody's political or religious beliefs are outside of the extent that they testify to them on direct examination. Or that those political or religious beliefs form the opinions that they offer today on direct examination.
fair enough.
Okay, so that's
Can
what I
just
intend to
add
do.
one thing, Judge?
Sure.
Thanks, because you've admitted that you don't know anything about the film that brought about red pill, blue pill.
Yeah.
You know,
And
it's called The Matrix, and
I won't go
The
home tonight
actor-
and watch it.
the actor Lawrence Fishburne was in a scene with Keanu Reeves, and he'd offered him 2 pills. One's a red pill, one's a blue pill. He said, it's your choice. You take this pill, you're going to go here, you're going to go there. That scene has morphed into the urban vernacular, so to speak, to become a political nomenclature.
So is anybody gonna mention red pill, blue pill?
I hadn't planned on it.
Okay,
Great.
Mr.
I
Guzzi,
need to know.
I may have brought up, I may have considered bringing up just a general question about.
Yeah, see, and it has a connotation, it has a political connotation.
I'm not telling you not to do it, but before you do it, let's have a sidebar on either the red pill, blue pill, or the Matrix. I thought you said in voir dire, Mr. Administrator, that you didn't watch TV.
It's a movie.
I
He
was
still goes
much
to the
younger.
movies.
Did with you for a little bit, but now all of a sudden you know Matrix.
Judge, just so you know, there's what, 3 of them? 4? 4 movies.
Okay, I didn't know that either.
Not bad to watch.
Okay.
I haven't watched TV either,
The
but
original.
I've got
The
3
original.
kids.
Well, that's.
There's also a black pill.
Judge, I have 3 children, young 20s. My son in the Army will tell you he's a red pill. My son that plays college football will tell you he's a red pill. My daughter who's in medicine program at Vanderbilt, she'll tell you she's a blue pill. And they know what this means, and it's to divide. What purpose of the question is to divide that jury.
Yeah.
I will not use, if I ask any questions about the Matrix, I will not use the term red pill, blue pill.
We'll use the term Matrix unless
Right.
we talk about it first. Okay. I mean, just like we're not gonna mention any other movie or show, right? So good, 12:35 on this clock. Is that I'm getting looked at, so how much time do you need?
Did you say 45 or 30?
What do you guys need?
Give an extra 10 minutes.
Sure, so 12:45 on this clock?
45.
Okay. Yeah, so 35 minutes from now. All right, thanks. come back in. Are we ready for that? All right, anyone in the back? That and
Yeah, we're trying to take
as people are coming in, if you could just try to be quiet. We're in court right now. Bring the jury in. All right, everyone, maybe seated. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Right before lunchtime, the plaintiff had finished their direct examination of Mr. Schara. Mr. Schara is on the witness stand. He's still under oath, and I'm going to turn it over to cross-examination attorney Frankowiak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Hold on. My mic wasn't working. Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please, at any point, if my mic goes out or if you can't hear me, let me know, okay?
I will.
You were earlier today, you were talking a little bit about, you recall speaking about the FLCCC and some protocols for COVID.
I do.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you had, I guess, discussed that or had learned about them through a doctor by the name of Sue Eichert.
That's correct.
Okay. As I understand it, Sue Eichert is a family friend, someone you went to high school with. I'm sorry. Oh.
That's right.
Okay. And Sue Eichert, as I understand it, is a chiropractor, true?
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe she's also a nurse practitioner.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned at your deposition that she might be a registered nurse or an LPN, which is a licensed practical nurse, but you weren't sure about that, true?
That's true.
Okay. You did not, for example, talk to Dr. Nordstrom about perhaps what would be appropriate for, in terms of a COVID treatment or preventative regimen for her patient, Grace, true?
Cindy talked with Dr. Nordstrom's office the morning or early afternoon or morning of the 6th of October. She never talked with Dr. Nordstrom herself.
Okay. And Dr. Nordstrom, you never talked to Dr. Nordstrom about the FLCCC protocols in terms of whether they would be appropriate for Grace, true?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you ever become aware at any point that the doctors who founded the FLCC had their board certifications revoked?
I'm not sure which doctors are the founders of FLCCC.
Now, I just want to understand, I believe earlier you said that in your testimony today, if we had relied only on God, Grace would be here today. Is that something that you believe as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you also testified earlier today, if we had never monitored her oxygen saturations on or about October 6th, Grace would be here today. Is that something you believe as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. I believe we also talked, or you mentioned briefly in your testimony today, the events of October 10th, we'll talk a little bit about those as I go on, but you had mentioned a security guard or someone you believe to be a security guard who came with you and walked you to your car that day. Is that true? Okay. Had you ever seen that security guard before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen that security guard since?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any, or strike that, when you saw that security guard most recently, was that at his deposition?
Yes.
Okay. You attended his deposition on October 16th, true?
I don't recall the day.
Okay. If his transcript indicates that you were in attendance on his deposition on October 16th of 2024, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I would not.
Okay. So if you were in attendance, you would have heard what he had to say at that deposition, true?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that at that deposition, he was asked the question, did you tell him that he should escalate the situation at the hospital? And his answer was no. Do you recall hearing that?
I recall a version of that. Could you just read it right out of the transcript?
Yes. The question posed by your counsel to the security guard, Mr. Cleansing, was, did you tell him that he should escalate the situation at the hospital? And his answer was no. Do you recall that testimony?
Your Honor, this thing, I got it right up here. It's just not working. I do now.
Do you have any reason to doubt that that was indeed his sworn testimony at deposition when he was asked that question?
No.
Okay. Mr. Schara, you have no formal education or training in the medical field. Would that be true?
Could you define the word formal?
Yes. You have no education or training, for example, through medical school or a formal plan of study, true?
I don't know what plan of study means.
Okay. How about this? Have you ever attended medical school?
No.
Do you have any formal training or education in the legal field, for example, through a law school?
No.
Do you have any degree, certification, or license in any medical field?
No.
Have you ever held yourself out as a physician or a nurse?
No.
Okay. You've never held a license to practice professionally in Wisconsin as either a physician or a nurse, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You have never held yourself out as a specialist in the field of infectious disease, true?
That's correct.
You have also never held yourself out as a specialist in the field of pharmacy or pharmacology, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You have never held yourself out as a specialist in the medical field of toxicology, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You have never held yourself out as an expert on the treatment of COVID-19, true?
That's correct.
You have never been employed professionally in any area of medicine or nursing, true?
That's correct.
Okay. I would like to, if I may approach, Your Honor. Okay. I will hand you a copy of a document that we have marked as Exhibit 413. Have that document in front of you?
I do.
Oh.
Sorry. It just does not. It's intermittent.
Understood. Have you seen this document before?
I have.
Okay. This would be the official public record document that sets forth the cause of Grace Schara's death, true?
That's correct.
Okay. I would move the document into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, so 413 is received.
Okay. This document identifies Grace Schara's cause of death as acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia due to or as a consequence of COVID-19 pneumonia, does it not?
That's correct.
Okay. You cannot challenge the accuracy of this cause of death determination because you are not trained to make medical diagnoses, true?
I'm challenging it by this lawsuit.
Okay. But the question specifically, sir, is you cannot challenge the accuracy of this cause of death determination because you are not trained to make medical diagnoses.
Also challenge it because the doctor who was involved with Grace's care at the end is the one who signed the death certificate.
Okay. Sir, are you trained to make medical diagnoses?
I am not.
Okay. You have never filled out a document, formal document, for example, a cause of death for any individual, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You would agree that only a physician is empowered to prescribe medication?
Objection, that's just not true.
I have no, oh, I'm sorry.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I have no idea who can prescribe medications.
Okay. As a non-physician, you would defer to a qualified physician on the question of the appropriateness of the prescription of medications, including Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine, true?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Okay. Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm going to retrieve Mr. Schara, if I may I approach Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you 3 sealed copies of various portions of your deposition. Please feel free to reference those as we go along as necessary. I would like if you could open up the second one, the
thicker one?
Yes, I believe it might be the 16th, the one that's dated May 16th. I would like to refer to page 357 of that volume of your deposition. Let me know when you're there.
Say the page again, please.
357. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. As a little background, you provided a deposition in this case and you gave that deposition under oath, true?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, the deposition lasted over several sessions, 3 separate sessions, true?
That's true.
Okay. And all of your testimony given under oath at that time was true to your knowledge, true?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. On the top of page 357, starting at line number 4, I asked the following question. Okay, would you defer to a competent physician as to the appropriateness of the ordering of Precedex, lorazepam, or morphine for a given patient? Your answer at line 8 was, I would.
Objection, Your Honor. He's taking this out of context, starting at a very particular part. There's a completeness issue here.
So you can clear that up and redirect.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the objection's overruled.
Did I read that correctly?
Is that lines 4 through 7?
That is lines 4 through 8, correct?
You read it correctly.
Okay. Likewise, you also would defer to a competent nurse or other qualified healthcare provider as to the question of the appropriateness of the administration of Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine for a given patient. True?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
The reason I answered yes to both those questions is because of the word competent.
Okay. Thank you, sir. As an individual, or strike that, you gave deposition testimony in this lawsuit. The first 2 times were on the 15th and 16th of May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. You testified at that deposition under oath, again, just as you're doing here today, true?
Yes.
At that deposition, you told me that you had multiple purposes in filing the instant lawsuit, true?
Yes. Sorry, the mic again.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Is there a page number?
Yeah. What's that? Yes, page 14.
Is that on the May 15th one?
I'm not referencing the deposition right now. I'm just
Okay.
asking questions.
All right, thank you.
The first purpose that you identified to me at your deposition was the repentance of the individuals involved, true?
Yes.
When I asked you to explain at your deposition what you meant by the term repentance, you told me that repentance means turning away from your sin, true?
Yes.
You also told me at your deposition that you believe the medical care rendered by the providers in Grace's case was a sin, true?
Yes.
You told me at your deposition that another purpose of the lawsuit was to shed light on evil, true?
Yes.
I asked you at your deposition what you meant by that, and you responded, evil is anything, it's the opposite of God. So anything that's not motivated by God is evil, true?
True.
Okay. You believe that the care rendered to Grace Schara at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021 was not motivated by God and was therefore evil, true?
I'm going to interpose an objection. This has nothing to do with why Grace died.
It's also a violation of proper cross-examination given the testimony on direct examination. So the objection's overruled. You remember the question?
Yeah, could you please repeat it?
Certainly. You believe that the care rendered to Grace Schara at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021 was not motivated by God and was therefore evil.
I have developed that opinion subsequent to Grace's death.
Okay. You told me that the fourth reason for your lawsuit is to have Grace's death certificate changed to what you termed as the truth, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As we have seen, the official death certificate for your daughter Grace identifies her death as having been the result of acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia due to or as a consequence of COVID-19 pneumonia. Though you are not a physician, you contend that Grace's death was caused by something other than COVID-19 pneumonia, true?
That's true.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about some of your research. You mentioned a little earlier in your testimony today that you've done a lot of research since Grace's death, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Following Grace's death, in fact, you told me at your deposition that you have become a full-time activist and researcher, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Since Grace's death, you have appeared, you estimated, on 900 plus shows or podcasts, true?
Same objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Yes.
Okay. You are the owner of a pond management company as well, true?
Yes,
Okay. Since Grace's death, however, you have directed no more than 2 or 3 hours per week to the running of that company, true?
that's true.
Instead, all of your time since the commencement of this lawsuit has been spent pursuing the lawsuit, doing media interviews, and researching, true?
That's not true.
Okay. Okay. If you would open up the for volume 1 from May 15th, which is the second of the 3 volumes that I handed you recently.
Could you please give me the page number again?
Yes, certainly. Page 24.
Okay, I'm open to that page.
Okay, I would like to start at line 9. Okay. There's an answer that you gave at line 9 that says, I invest about 25% of my time in this lawsuit. I spend about 25% of my time doing media interviews and about 50% of my time doing research. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And with my remedial math skills, I add 25 plus 25 plus 50 would equal 100% of your time. Did I do my math correctly?
You did.
Okay, thank you.
My answer was incorrect then,
Okay.
because I didn't account for eating and sleeping.
Okay. After Grace's death, you began conducting research, true?
Yes,
This is what was occupying approximately 50% of your time, according to the answer you gave me at your deposition, true?
but can you say that again? I
Yes.
missed the first part.
This research is what you had indicated to me at your deposition that you spent 50% of your time upon, true?
That's correct.
Okay. At your deposition, I asked you what it is that you devoted your time to researching. Do you recall that?
Do you mean where do I specifically invest the time researching?
Well, you told me at your deposition when I asked you to what you devote your time researching, and your response was, it depends on what doors God has been opening up, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Your research started with looking at Grace's medical records, true?
That's correct.
Then your research moved to looking at disabled people who died in hospitals, true?
Yes, it did.
Then your research went to, as you described it in your deposition, the deeper evil agenda behind what we are experiencing, true?
That's true.
At your deposition, I asked you to elaborate upon what you meant by the term deeper evil that we are experiencing. And you told me that the war between Satan and God started a long time ago and it's ongoing today. And Satan wants our souls, so that's the evil battle, true?
I just want a clarification, Your Honor, at what page we're looking at.
Sure. Why we're referencing a deposition. So I think we do it only to impeach, meaning if he gives you a different answer today.
Correct. I'm not referencing, I'm just asking the question right now.
With, sounded like he's reading it, yeah. I just want to read along.
It's Mr. Mendenhall's witness, so we'll, I understood that you were referring to a deposition, so the objection sustained. If you can ask it a different way.
Sir, if you would reference page 34 of your deposition. Let me know when you're there.
And I think to sustain the objection, what I meant to say is, I don't think you can just read deposition transcripts unless you're impeaching him.
Well, this is just testimony that he gave at his deposition.
The question now in front of the jury. And if he gives you an answer that you think is inconsistent with prior testimony, then you use the deposition to impeach him.
That's correct.
Okay, but you haven't asked him this question yet.
No, I understood that the objection had been to my just reading the question. I'm happy to just read the question again and wait for the answer.
I'm going to just say it a third time. So I want you to close the deposition transcript. We're not going to refer to the deposition transcript unless you're using it to impeach a witness. Does that make sense? So we don't show up in front of a jury trial and just read to them the deposition testimony. Okay, so let's not do that.
Sir, your research went from looking at disabled people who died in hospitals to the subject of how big this entire situation is worldwide, true?
That's true.
Okay. You told me at your deposition that what you were referring to as a worldwide agenda, excuse me, you have referred to a worldwide agenda to implement population control in some of your interviews, true?
So what is the question?
The question is, sir, you have referred to something called a worldwide agenda to implement population control in some of the interviews you have given, true?
I have.
Okay. One tentacle of this worldwide agenda to implement population control is abortion?
That's correct.
Okay. The organization that has this type of worldwide agenda, you told me, or excuse me, you have told me, or you have said in previous interviews that the agenda grows out of Satan, true?
I'm going to object again. Just it's not relevant to why Grace died.
Okay. You have done research as to the groups that are implanting this population reduction agenda, true?
Is the question?
I'm going to object again. I mean, this has been asked. He's gone pretty far down this pathway. It's not relevant to why Grace died. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ask the question, please.
Yes. You have researched which groups are the ones tagged with implementing this population reduction agenda that you discussed in your research?
I have not researched the groups.
You established a website after Grace's death dedicated to Grace in approximately 2022.
That's correct.
You use that website to publish articles that you write regarding your research.
That is one of the purposes of the website.
Okay. You avoid consulting mainstream media sources, including CNN, ABC, NBC, and the New York Times, etc., when doing your research, true?
I don't avoid them, but in general, I don't use them as sources until I have vetted what they are saying.
That is because these mainstream media sources include mainstream media papers, magazines, and television stations?
I don't understand the question.
I will rephrase it, sir. These mainstream media sources that you do not use include mainstream papers, magazines, and television?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
In general, yes.
Okay. You avoid these mainstream sources because of who owns them, true?
The ownership is part of it. It is the vetting of the information that is more important than the ownership.
Okay. Instead, you conduct your research primarily on alternative sources located on the internet, true?
The internet and published books.
Okay. In addition to a website set up on behalf of Grace, you also set up a fundraising apparatus through GoFundMe in order to raise money for the website you created, true?
No,
Okay. If you could refer to page 36 of that first volume.
I'm there.
Okay. I'm referencing line 16. The question is as follows. Okay, following Grace's death, did you participate in setting up any fundraising endeavors premised upon her death? Do you see where I'm reading?
I see it.
Okay. The answer was yes. The following question was okay, one of which I understand is a GoFundMe campaign. Were you involved in that? Your answer was yes. True?
Correct.
Okay. Money raised by this fundraising endeavor on GoFundMe was intended to fund the financing of billboards, media, and public relations efforts for Grace's website. True?
Objection, rule of completeness, it's out of context, but
Ruled and
I'm not following you anymore. It looks like you skipped
No.
lines 23.
I'm not referencing the deposition anymore. You can close the deposition.
Oh, okay. The reason I answered
Well,
no to your,
just wait
Oh.
until the next question.
I'm sorry.
The money raised by this fundraising endeavor on GoFundMe was intended to fund the financing of billboards, media, and public relations efforts for Grace's website. True?
No,
Okay.
I keep saying no because you say for the funding of Grace's website, we have a nonprofit corporation and that's where the funds go.
Thank you. Your GoFundMe fundraising efforts were eventually shut down by the website. True?
No,
Okay. If you could go to page 37 of your deposition, please. Okay. Are you there?
I am.
Line 13 was an answer. There would be. The GoFundMe doesn't let us have access anymore, but before it was shut down, you know, did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
Because you keep referencing the website and GoFundMe. I don't know what GoFundMe is specifically, but GoFundMe did not shut down our website.
No, the GoFundMe campaign was shut down on the grounds that you were spreading misinformation, correct?
objection, Your Honor.
An answer?
I can't answer for sure why the GoFundMe was shut down. If there's something in my deposition that says that I knew at the time, just please let me know. I'm glad to acknowledge it.
Yes, why don't you go to page 38 and it will go on to page 39. I will start at line 22 at the bottom of page 38. The question at that point was, you said it's no longer active or it was shut down. Is that true? Answer, yes. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
The next question was, why was it shut down? And the answer is on the following page, page 39, starting at line 1. Your answer was, I can't answer for certain. They sent us an email saying they're shutting us down. The next question was, and what did they say?
I'm
Why-
sorry, I'm confused. What's being shut down, Your Honor? I just trying to track.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna be allowed to clear it up. Thank you. So keep going, Mr. Frankowiak.
The next question is, and what did they say? Why did they say they were shutting it down? Your answer was, I'd have to look at the email. I believe I published it on Grace's website. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
The following question was, Was it because you were spreading misinformation? Your answer was, I believe that's the case. Did I read that correctly?
You did. That's exactly why I answered no, because I still don't remember. I'd have to look at the website.
Okay. Grace attended a public concert in Oshkosh with you and your wife on September 25th of 2021, true?
I can't confirm the date.
Okay. Grace attended a public concert in Oshkosh with you and your wife sometime in September of 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. The concert was held in an indoor venue with about 1,000 people present.
I have no idea as to the number.
Okay. At that time, you were aware that the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus was prevalent, true?
I can't answer that because I don't remember.
Okay. If you could look at page 48 of your deposition.
4-8.
Page 48, 4-8.
We're still on volume 1, is that right?
Still volume 1, that's correct. Okay.
I'm set.
Okay, starting at line 6, the question was, okay. And at that time, were you aware at that time that the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus was particularly prevalent or spreading amongst the populace? Answer was, at that time. Question, yes. Answer, yes. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. By September 28th of 2021, Grace had begun exhibiting symptoms of a viral illness that you describe as cold symptoms, true?
Dating because I don't know that it was a viral illness, but she had cold symptoms.
Okay. You treated Grace at home, I believe you testified earlier today, starting on or about October 1st of 2021 with supplements and ivermectin as recommended by the FLCCC?
That's correct.
Your wife administered to Grace an FLCCC recommended treatment scheme involving a nebulizer solution of saline and hydrogen peroxide? True?
You would have to ask Cindy that question.
Okay. You did not take Grace to see a physician until October 6th of 2021?
From what date to what date?
Until October 6th.
But from date of birth until October 6th, I don't understand the context.
From the time that your daughter began experiencing symptoms.
We did an online video call with Dr. Tracy Page of Appleton sometime between when Grace started experiencing symptoms and October 6th.
And as I recall, the purpose for that was to obtain a prescription for the medication ivermectin, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You did not take her to see any other physician other than obtaining that ivermectin prescription until October 6th, true?
That's correct.
On October 6th, Grace was having trouble with her oxygenation saturations, true?
Would you say that again, please?
Sure. On October 6th of 2021, Grace was having trouble with her oxygenation saturations?
I'm asking you to repeat because of the word trouble. So, I mean, her oxygen saturation had dropped to between 87 and 91%.
And that was concerning to you, true?
It was concerning to us.
Okay. I think you testified earlier today that you first took Grace to urgent care and then to the emergency department at St. Elizabeth Hospital?
That's correct.
In the ER, a chest CT showed evidence of COVID, true?
I think they said it was infiltrates. I don't know what they called it then.
Okay. If you could flip to page 68 of your deposition, please, at the very end. Let me know when you're there, okay?
I'm there.
Okay, it's on line 25. It's the beginning of the question that goes on to the next page, page 69. The question begins as follows. Okay, but this document also notes that CT did demonstrate pneumonia and focal areas of consolidation. Was that explained to you? Your answer was, it was. They called it COVID pneumonia, not bacterial pneumonia. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was something that was, you were informed of in the ER, true?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you testified it was recommended that Grace be admitted to the hospital, and you agreed to admit her if you were permitted to stay with her in her room, true?
Yes.
While in Grace's room, you declined to wear personal protective equipment, true?
I had the permission of Dr. Baum.
The question, though, is that you declined to wear it, true?
I'm not sure the answer to that question.
Okay. By your observation, each of the nurses who entered Grace's room while you were present in the hospital were wearing PPE when they entered the room, true?
I believe so.
Okay. Your daughter Jessica also wore PPE when she was in Grace's room later on during Grace's hospitalization, true?
The hospital made that a condition of Jessica replacing me.
Okay. I think you testified on October 7th while in Grace's room in the hospital, you witnessed an episode of agitation that required the temporary use of bed restraints for Grace, true?
That's true.
Your observation at that time was that Grace was thrashing around, true?
That's true.
Okay. You understood that addressing this agitation at that time was necessary in order to help Grace to maintain her oxygen saturations, true?
You're saying was addressing the agitation necessary? Is that the question?
That is correct.
Yes, addressing the agitation was necessary. Especially, well, you said the reason I'm qualifying this is because I want to emphasize at that time.
Okay. Despite the fact that you were present in the room with her on October 7th, I believe you testified that you were unable to stop Grace from thrashing about, true?
That's correct.
I believe you also indicated that Grace calmed at one point and the temporary restraints were removed, true?
That's correct.
Okay. While in the hospital with Grace beginning on October 6th and through October 10th, you had discussions with several doctors regarding treatment options for Grace's COVID? True?
Can you define the term treatment options?
You discussed potential medications used in the treatment of COVID, true?
The only medication discussed relative to the treatment of COVID was tocilizumab.
Okay. That was my next question. You recall that one medication suggested for Grace by one of her treating physicians was a medicine known as tocilizumab, true?
Yes.
You researched that medication after it was suggested by one of Grace's doctors, and based upon that research, you declined to permit the physicians to administer. You also, I believe, testified that you had some conversations with physicians in the hospital about the potential use of a ventilator, true?
That's true.
Okay. As a result of one of your discussions with Dr. Murata, I believe you testified that you began researching the use of ventilators for breathing support while you were in the hospital room with Grace, true?
That's correct.
You had no experience or expertise in ventilators prior to conducting research in the hospital in October of 2021, true?
That's correct. Can you say that question again? I just want to make sure I answered it correctly.
You had no experience or expertise on ventilators prior to conducting research in the hospital in October of 2021, true?
I would have had some experience because we've had family members that had ventilators for a short time for open heart surgery and things like that.
Okay. While you researched ventilators in the hospital, you were aware as of October 8th that Grace's treating physicians had expressed to you that they were worried should Grace's condition worsen, that the only option left would be intubation, true?
You say that question again?
Yes. While you researched ventilators in the hospital, you were aware as of October 8th that Grace's treating physicians had expressed to you that they were worried should Grace's condition worsen, that the only option left would be intubation, true?
So the treating physicians would be Dr. Baum and Dr. Schokar. Dr. Baum had said on October 8th, isn't a 20% chance better than no chance? He subsequently followed up with that. I can't tell you the date, probably on the 9th. I just remember the 8th because it was after Dr. Murata, referencing if we wanted to approve a ventilator just in case. And then the other two conversations were with Dr. Schokar, which I went through in my testimony this morning.
Okay. If you could reference page 131 of your deposition transcript, please.
Is that volume 1?
Volume 1, correct. I will reference line 20 when you get there.
It's, 131.
Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. There's a reference to Dr. Baum, a conversation with Dr. Baum, starting on line 17. You mentioned Dr. Baum on line 18. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. My follow-up question starting at line 20 is as follows. But you were aware, that's what I'm trying to understand, is that you did not deny that this conversation occurred. And thus you were aware as of the morning of October 8th that this was a worrisome situation for your daughter's providers, and that they were relating to you that if she should continue to worsen, we may reach a point where the only thing left that you would have that would potentially help her would be intubation. Did you understand that? Your answer was as follows. I would think that's consistent with the perspective he was coming from at that point. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, at that point was literally the morning of the 8th when Dr. Murata said, you need to put your daughter on a ventilator in the next 2 hours because of the blood gas draw that was done while Grace was in a high stress situation the evening before.
Okay. Sir, you determined based upon your research that you did not want Grace intubated or placed on a ventilator, and that decision never changed during the course of Grace's hospitalization, true?
Could you please repeat the question?
Certainly. You determined based upon your research that you did not want Grace intubated or placed on a ventilator, and that decision never changed during the course of Grace's hospitalization, true?
Asking for Grace to be with a pre-authorization for a ventilator at that point was the equivalent of asking somebody for a pre-authorization for a leg amputation and they just have a sprained ankle.
Volume
Okay.
2.
Okay, line 23 on page 241 is a question which reads as follows. Okay, and that, you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you give me the page and line number one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes. Page 241, line 23.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and it says question, okay, and that note indicates that you did not want intubation. And had that been your position up to that time? Beginning on page 242, your answer was correct. Did I read that correctly?
What does up to that time mean?
Okay, well, did I read that correctly first, sir?
You did.
Okay, the follow-up question was as follows, and it remained, in fact, your position up until, all the way up until the passing, up to and including the passing of your daughter. Answer, correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but it's completely out of context. This is in the context of the sprained ankle, and Mr. Goosey did a really fantastic job during my third day of depositions, having me explain what that meant.
And I'm certain Mr. Goosey will be very pleased to hear that.
Thank you, Mr. Schara.
You're welcome.
You concluded as a result of your research in the hospital that a ventilator was not an appropriate treatment for COVID and that it was not a tool that should be used for grace. True?
I'm sorry, one more time repeating.
Yes. You concluded as a result of your research in the hospital that a ventilator was not an appropriate treatment for COVID and that it was not a tool that should be used for grace. True?
In general, that's true.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the morning of Sunday, October 10th. That morning, I believe you've testified, Nurse Allison Barkholtz entered Grace's room and indicated to you that you would have to leave the hospital premises that morning. True?
She said I needed to leave immediately.
Okay. Nurse Barkholtz gave you several reasons as to why she was making this request of you. True?
She did.
Okay. And I believe you testified one of those reasons was that she understood that you had been shutting off certain alarms in Grace's room.
That's correct.
Okay. And another reason that she had explicitly told you that morning was that she suspected you were symptomatic for COVID-19. True?
That's true.
You had indeed been shutting off alarms in Grace's room prior to the morning of October 10th. True?
I'd never shut off an alarm.
Okay. If you could go to page 171 of your deposition, please.
Volume 2.
I believe that's volume 1. Oh, wait, no, that's volume 2. Yes,
171.
that's correct. Line 15. Okay, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. The question put to you on line 15 was, did you actually shut off any alarms? Your answer was yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
The shutting off was not the right context because you can't shut off the alarm. Or maybe you could.
Okay.
I just reset them. Those of you who have been in a hospital understand, you know, these
Sir,
alarms
there's
are.
no question pending. There's no question pending. I just asked if that was what you said.
It is.
Thank you. You had indeed been shutting off alarms in Grace's room prior to the morning of October 10th as well. True?
I was resetting them.
Okay. You cannot identify any specific nurse who allegedly taught you how to shut off any alarms or reset them in Grace's room. True?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, you said that you attended the depositions of the doctors and the nurses who have been taken in this case. True?
That's true.
And none of those nurses who were deposed by your counsel indicated that they ever instructed you on how to disable or turn off an alarm. True?
They would not have instructed me how to disable or shut off. They instructed me how to reset.
Okay. And not one of them testified that they ever instructed you how to reset an alarm. True?
I would have to search the depositions to answer that question.
You turned off substantially more than 2 alarms over a period of October 7th, October 8th, and October 9th of 2021. True?
I reset substantially more, yes.
Okay. You cannot say what those alarms were for or what you were turning off or resetting in Grace's room prior to October 10th, true?
All I can say is the ones that the nurse or nurses showed me, that they called them non-essential alarms. So they allowed me to reset those until they had a chance to come in the room.
Okay. And which nurses were those? Please give me a name and a date.
I cannot do that.
Okay.
The date would have been October 7th.
Grace herself never complained to you about the alarms going off in her room, true?
That was one of my responsibilities as an advocate.
Okay. In other words, she never complained to you about the alarms going off in her room, true?
I beat her to the punch.
Okay. Sir, just so we have a record, please, if you could answer the question. Grace herself never complained to you about the alarms going off in her room, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You understood as of the morning of October 10th of 2021 that the nurses in the ICU were there to monitor Grace and other patients, true?
That's true.
You do not understand what a pump alarm is, true?
That's correct.
Okay. At the time that you were turning off or resetting the alarms in Grace's room, you did not know what medications were being administered to Grace through the IV pumps in her room as of October 10th, true?
That's correct.
Okay. No nurse ever explained to you which alarms, if any, were non-essential, true?
Do you mean, did they give me a description of the non-essential alarms? They just, if that's the question, they just showed me which ones I could take responsibility to reset.
Okay. If you could reference 180 of your deposition testimony, please. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. Line 15, the question posed is as follows. Okay. And did they explain to you what these alarms were or why they were quote unquote non-essential? Your answer was no. Did I read that correctly?
Yes. Isn't that what I just answered?
Okay. The nursing staff in the hospital had told you that the alarms going off in the room are not duplicated outside of the room and that the alarms must go off in order for proper monitoring to occur, true?
Not quite understand. Can you say the question again, please?
Sure. The nursing staff in the hospital told you that alarms going off in the room are not duplicated outside of the room and that the alarms must go off in order for proper monitoring to occur. True?
I would say that's true. Yes.
Okay. Prior to October 10th of 2021, you disabled or reset various alarms in Grace's room that you cannot identify despite knowing that they are not duplicate alarms and that they were necessary for nurses in order to render care for Grace. True?
I don't know what the term various means. I mean, I could have just been resetting the same alarm over and over. I'm not sure.
Okay. Sir, if you could reference page 183 of your deposition, please. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, starting at line 9, the following question was posed. Okay, and you disabled or turned off various alarms that you can't identify today, despite knowing that they were not duplicate alarms, and in fact, they were necessary for the nurses to understand or to be able to render care to your daughter. Answer, yes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I thought I already agreed to that.
Prior to October 10th of 2021, you believed that the nurses were talking down to you, true?
Give me the dates again, please.
Prior to October 10th of 2021, you believed that one or more nurses were talking down to you, true?
Yes.
You did not believe the nurses were following your recommendations and suggestions appropriately, true?
Yes, I testified about that this morning.
Because you believe that the nurses were not adequately following your recommendations and suggestions, you concluded from that that they were looking down on you and talking down to you, true?
Objection asked and answered.
One of the reasons Allison Barcodes gave you as you testified for asking you to leave the hospital was that they understood you to be exhibiting signs of COVID, true?
That's correct.
Same objection, but answered, yeah.
Okay. You admit that you were indeed symptomatic with signs of a viral illness on the morning of October 10th, true?
Objection. There's no foundation for viral illness.
I was symptomatic with something.
Okay. You concede that your physical symptoms had actually begun several days earlier on or about October 7th of 2021, true?
Same objection asked and answered.
That's correct.
Okay. You had your own supply of COVID supplements recommended by the FLCCC doctors, and you began taking these supplements in the hospital after you began experiencing symptoms starting on October 7th, true?
I believe so.
Okay. You were in fact formally diagnosed with a COVID-19 infection several days after October 10th, true?
That's true.
You were hospitalized yourself for several days after Grace's passing in order to receive treatment for your own case of COVID-19, true?
I was hospitalized on October 16th and left on the 19th.
Okay. And your own hospital records reveal a diagnosis of COVID, true?
I did not get the hospital records for my stay.
Okay. Is it your testimony today that you did not or did not believe yourself as having been diagnosed with COVID?
Could you please repeat the question?
Is it your testimony as you sit here today that you do not believe you were ever diagnosed with COVID following Grace's passing?
No, I believe I was diagnosed.
Do you believe that as you sit here today that you were diagnosed with the COVID-19 infection?
I do.
You wrote a letter to St. Elizabeth Hospital approximately 2 weeks after Grace passed away, true?
Yes.
In that letter, you conceded that you had been hospitalized for COVID yourself shortly after Grace passed away.
If you could show me the letter, it would be helpful.
Okay. In that letter, do you recall writing that on your first evening in the hospital, you believed that you had a 50-50 chance of survival that night?
If you could show me the letter, I mean, I'm glad to acknowledge it.
Okay. Okay. Now, before leaving the hospital on the morning of October 10th of 2021, you were part of a discussion involving Nurse Allison and your wife over the telephone about setting up virtual visitation so that you and your wife could remain in contact with Grace and the hospital staff throughout the day on October 10th. True?
The conversation was about virtual contact. It was not restricted to October 10th. We thought it was going to be virtual contact until Jessica got into the room.
So you do acknowledge that you had that conversation with Allison before you left? Okay.
Sorry, I do.
Okay. You asked at that time for a contact phone number and requested that a transition plan be put in place for someone to take your place at the hospital. True?
Yes.
Okay. Allison also gave you the second floor phone number for the unit that Grace was on?
Yeah, that's an interesting question because I tried that phone number and I could never get through.
Okay. You also ended up using an alternative number to that phone number, true?
I believe so.
Okay. Allison also gave you her own number?
I don't believe so.
Okay. If you could reference the document I just handed you on page 5, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. The first line indicates that Allison gave me the second floor phone number. Do you see that?
The first, you're on page 5.
Oh yeah. Go down to the 4th paragraph and the first line says Allison.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Allison gave me the second floor phone number. True?
Yes.
Okay. And then the third line down in that same paragraph, she also gave me her number. Did I read that
It
correct?
says, the second line, it says it's important for you to know that most of the time that line is a busy signal when called. So we ended up using an alternative number.
Right. And that is something you've already testified to, sir, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the next line is she also gave me her number. True?
Yes.
Okay. So you were given several numbers to call before you left the hospital that day. True?
I'm relooking because I think we were only given the 831-8660 number
Okay.
when we left the hospital. I think the other numbers were after the fact.
Okay. After you returned home on the morning of October 10th, you did indeed receive 3 different virtual visitation contacts from Grace's treating nurse during the afternoon and evening of October 10th. True?
I think they were, I don't know that there was any in the evening. There was 3 calls though.
Okay. The following day, October 11th, was a Monday, and your daughter Jessica was able to enter the hospital to take your place at Grace's bedside that afternoon. True?
Jess was able to do so at 2:50 in the afternoon after our attorney negotiated with the hospital attorney.
Okay. And at the time you were asked to leave the hospital on October 10th, I think you've also testified that you would have had the authority to have Grace discharged from the hospital at that time if you wished. True?
My perception at that time is I had the authority.
Okay. Now, after leaving the hospital on the morning of October 10th, you were involved in all subsequent communications with hospital staff remotely from your home. True?
Could you please repeat the question?
Sure. After leaving the hospital on the morning of October 10th, you were involved in all subsequent communications with hospital staff remotely from your home. True?
Not true.
Okay. If you could flip to page 236 of your deposition, please. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Going down to line 11, you were answering a question there. The question before that, this is on the morning of the 12th. 10:14 roughly, your answer was, I was involved with every single conversation other than every call that we had with doctors while I was home on a speakerphone, other than the call with Dr. Baum. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's why I answered no, because there was a call I wasn't. That was the one with Dr. Baum.
Okay, so other than a single call with Dr. Baum, you were involved in all subsequent communications with hospital staff remotely from your home?
That's correct.
Okay. Starting on October 11th and throughout the day from October 12th through October 13th, your oldest daughter, Jessica, was present at Grace's bedside in the hospital. True?
One more time, I'm sorry, I wasn't following.
Sure. Starting on October 11th and then later throughout the day on October 12th and October 13th, your oldest daughter, Jessica, was at Grace's bedside in the hospital. True?
No.
Yes. On the day of October 12th, starting in the morning, all the way up until the time of Grace's passing on the 13th, your daughter Jessica was at Grace's bedside in the hospital. True?
Starting at just before noon at 11 o'clock on the 12th, Jessica was there until Grace's passing.
And Jessica, while at Grace's bedside, had a telephone and was able to stay in contact with you throughout the time that she was with Grace. True?
I presume so.
Okay. Jessica acted as your eyes in the hospital at Grace's bedside. True?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what you mean by acted as our eyes.
You trusted Jessica to be there for Grace, and you believe she did a fantastic job of keeping you up to date. True?
Yes.
Your wife, Cindy Schara, was the designated power of attorney for healthcare for your daughter Grace. True?
She was.
Okay. Your name and that of your daughter Jessica also appear on that document. True?
That's correct.
Okay. Your wife, Cindy, yourself, and Jessica were all willing and able to serve as powers of attorney for Grace in October of 2021. True?
No.
Okay. Your wife, Cindy, was willing and able to serve as a power of attorney for healthcare for your daughter, Grace, in October of 2021. True?
No.
Okay. Your wife, Cindy, was involved in the phone calls that were made by Grace's providers to your home after you were asked to leave the hospital. True?
That's a two-part question. The answer is yes, she was involved with every single conversation, but no, I was not asked to leave the hospital. I was told I had to leave the hospital.
Sir, you were willing and able to serve as Grace's POA in October of 2021, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You yourself were not removed as a power of attorney for Grace as of October of 2018?
Do you mean was I legally removed as power of attorney?
Prior to October of 2018, had Grace ever signed a document legally removing your name from her power of attorney document?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure what 2018 has to do with anything.
For 2021. Let me re-ask the question. Prior to October of 2021, had Grace ever executed any document legally removing you from her power of attorney document?
She did not.
Okay. Prior to October of 2021, had Grace ever executed a document to remove your wife, Cindy, as her power of attorney for healthcare?
She did not.
Okay. Your wife, Cindy, was willing to serve as the power attorney for healthcare?
She was, I'm sorry.
She was also able to serve as a power of attorney for healthcare in October of 2021, true?
She was willing but not able.
Okay. Why was she unable?
She was sick.
Okay. Matt, can we put page 6 up on the screen if we might? We'll put up on the screen a page from the document earlier marked as exhibit number 18, the power of attorney for healthcare. Okay. Do you see the document up there, section 2.05? Sir, it's entitled Consent by Electronic Communications and Telecommunications.
Yes, I do.
That reads as follows: all healthcare providers are authorized to rely upon consent given by my agent using electronic communications, telephonic communications, including telephone, emails, texts, facsimiles, or any other form of communication. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Your wife, even though she was sick and unable to be present in the hospital, was still able to communicate with Grace's caregivers via electronic communications or telephonic communications, was she not?
She was.
And according to the document or the provisions of Grace's POA, in fact, her healthcare providers were in fact authorized to rely upon any consent that she might give as the agent for your daughter over a telephone or other electronic communication device, true?
That's true.
Therefore, according to the documentation that is contained in your daughter's POA, she was in fact able to serve as a power of attorney as of October of 2021, even though she was not able to be present on site, true?
Based on that definition, she was able.
Okay. And she was also available to serve as a power of attorney for your daughter Grace in October of 2021 under that definition?
Not at all times. She was fairly sick.
Okay. She was capable of speaking over a telephone or over an electronic device with Grace or with Grace's healthcare providers between October 10th and October 13th, true?
I can't answer that with 100% certainty. You'd have to ask Cindy for sure as to how sick she was.
And you were in the courtroom yesterday when your wife gave her testimony?
I was.
And she testified that she did indeed participate in telephonic or electronic communications with Grace's healthcare providers between October 10th and October 13th, true?
Yes, she did.
Okay. We can therefore agree that your wife, Cindy, was both willing and able to serve as a healthcare provider.
Objection.
Or
He's
as a power of attorney.
Objection. He's already mischaracterized the testimony.
Okay, I'm summarizing. We can agree, can we not, that your wife, Cindy, was willing and able to serve as a POA for your daughter, Grace, in October of 2021, true?
That's true.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's true.
Sure. We can also agree that your wife, Cindy, had never been removed as a power of attorney from Grace's power of attorney document prior to October of 2021, true?
That's correct.
And we can agree that Cindy was available to communicate with Grace's healthcare providers and Grace in October of 2021 through electronic means, true?
Objection, asked and answered.
No, we can't agree to that.
Why can we not agree to that?
Because Grace was not able to communicate. She could not self-rescue in the hospital. Her phone was taken away from her, and she was only allowed to communicate if a nursing staff took the time to communicate. So Cindy and I had no opportunity to communicate with Grace unless it was initiated by the hospital.
We can agree that your wife was available to speak through electronic means with Grace's healthcare providers through electronic means between October 10th and October 13th, true?
Yes,
In fact, she was available to speak with Grace's healthcare providers at all times electronically, even though she wasn't there during Grace's entire hospitalization, true?
yes,
We can also agree that you yourself were willing and able to serve as a POA for your daughter in October of 2021, true?
yes,
And we can agree that you yourself had never been removed by Grace from her power of attorney document prior to October 10th of 2021, true?
I'm sorry. I drifted off for a moment.
Sure, let me rephrase. We can also agree that you had not been removed by your daughter Grace from her power of attorney document at any time prior to her hospitalization in October of 2021, true?
That's correct.
Okay, and we can also agree that you were also available through electronic means to communicate with Grace's healthcare providers at all times during Grace's hospitalization when you were not personally present.
So when you say available, are you talking about me being available or my schedule matching up with the healthcare providers? Because the odds of that happening are near zero. That's why you would be in the hospital.
The question is, were you able to be in contact, or were you available to them if you needed to contact them or they needed to contact you?
So were we available or were they available?
To contact them, or were they able to contact you using electronic means after you left the hospital?
They would have been able to contact us at any time. Us contacting them was a different story.
And you were able to contact them, and if you couldn't reach them directly, you could leave a message or request that they return your call.
That's correct.
Okay, so you were available to them in that way.
That's correct.
And they were available to you in that way.
Yes.
Okay. Pat, if we could put up page 2 of the power of attorney document marked as exhibit number 18. We talked a little bit earlier about the section here, number 1.03, designation of healthcare agent earlier today. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and this section is part of her legal document, her POA, true?
It is.
Okay, I will read it, sir, into the record. I designate Cindy L. Schara to serve as my healthcare agent, giving to my healthcare agent the power to make decisions with regard to my healthcare. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, the next paragraph down there reads as follows. If my agent is unwilling or unable to serve, is removed by me, or is not available as determined by my healthcare provider, I designate the following as alternate healthcare agents to serve in the order in which their names appear, to exercise the authority set forth in this healthcare power of attorney. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you are the first name to appear under that paragraph?
That's correct.
And your daughter is the name that appears right below you.
That's correct.
Okay. So we can agree, sir, that during your daughter's hospitalization, this power of attorney designated Cindy L. Schara, your wife, as the sole healthcare agent having the right to make healthcare decisions for Grace, because the designated agent was willing and able to serve, had not been removed from the POA, and was available to Grace's healthcare providers.
Objection,
True?
Your Honor. The document speaks for itself. We're just hearing,
Go ahead and answer.
So I'm with the objection. I missed the context of what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Okay. Would it be possible to have that question read back so I don't screw it up?
Okay, so we can agree, sir, that August hospital, power of attorney designated Cindy L. Schara, your wife, and the sole healthcare agent, having the right to make healthcare decisions for Grace, because the designated agent was willing and able to serve and had not been removed from POA, and was
I'm sorry, there's a principle at stake here.
Sir, just, can you answer the question, please? It's a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving to the afternoon of October 13th of 2021, you were aware that afternoon that Dr. Shokar had ordered a 2 milligram dose of morphine for Grace?
I was not.
Okay. I believe you testified earlier today that he told you in a telephone call that he had administered a morphine dose. Do I have my recollection incorrect?
You said afternoon, it was evening.
Okay. On the evening of October 13th, you were aware that Dr. Shokar was ordering or had ordered a 2 milligram dose of morphine, true?
I was aware that he had already given her a 2 milligram dose of morphine at 6:43 p.m.
And at that time, he explained to you that because she was breathing too fast, she needed to have her breathing slowed for better oxygenation, true?
No, he simply said that he needed to slow her breathing down. He did not tell me what the reason was.
You did not inquire of him as to why he was providing that medication to your daughter, true?
Unfortunately, I trusted him.
Morphine was objectively necessary, or strike that. If morphine was objectively necessary, you would have no criticism of the administration of that medication, true?
How do you define objectively?
Let me rephrase it. If morphine was necessary, you would have no criticism of the administration of that medication, true?
I don't know how to answer that because I wouldn't be qualified to know if it's necessary.
Okay. As you sit here today, you do not believe that the Delta variant was in fact prevalent in October of 2021, true?
Objection, Your Honor. It's been asked and answered multiple times now.
Abstained.
You did research subsequent to Grace's passing, which related to what you referred to as a plandemic, true?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In doing that research, you found nothing in your research about the Delta variation of the COVID-19 virus, true?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You do not believe that the COVID-19 virus has ever been isolated, true?
That's true.
That is a belief that you hold to the present day?
That's correct.
You are unwilling to agree that Grace had a case of COVID pneumonia in October of 2021, true?
The situation I have to explain just a little bit because we're mixing two different time periods. So I believe that Grace had COVID-19 pneumonia, and I did a lot of research subsequent, and similar to the voir dire that happened on June 2nd, you had said to the jury, we have to look at what the facts were during October of 2021 and not look at facts that you learned subsequently to 2021. And so now you're asking me about things I've learned subsequent to October of 2021, and that does not seem fair to me.
As you sit here today, you are not able to define COVID pneumonia, true?
I cannot define it, no.
Okay. You do not believe that COVID-19 exists because of your belief that the virus has never been isolated, true?
Those are two different questions. Because I don't believe the virus has ever been isolated does not mean that I believe COVID-19 was not real. COVID-19 was real. Something happened during that time period that we call the COVID era. It's clear. I mean, I had something, Grace had something, so something happened. So because I believe the virus was not isolated does not mean I don't believe something happened.
Believe something happened, but you are unwilling to concede that the something that happened was the COVID-19 virus, true?
What I'm not conceding is the word virus.
Okay. You do not believe that COVID-19 was a virus, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Your wife was recovering from something during Grace's hospitalization, but you cannot say what that something was, true?
That's correct. She was tested and had a COVID positive test.
Okay. You were showing signs of something in October of 2021 at the time that you were asked to leave Grace's room, but you cannot say what that something was.
I was not asked to leave.
Okay. When you left the hospital on October 10th, you were suffering from something, but you do not know what that something was.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about some of your media contributions and the things you have done as a full-time researcher and activist. One of the contributions that you have made was a chapter that was included in a book entitled Rise
Objection,
of the...
Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. The objection is overruled in part, sustained in part. We're just going to finish up this line of questions on this book chapter, and then you're going to get a break. It's been over an hour and a half, but just figure we'll finish this subject matter. Frankowiak.
You've contributed book chapters to several books in your time as a researcher, as an activist, correct?
I believe I have contributed to 2 books.
Okay.
If it's more than that, please let me know.
Do you know the books of which I am speaking?
The 2 that I recall are Assault on the Image of God and Rise of the Fourth Reich.
Okay. in the latter of those two books, you indicated that you disagreed with the proposition that COVID-19 constituted a pandemic, true?
If you could read what I wrote, it would be helpful.
Well, sir, if you can just let me know if that's the case. In that book, you contributed to that chapter, true?
Yeah.
Okay.
I contributed to that chapter, yes.
So you're aware of what was in that chapter, you having contributed to it?
Well, that was 3 years ago, so I haven't read it for 3 years.
In that document or in that book chapter, you indicated that you believe that COVID-19 was a plandemic, true?
That's correct.
Okay. The word plandemic means that COVID was planned ahead of time, true?
That's correct.
You cannot identify any specific person or entity who planned the COVID plandemic, though, true?
That's correct.
You believe your daughter's passing in October of 2021 was a result of a governmental agenda aimed at hastening death?
Was her passing a result of that? No, her passing was a result of combining Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine in a 26-minute window and putting an illegal do not resuscitate order on her chart.
Okay, if you could go to page 382 of your deposition, please.
Take a break. I thought you were just going to have a couple questions.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions. Yes, we can take a break right now.
We'll take a break just to give the jury an opportunity, and I think it'll usually like 20 minutes, I think, at this time of the day, so we'll probably take 20 minutes if that's what you need. When you come back, we'll just have one more session before we finish for the day. Take the notebooks with you, bring them back when you come in. If you need anything, let the bailiffs know, and just a reminder not to discuss this with anyone, including each other. Jurors are excused. All right, you may be seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. We just had the one sidebar. I think there was a concern regarding the title of the book. I agreed that you shouldn't mention the title of the book.
But my client did.
Right, yeah, he took care of it anyway. That's what he gets for not answering yes or no. I don't know if anybody wants to make a record, but that was my decision, was not to mention the title of the book, but you could get into the content of it.
Your Honor, we opened the door. I mean, my client opened the door.
Right.
So no
Okay.
problem.
Anything you want to add to that sidebar?
No.
Anything defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the letter, which was Exhibit 360, any objection to me receiving that from plaintiffs? 360 can be received?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
We do object. We do object.
Okay,
It was offered only for the purpose of refreshing his recollection and impeachment. So we don't think it can be received. And I'm, frankly, I'd welcome the other attorney's input on this as well, but it's not, for the truth of the matter asserted, so.
well, not only that, it contains
Go
a
ahead.
lot of highly inflammatory, unfairly prejudicial material. He was trying to use it almost as if it was a deposition, just because it's a prior statement. It's not a prior sworn statement. And there's nothing
understood.
inconsistent.
So, I mean, if I receive it, doesn't mean that the jurors are going to use it or see it. So my thought is anything that's brought in at trial, if you guys start talking about Exhibit 360, I think there should be a record of what 360 is. And I think it was used 3 different times. I thought page 9 and maybe 6 and 5.
Yeah, there were very specific items to refresh
The jury at some point. I think we'd limit it to whatever part of it was admitted during the trial.
That's
So
fair.
Judge, I was gonna ask you for clarification on this issue.
Okay.
Because I'm unfamiliar. When you say it's received, you're not saying it's been admitted that it'll go to the jury.
Absolutely not.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that.
Received, so it's in the evidence. The clerk's office has received it. We'll talk about what goes to the jury later on.
Thank you.
Okay, so 360 is received, and then the 3 depositions that were mentioned, do those have exhibit numbers?
Yes, I believe they were marked in ours. Matt, what are they numbered? The 3 Schara depositions?
Okay, so any objection to 415, 416, and 417 being received?
No
Okay,
objection.
so those are received. Have they been marked?
But I don't think they have because they were in the envelopes, so marking the envelopes wouldn't have been effective.
Okay, so the clerk will mark those 3, and we'll just do it in the date order. So that May 15th will be the first exhibit, May 16th will be the second. I think it was May 29th, it's the third. Excellent. Anything else we need to do before we take a break?
No, yeah.
And during the sidebar, you said you might have 20 minutes left?
Yeah, I would think about 20. Right.
Okay, and then how long do you have, Mr. Guzzi?
5 minutes, give or take 10. No, it's probably gonna be 5 to 7 minutes.
And then redirect.
So far, I don't see a very long redirect.
Okay. And then the jurors will be allowed to ask questions, and then we're gonna go straight to Ms. McGinnis. Is that the idea?
Certainly.
Okay, and how long is she going to be on direct?
Probably an hour
Okay.
at least.
Oh, it'd be perfect right around 4 o'clock. And you, the defense is calling her later, so you're not asking questions now, is that right?
Correct. We're reserving our right to call her indication chief.
Just try to finish those 2 today, and I think that was the original plan. Thanks. How about 2:40 on that clock? We're adjourned. we ready to bring the jury back in? Okay, for sure, you can come on up to the witness stand. I think they were just on their way down and waiting for that last juror to join them. All right, I think everyone can be seated. We'll just wait for the last three jurors as they make their way in. Jill, we'll keep that door open for the last juror.
Sam got one.
As we're waiting for that last juror, not that I want any of you to speak, but did any of you still not have your juror number? Everybody has it. Okay, good. And then all right, so the jurors are now all back. Our plan is to just finish the cross-examination and then the redirect and then the questions for this witness and then to start the next witness and hopefully finish the next witness before 4 o'clock. So Mr. Frankowiak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schara, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, thank you. When we left off, we were just going through, I was asking you some questions about a book chapter that you contributed to. Just have one further question on that book chapter, sir. You believe St. Elizabeth Hospital in providing care to Grace in October of 2021 was simply an arm of a larger group or conspiracy to end the life of the disabled and the elderly, true?
Was St. Elizabeth specifically an arm? Is that the question?
Yes.
I do not know that.
You believe hospitals were simply the arm of a greater or larger group or conspiracy to end the life of the disabled and the elderly, true?
Some hospitals are involved with that, yes.
But not St. Elizabeth.
I cannot answer that for certain.
Okay. As you sit here today, you believe that St. Elizabeth may be an arm of a larger group or conspiracy to end the life of the disabled and elderly?
Objection. This is the third time the question's been asked and he's answered it.
Okay. Another one of your media contributions was I guess a chapter to another book, which we mentioned it with your wife yesterday, and you also mentioned it just now, called Assault on the Image of God. You recall that book chapter?
I do.
Okay. And you were asked to write a chapter of that book by the author, a man by the name of David Fiorazo. True?
That's correct.
Okay. In the chapter that you wrote for that book, you talk a little about your views on COVID and the COVID vaccine. True?
I'm not sure. It was written a couple of years ago.
Okay.
In that book chapter, you characterize the COVID vaccine as a bioweapon, true?
If you show me what I wrote, I can acknowledge it.
You believe that the vaccine bioweapon was developed in the United States by the Department of Defense through the drug manufacturer Pfizer, true?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You believe that one intentional goal of this vaccine bioweapon is to increase all-cause mortality in the population of this country?
I'm going to object. I think I know the answer, Your Honor, but again, I'm not sure what this has to do with why Grace died. It's a relevance issue.
I'm going to allow it, and just so the jurors know, it's something I told the attorneys. On direct examination, I allowed Mr. Schara to give a lot of his beliefs, many of which were formed after October of 2021. It seems like a long time ago when that testimony was happening this morning. But and as a result of that, it's only fair that the other side gets to cross-examine about those beliefs and how they were formed, even if it is well after October 2021. So that's what's happening. So the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you please repeat the question?
You believe that one intentional goal of the vaccine bioweapon is to increase all-cause mortality in the population of the country?
No.
Okay. If you could turn to page 436 of your deposition, please. It would be volume 2.
It is.
The May 16th volume.
Page number then again, please.
Page 436.
Okay, I'm ready.
Question beginning on line 1 of page 436 is as follows. What's the goal of the bioweapon? Like the bioweapon was designed for something, have you decided, have you determined what that is? Answer, it depends on what level you're talking about. You know, all-cause mortality would be one goal, increase in cancer is another goal, myocarditis would be another goal, to cause sickness in the population, period. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, the reason I answered the way I did is because you said the word goal, all-cause mortality, since the COVID vaccine has increased by 24%.
Okay. It is your belief that the Department of Defense and Pfizer are being used as tools in this war between God and Satan for our souls, true?
Same objection. I don't know why this addresses why Grace died, but
You're getting near that where enough's enough. Go ahead and answer.
Could you please repeat the question?
You believe that the Department of Defense and Pfizer are being used as tools in this war between God and Satan for our souls, true?
I have evidence that shows they are.
Okay. Okay. You believe that instead of taking care of themselves, people have instead improvidently relied upon an allopathic medical system to fix every ailment, true?
The United States has 4.2% of the world's population, and we consume 45% of the world's pharmaceuticals, 5 billion prescriptions annually. So yes, that's what I believe.
Okay. Now, you testified a little bit earlier today about one of the things you did was send a letter to the Department of Safety and Professional Services, in this case, about some of the care that Grace received at the hospital, true?
I did.
Okay. And An acquaintance of yours, a woman by the name of Lorna Speed, also filed some complaints with that same body against several of the medical professionals who were involved in this case as well?
She did.
Yeah. He's already answered.
Okay. And the individuals for whom she filed those complaints with the department included several doctors and nurse Holly McGinnis, true?
To go through the list for me to know.
You know, or you have stated in the program, some of the programs you have done, that one of the individuals that was reported to the DSPS by Ms. Speed was Holly McGinnis.
That's correct.
Okay. The Department of Safety and Professional Services responded to you that these complaints had been reviewed and evaluated by a screening panel made up of members of the regulatory authority of the profession. And based upon the review and evaluation of the complaints, a decision was made that the information presented in those complaints, the complaint against Nurse McGinnis, did not warrant further investigation, true?
What's interesting about that letter response is it was a duplicate of the letter that they sent me about Dr. Schara. It was word for word other than the name. So it was a form letter that they sent out.
Okay. So they not only determined that Nurse McGinnis, your allegations against Nurse McGinnis contained nothing that would warrant further investigation, but also your complaint as to Dr. Schara warranted no further investigation by the department, which is responsible for regulating nurses and doctors in the state of Wisconsin. True?
That department is made up of 10 doctors and 3 lay people appointed by the governor. And so how can they possibly give an objective review of their own peers?
And you would agree that based upon your research, the purpose of that body is to regulate the practice of medicine and the practice of nursing as well as other professions?
That's correct.
Your personal takeaway from the determination by the Department of Safety and Professional Services that the information presented by you did not warrant further investigation was that the department must simply have been colluding with the hospital and doctors involved in Grace's care to protect them, true?
That's correct.
Okay. The last couple questions that I have for you are going to be references to the document that we previously marked as exhibit number 360. If you have that up there, if you could reference it as I point out the page numbers.
I have it.
Okay. I would like to go to page 3 if we could of that document. Let me know when you're there.
I am.
Okay. When we go down to the second full paragraph, which starts with the word unfortunately, do you see that?
Yes.
We're talking here about the evening of October 7th, true?
Yes.
Okay. You state in that paragraph, unfortunately, even the change in mask did not change. Excuse me, let me grab that here.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I mean, if this appears to be an attempt to impeach, I'm happy to have him ask questions, but I think he's got the cart before the horse.
So the objection sustained. So if you want to use this letter to impeach, I think you have to ask a question first. And if his answer is inconsistent today with something that he wrote in the past.
Earlier today, you testified that you were unaware that what you called sedatives in the form of lorazepam and Precedex were administered to your daughter on October 7th, true?
That's correct.
Okay. You were unaware that a sedative was administered to your daughter on that date, true?
I was unaware that they gave Grace lorazepam and morphine.
Okay. Once again, I would reference page number 3 there, and I will read same paragraph as follows. Unfortunately, even the change in mask did not change Grace's attitude that evening. Once she broke out of the restraints, I gave permission to sedate her for the specific purpose of getting oxygen support that evening. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. This document was drafted or dated November 1st of 2021, true?
That's correct.
That would have been approximately 2 weeks after your daughter passed, true?
That's correct.
2 weeks after your daughter passed, you were telling the hospital in this written submission that you had in fact given permission to sedate, in other words, to provide sedatives to your daughter on the evening of October 7th, true?
That communication was with Nurse Haynes. He was in the room with me. After Grace broke out of the restraints, I said to Nurse Haynes, we need to do something to calm Grace down. And that's when I said, if that requires sedation, and that's why I said I had no idea what they used, because the goal was to simply calm Grace down. As I said earlier, the issue is if we would have just looked at the cause, which was the high flow cannula, she would have been calm in an instant. We didn't need to use any meds.
Well, sir, in fact, you do say in your letter that the struggle that evening was a 4-hour struggle on and off, and that was the struggle with her agitation, correct?
It was the struggle with her frustration with the high flow cannula.
Okay. And you indicate in that letter that she finally relaxed and hugged me. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And she relaxed because of the sedatives that you yourself authorized on that evening, Precedex and lorazepam, true?
Not true.
Check.
Okay, go ahead.
Withdraw the objection.
You've testified several times today that you believe that Grace was doing just great throughout her hospitalization and that it was a shock to you when she passed away on the 13th. Would that be a fair characterization?
Are you talking about her entire hospital stay or the 13th?
Yes, I'm saying up until the 13th, you've testified that she was in fact, to your knowledge, doing quite well. And in fact, on the 13th, I believe you testified that Dr. Schara even told you that she was doing quite well, true?
The only day that I would say she wasn't doing quite well was on the 8th when she was sleepy the entire day.
Okay. I would like you to go to page 6 of this document, number 360, please. The second paragraph from the bottom is what I'm going to reference, the first sentence, okay? That sentence reads as follows. After reviewing the doctor's...
Your objection, Your Honor. He's doing the same thing again, cart before the horse. If he wants to ask him a question and then use the letter to impeach, that's fine.
I just set the stage. I've established that Mr. Schara believed that Grace was doing great throughout the hospitalization. This will impeach that testimony.
Right. I don't have it in front of me, so we'll see. Go ahead, Mr. Franco.
Sir, you wrote, after reviewing the doctor's reports, it appears Grace may have been losing the battle with COVID statistically. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And once again, this is a statement that you made to the hospital on November 1st of 2021 in a written submission.
That's correct.
2 weeks after Grace's passing.
That's correct.
I believe you also testified earlier today that you were unaware at any time during Grace's hospitalization that she had been classified as an ICU patient. Is that accurate?
During the stay? Yeah, I had no idea during the stay.
Yes. Okay. If you could reference page 10 of that document, 360, please. Okay. About halfway down the second full paragraph under the section labeled conclusion. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. Halfway through that paragraph, you write as follows. I had approved sedation for the event on October 7th. Why was my daughter kept on sedation? If you give an inch, do they take a mile? I was told that Grace was classified as an ICU patient when on sedation. Did I read that correctly?
I'm not seeing it, I'm sorry.
In the paragraph right below the section entitled conclusion?
Give me just a minute.
Okay, about halfway through that paragraph. I'll read it again. I had approved sedation for the event on October 7. Why was my daughter kept on sedation? Do you see where I am?
I still don't, unfortunately. You said it's the second paragraph under conclusion?
Yes, the first full paragraph under conclusion.
Oh, okay. That's why
Okay.
I'm on the wrong one.
Okay,
Hold on just a minute then.
sure. Okay, I had approved sedation for the event on October 7. Why was my daughter kept on sedation? Okay, and you write, I was told that Grace was classified as an ICU patient when on sedation. Did I read that correctly?
You did, but it's out of context.
Okay,
I was approved. What happened was, as I reviewed the records and received the bill, remember I was reviewing them with the doctor, and she told me once Grace was on Precedex, so I was told after the fact,
okay.
between the time Grace died and when this letter was written.
Okay, and within 2 weeks of Grace's passing, you were aware that she had been classified as an ICU patient because you had approved sedation and she had begun on Precedex on the evening of October 7th, true?
Again, I found out she was on Precedex, and then reviewing the records with the doctor, found out that once somebody is on Precedex, the room is classified as ICU.
Okay. The last thing I have for you, sir, I believe you had testified earlier today that you had not authorized or pre-authorized a ventilator for your daughter. But that all you had done was declined to pre-authorize a ventilator, true?
I think I understand. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. If you could, I'm referencing now the third paragraph under that same conclusion section on page 10 of this document. Okay?
Which paragraph?
The third paragraph under the conclusion section.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay? You write as follows. The ventilator push from Dr. Murata was the first of 5 different times the doctors attempted to steer us this way. Why? Grace didn't need a ventilator any more than a hole in the head. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Guzzi, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Schara, I promised I will not be terribly long with you. I know you've been sitting there for a long time.
How long is terribly long?
All in the eye of the beholder, isn't it, Mr. Schara?
Yes.
So I want to start out and ask you a question about tocilizumab,
Yes.
mainly because I wanted to prove to you after your deposition I learned how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
So you had a conversation with a doctor at St. Elizabeth about tocilizumab.
Dr. Zymet and then Dr. Leonard.
And Dr. Zymet, did you understand at that time that Dr. Zymet was an infectious disease specialist?
No.
Did you come to learn that as you were reviewing the medical records after Grace's passing?
I did.
So you took you did your research and based on what you found on the internet, that's what you went with instead of the recommendation of an infectious disease specialist.
He didn't make it a recommendation. He said that I believe that tocilizumab would help Grace. I asked him to spell it. He did. I said, I will research tocilizumab and get back to you. So then I did. And I also contacted a doctor friend outside of the hospital. We both came to the same article from the New England Journal of Medicine. And that article is why I declined tocilizumab.
Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
You mentioned some research that you've done, or your thought process that the COVID-19 virus has never been isolated. Do I have that right?
You do.
And so you researched that and found that information on the internet as well?
I can't answer for sure where I found it.
Well, wherever you did your research, did you come across any of the articles that might go back to 2020 that indicate that not only has the COVID virus been isolated, but the entire genome's been sequenced?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Attorney Goosey's testifying. I don't know what basis he has to know whether the virus has been isolated or that they have the complete genome. I mean, I don't know, where's that in the record? I don't know.
Doesn't have to be. May I respond?
No, you can, I'm going to overrule the objection, so you can ask the question.
Yeah, let me re-ask the question. Doing your research, did you come across any articles indicating that the COVID-19 virus had been isolated and the genome sequenced?
I did.
You just don't believe those articles? What's that? Is that just curious?
When I do research, I take the time and source where the research came from, who did it, who are they funded by. All of that influences whether I believe it or not. And so once I came to that conclusion, that I haven't spent any more time on it since then. I came to that conclusion, and I believe it was Attorney Sam Lieb who asked me in detail about that during my deposition. And then he asked me if it ever was proven that it was isolated, would you believe that? I said, yes, I would, because I hold that belief because I stopped my research into that topic.
When you spoke to Dr. Schara on the evening of the 12th, you said you spent 60 minutes plus with him?
Yeah, I would say it was a bit over an hour.
It was a pretty detailed conversation.
Not so much detail. There was some detail about ventilators, but there was a good chunk of time where he was trying to make amends, getting to know us.
One of his goals, and as you understood it, when he talked to you on the evening of the 12th, was to try and rebuild the relationship between you and Grace's care team based on some of the events that may have happened earlier. Is that your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
He made you feel a little bit better about the situation, and did you feel like this is a guy I can talk to?
I don't think it got to be that far because it's hard to do that on a telephone call.
Understood. I presume during that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but during that conversation of 60 plus minutes, you were probably asking him some questions.
Yeah, as we got into the ventilator discussion, both Cindy and I would have been asking him some questions for sure.
Time to answer those questions.
He certainly was very thoughtful with his time with getting to know us and answering the questions.
In the conversation on the morning of October 13th, that wasn't quite as long, but it was 30 minutes or so.
The morning, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The morning of the,
it's been a long day. I'm almost, promise you, I'm going to get you off the stand as soon as I can.
So it was, I know just because of the timestamps, it was started at 10:12, it ended at 10:55.
So actually,
little more than a half hour, yeah.
And again, did you feel comfortable at that point in time talking to Dr. Schara?
We did, because the lion's share of that time was invested talking about a feeding tube. And so obviously we were comfortable enough to make that decision, which we did make that decision.
And it sounds like, based on your testimony earlier today, that in terms of the feeding tube and the different options, that you must have been asking some questions about which is better, it's about questions in general about nutrition.
Well, the reason that those different questions came up is because we had, I think it may have been Dr. Baum who told me while I was still in the hospital that Grace could be fed through TPN food apparently through the PIC line or something. I don't know. I mean, that's over my pay grade, but so I knew there was another option. Plus my wife has experience with that idea with a friend of hers that passed away that was fed that way, that it wasn't a feeding tube, it was just a different way. And he had explained to us that that method would be more risky because there's a risk of bacteria. And so that's why we went with the feeding tube.
And the questions that you were asking of Dr. Schara about different options for nutrition and all that, he answered those questions for you.
Yeah, it started with, Grace at that point was malnutrition. So he said, we got to get Grace fed to be able to get her out of here in the next several days. And so that's why that led into that path, which took the lion's share of that call.
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. See, this is what I'm trying to get
That's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you. At that point in time, you acknowledged that Grace was malnourished.
Well, I knew she was malnourished because they wouldn't let that's one of the reasons I was kicked out. I was pushing to get her fed.
And you understood that some of the consequences of malnourishment becomes more difficult for the body to continue with certain functions.
Yeah, I know when I'm malnourished, I can't function very well.
So you told us earlier today about some of the things that Grace did and your aspirations for Grace, as far as she was cutting the grass with a lawn tractor, and we heard yesterday how she played the violin, which is, my understanding, one of the toughest instruments to play. And then you also talked about today that it was your belief that someday she was going to get her driver's license and live independently. That's all right?
Quasi-independently, but yes, in general, that's right. Unfortunately, she couldn't communicate with the BiPAP on. And as we learned when Jessica got to the room, her phone had been taken away. So there was, she still could have texted, but there was no way to communicate with her.
What about when you were in the hospital from the 7th to the 10th?
Oh, was I communicating with Grace then? Oh, you bet.
And she was able to communicate with you?
Yeah, in different ways. Yes, like on the 7th, it was just regular. Once she had the BiPAP on, it was, that restricted her communication.
It sounds like you were able to carry on conversations with her, and she was able to hear and understand what you were saying, and then communicate back to her thoughts. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say yes in general.
I think you mentioned that it was the 8th or the 9th that the initial conversations came out about intubation.
The initial conversations were on the 8th.
But did one of those conversations take place with Grace present?
It did. That would never be something I would have talked to Grace about.
Understand it, or you wanted to be in the position to make that decision as her dad?
She was not capable of making those type of decisions.
Last couple of questions. And Attorney Frankowiak talked about this in the context of more like the hospital, but you did file a complaint with DSPS in the state of Wisconsin against Dr. Schara.
I did.
And did you? And it sounds like you had a pretty good handle on the process. You understood that complaint was going to be reviewed by other doctors that are a part of that examining board.
I had no idea when I filed it. After I received the letter dated January 20th of 2022, I dug into, because it looked like a form letter. So I thought, I wonder what's going on here. How is this thing made up? And that's what I was explaining as to how the medical examining board in Wisconsin works.
And they both basically told you that the matter was going to be closed at intake.
What does at intake mean?
At the intake level.
Oh, yes.
Lorna Speed, is she someone that you communicated with, or you have communicated with about this case?
Yes.
She's reviewed records.
Yes.
She also filed a complaint against Dr. Schara with the DSPS.
She did.
That also was dismissed at the intake stage.
That's correct.
No further action taken.
That's correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to need to hook up the HDMI. I think we have a couple things we want to show, and that's why we've rearranged here a little bit, because Joe's been looking for a few things that I wanted to present.
And as you're doing that.
I can start. Yeah. Scott, let me just pick up at intake. That sounds like there is, well, I'll change my question a little bit. Do you have any evidence at all that there was any investigation? And the reason I say that is these were dismissed at intake and you got a letter within a couple of months.
Yeah, I sent the letter to the medical examining board on December 2nd,
Right.
and I received a reply on January 20th. So yeah, so it was as if nothing was done.
Well, I'm just asking, do you have any evidence that there was any investigation? I mean, this is a complex process.
Protection Foundation.
Overruled. It was opened with your question, Mr. Guzzi.
I have no evidence.
So you have no evidence of an investigation?
That's correct. Nobody contacted me.
Yeah. Oh, let me ask you that. Did anyone contact any other member of your family? Did anyone contact your friend and the other person who filed a complaint? Did anybody contact anybody that you know of?
Nobody that I would know of was contacted. We know that Dr. Schara and Nurse McGinnis were contacted because they responded.
But that's it.
Correct.
And then I just had a quick question about your letter in the first place. The date of the letter is November 1st. When did you actually get the medical records?
That's really a great question. I had a whole bunch of notes and I started formulating this letter. I dated it November 1st. The letter was actually done November 8th, and I never changed the letter. We got the medical records on November 3rd.
Okay, so you did have some medical records at that point.
That's correct.
But not a complete set, I imagine.
No, but that's why I could start knowing that. That's why I could call out these drugs. And, by the time I finished this letter, I finished the letter. Remember, I had requested a meeting with the hospital CEO and Dr. Schara.
Yeah.
And so I had requested that meeting on November 8th, and that's when I finished the letter.
One of the, you did a good job of reminding us that your questioning was taken wildly out of context. And one of the contexts that I see in the letter is the financial incentives that the hospitals had when someone was classified as COVID. And you specifically asked the agency whether that had influenced the treatment of Grace. And there's a number that you put on, I believe, the cost of a COVID classified patient who's on a ventilator. What did a hospital receive if they put a patient on a ventilator that you talked about?
There's no indication where that comes from.
Overruled, and I think the door was open based on the cross-examination. And you're referencing other parts of that Exhibit 360.
I'm referencing just the paragraph right after the one that Mr. Frankowiak related to.
Was open, so go ahead and answer.
So I couldn't make sense out of this ventilator request. Like I said, it was like requesting an amputation when you come in for an ankle sprain. I could never figure it out. But after I started really digging in, and I dug in deep after Grace died, I found out that in fact there was government incentives relative to using emergency use authorization countermeasures, and ventilators were an emergency use authorization countermeasure that the government incentivized.
Do you remember how much you found the average incentive was for these hospitals when they vented a patient?
I had to do a little bit deeper dive into that because I found out that if a patient was on a ventilator for only 96 hours, the hospital would receive a $39,000 incentive bonus. But then I dug into what happens. So when I really dug in, I found out that the statistics were incredible relative to the death rate when somebody was put on a ventilator. So it was worse than the 80% that Dr. Murata told me. It was actually closer to 90%. And then I dug into, well, what does the hospital actually receive? And I had to look at how long is a patient on a ventilator once they're put on the ventilator. And I found out that the average hospital stay, once somebody was put on a ventilator with COVID, was 22 days. And so then when you look at the 22 days, it was about a $300,000 incentive for the hospital to put somebody on a ventilator.
And you thought that explained some of the pressure that was put on you?
You know, I don't know people's hearts, Warner, but I mean, that connected the dots with me because I could never, why do they keep asking for this pre-authorization for a ventilator? It didn't make any sense.
Okay. There's been some discussion of communication and how do you communicate the hospital and in the deposition. First of all, how long did you sit for deposition? Half a day?
I think my deposition was a total of about 16 hours.
Over how many days?
Over 3 days.
Okay. And then, you know, part of the record in that is a phone number. If you could read that phone number off so that you could communicate with the hospital, and if you needed to virtually connect with someone, what's the phone number?
Yeah, so the phone number is 000-000-0000.
And did you try that phone number?
I'm going to just let my laughter be no, I did not.
Okay. I didn't think so. I'm going to go backward through this. I think it'll just be easier. Shokar's call on the 12th. You said and testified that he did answer questions, but did he affirmatively tell you about the medications your daughter was on, lorazepam and Precedex?
He did not.
Did he affirmatively tell you that he had looked over the record and saw that there were 2 prior overdoses on the 7th and the 8th involving Precedex?
He did not.
Oh, on the discussion with Nurse Haynes about any sedative, did anyone tell you that that the sedatives were lorazepam?
No.
Or Precedex?
No. No.
Or the potential complications with those drugs?
No.
Did anyone tell you what the sedative was?
No.
Do you know who ordered any sedative?
I do now.
Yeah. But Nurse Haynes didn't discuss any sedative with you.
No, he did not.
In terms of, I'm sorry, I'll be more clear. In terms of what exactly the drug would be.
That's correct.
Okay. I think Attorney Frankowiak was going on about morphine that, you know, that at least the doctor called you about it. But I guess I have a further question. Dr. Shokar did not explain the interaction of morphine, Precedex, and lorazepam all present in your daughter's body at the same time, and that could be a deadly combination.
He did not.
And I imagine that there is no way you would have ever consented to a deadly combination.
That's correct.
We heard from Nurse Haynes that he may have had one, or possibly, and more likely, I believe, two patients the night of the 7th. And my question about that is, if he's there to monitor patients so closely, why wasn't he dealing with the alarms?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
If you know.
Yeah, I wish, I don't know. I don't know how busy they get with a certain patient at a time, but I knew that based on being there with Grace, oftentimes it was about 20 minutes before somebody would come in if we buzz. So, you know, the alarm goes off the first time you buzz, it's about 20 minutes. And that's why, you know, they trained me on resetting those non-essential alarms.
So I just want to make sure this is clear for the jury. You're not turning off any alarm. There's just a button that resets it, that it could be triggered again if something is going wrong, correct?
Sure. Anybody that's been in a hospital is familiar with that concept. So, I mean, it's not rocket science.
We have put this on the screen, and that's your answer there. Could you read that if you can?
It says, so the alarms were never turned off. They have a button that I watched how the nurses do it. So they showed me these alarms, you can push this button and it will stop the alarm from going off, but it didn't turn off the alarm. All it did was whatever their reset process was, they showed me how to do it with the alarms that were considered non-essential.
Does that give the jury a little better context? Because Attorney Frankowiak focused on another paragraph, but he didn't fully show this. So do you believe that gives the jury the context, or do we need to read further?
For anybody that's not been in a hospital, that I think that gives you a good context. If you've been in a hospital, you already know the context.
And then I just want to clarify about the IV pump that was placed in the crutch, or in the, I believe it's here, kind of the inside of the elbow of the arm.
Yes.
And you learned something about that. I just want to tell us why that was a problem.
Well, when the alarms kept going off, I mean, it seemed to be going off a lot. So I asked one of the nurses, how come these alarms are going off so often? And she said, every time that Grace moves her arm like this, it goes off. I said, what's the reason? And she said, they put the IV right in the crux of the arm. So every time Grace moves her arm, and I mean, I could hardly believe it, but ultimately that was the explanation I was given.
Yeah. I'm gonna, again, there was a long discussion with Attorney Frankowiak on the media. And I just wanted to provide a little bit more context. And I found this answer in your deposition. Does this help provide a little more context to your responses to Attorney Frank?
media. So what I wrote as my answer to Mr. Frankowiak's question was, I don't care if it's the wrong media. If you have a contact at CNN, I'm ready to go. So what this applies to everybody. It's our responsibility to get educated.
Right.
And when the government is feeding the media, I mean, you should not rely on government source media. They have a different reason, and it's not for our benefit.
Mm-hmm. So I take it, there's a couple of inferences that I get from your answer. One is that you really believe in free speech and free media, for one, correct?
Absolutely.
And two is that everyone should inform themselves with multiple sources, sometimes even conflicting sources of information. Is that right?
And CNN is a fantastic resource to get other perspectives. But if you only relied on CNN, I mean, shame on you.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one, the GoFundMe stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Attorney Frankowiak, he went on and on about misinformation. Scott, you had again, I want to have the context because everything he takes is out of context. So what we found in the deposition, in your answer, you can read that and explain that answer to the jury, please.
What line number should I start with?
Well, we tried to highlight it there.
Oh yeah, I saw you tried
yeah.
that. Okay. So the question, okay, what misinformation were you spreading? I said none. The reason I said none is because somebody else, GoFundMe, judges that I'm spreading misinformation. Well, that doesn't make it misinformation. What makes it misinformation is based on, is it true or false?
Do you feel like that's a violation of your free speech?
I do, and that's why.
Do we have an objection? I'm sorry.
You're 3.5 feet away from me, but I appreciate your persistence to not use it.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Try to use my outside voice.
okay, the objection sustained.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go back to this, to your answer, because I just want to get back. You were not spreading misinformation.
It is so frustrating to me when somebody says that. And if I have the liberty to just explain an example, it would help.
Yeah, sure.
So when it is portrayed that I see that the elderly and disabled are targeted, I mean, that's an attempt to make me look like a kook. Okay. I mean, I research, and an example that I would give you relative to that, and anybody can find this. This is not, but you got to dig. Okay. So there was an article published in December of 2023. This article was in the American Journal of Medical Genetics. The author was Jennifer Jett. She's an MD. She is employed by Utah Valley Medical. She wrote this article with 4 other MDs and 2 statisticians. Okay, the title of this article is.
Sure, you can approach.
Is that an objection?
Certainly.
Scott, have you been contacted by other parents of Down syndrome children about their treatment during the COVID?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I know. Can you tell the jury how many?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm not sure how many. I mean, now that I'm out there speaking, I get contacted regularly. Yeah, this is a common theme with people with Down syndrome. That's why when somebody tries to defame me, I like the opportunity to defend myself. I mean, you know, when somebody tries to tell me there's not an agenda against the disabled and elderly, I mean, I can prove it. And I can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is not a joke. You know, think through 90% of Down syndrome children are aborted before they're ever born. So why is that? That doesn't make any sense. Down syndrome is a gift. And the number of these Down syndrome kids that have been taken out during, well, it's not just COVID. I mean, like I said, the abortion agenda is against Down syndrome people. This is a big deal. During COVID, there was a 6.3 times, that's 630% times more likely somebody, if they just were Down syndrome, they're going to have a DNR on their chart.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay. Anything else from defense? No. Okay, so this is the opportunity for jurors to ask questions. I don't know if juror 630, you had submitted a couple questions early this morning. Do you want this to be part of the packet? Okay, and then you can add additional ones if you want. Questions, if you could just raise your hand so we have an idea. So 3 plus the one that I already have. And Judy, I'm going to give you this. So there should be 4 sheets of paper with questions. And if we can, or is there another one? So let me just get a show of hands, if you don't mind. If you have a question and you wrote it on a sheet of paper, if you can just raise your hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6 questions. So we're going to start with plaintiff. And then we should just, and Bill, you can help out. So we'll just circulate them and then bring them up and we can just keep the process moving.
I'm approving all those.
Yeah, so just same process as yesterday, and we're gonna do it the whole trial. So you put yes or okay or OBJ with your initials.
Approve all those.
And then if we can finish the first one and get them moved on to the defense, so.
Yeah, we're moving them on. Approve all those.
Just a reminder for jurors to use full sheets of paper. There's half sheets or something from now on, just use a full sheet.
Yeah, approve that too.
I don't know, Mr. Guzzi, if it's easier for you just to come up so they don't have to climb back there and.
Yeah. Approve that, everything.
I will mark as exhibit 504, questions from juror 1989. The questions from juror 2377 are marked as 505. .506 are the questions from juror 2495. Exhibit 507 are the questions from juror 2746. Exhibit 508 will be the next one. .508 are the questions from juror 587. And exhibit 509 will be the questions from juror 386. And 510, an additional question from juror 386. The questions from juror 630. And again, if your question does not get asked, don't take offense to it. It's just a decision that I made that for some legal reason, it's not an appropriate question at this stage of the trial. So the first of these questions, Mr. Schara, is, are we the first jury trial for you?
Yes, first time, and the last time.
The next question is, given that this case has to deal with respiratory issues, did Grace's small nasal passage cause issues throughout her life or during this timeline at all?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. We had 0 issues with Grace lifetime. The first time she ever had an issue with the nasal passages was when the NG tube, the feeding tube, was inserted, and then the bridle was put on to try to fixate it in place, and then her nose and became bloody because of that.
Grace's healthcare power of attorney filed with the primary care doctor and included in her medical records?
Another fantastic question. I'm going to just break that apart. Grace's medical power of attorney was not filed with her primary care physician, Dr. Mary Nordstrom. It was filed in her medical record on October 8th. I was asked for it on the morning of October 8th, and I emailed it to the hospital then, and it was filed in her medical record on October 8th.
Was a DNR order ever signed by her healthcare power of attorney and included in her medical file?
Ever signed, and there is no DNR order in the records.
And just to make sure you answered the question that was asked, during her lifetime, there was never a DNR order signed.
I'm sorry, yeah, there was never a DNR order ever issued, signed, anything relative to Grace.
Did Grace receive antibiotics during her hospital stay to address the fluid in her lungs, if you know?
Grace never received antibiotics during the hospital stay.
And that hospital stay in October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Other than making the feeding tube potentially being inserted incorrectly, would Grace's narrow nasal passage affect breathing or anything else?
Another good question. We had never seen any issues with Grace's breathing, so it would never impact anything that she did. It was not anything we ever had to pay attention to. Never had any breathing issues whatsoever.
Did you ever request, after Grace was admitted into room 2029, how many times did any nurse and or nurse McGinnis go into Grace's room? How much time was spent there with Grace? And then it's written in parentheses, or Nurse Haynes. So if you can give an estimate of how often and frequent that type of contact would be between nurse and Grace.
So I can only comment between the time period of midnight on October 7th until I was escorted out at 8 o'clock on October 10th. And I would comment just in general for all the medical staff, because I didn't know if they were necessarily respiratory therapist, nurse, whatever. I would say that the contact was regular. I would say it was what I would have expected. It wasn't overly much. It wasn't too little. It was what I would have expected with the condition that Grace was in. I mean, she was doing fine. So, I mean, they weren't overly pesty or anything like that. I would say it's hard to put a number with, you know, I think the question was asking for hours. How many hours? I can't really judge that. I can just judge it in the perspective of, did I consider it normal or abnormal? And I think it was fairly normal.
The next question, there's not any objection from the attorneys, but you may not know this. So do you know how the nurse's time is documented at St. E's, at least back in October of 2021?
The only thing that I know regarding the nurse's time documented is they were working 12-hour shifts at a time. And we have a time card from Nurse Holly McGinnis that shows a punch in and punch out time. So that's the base of my knowledge, is that one time card, and that they work 12-hour shifts.
But in terms of what they do with their time during their 12-hour shift, you don't have any basis for that, and that's better asked of the nurses or the medical people that'll be testifying. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and same with the question about who monitors or checks their schedule. That's better for them to answer.
Definitely, I don't have a clue on that.
Do you know if there's any written record of all of the doctors and medical staff that went into Grace's room?
Yes, there is. There were, so every time a doctor goes into a patient's room, they have to write a report. And there were 22 different doctor's reports written over Grace's 7-day hospital stay. The only exception to that I found in reviewing the records is that I had a conversation with Dr. Leonard on October 8th, and there's no record in the medical records of that particular time he was in the room.
And what about with respect to other medical staff?
Other medical staff in the records, you'll see what's called nursing notes. And so there's a chronological list of nursing notes. The difference between the nursing notes and the doctor records is the doctor records all stand on their own. So you can tell who drafted it, the date. And so it's an individual record. The nursing notes are a chronological record. So you really can't differentiate. They have letters so that each nurse has their letters that are associated with the nursing note. And in some of the more detailed nursing notes, they will even have their name, but it's a continuous run. So you can't just pull out, for example, all the nursing notes relative to Nurse Holly McGinnis, as opposed to it's easy to pull out all the doctor reports. I can easily see all the doctor reports for Dr. Shokar, for example.
The next question I'm going to sort of rephrase to combine two questions, but do you agree that you and Dr. Beck have a disagreement as to whether or not he was physically in Grace's room on the one occasion where he said that he was, and you believe that he wasn't?
I don't know if it would be called that's a very insightful question, because in Dr. Beck's deposition, he said he was there. I know for certain he wasn't there, because not only did the notes say that Grace was on a BiPAP then, and if he would have been physically in her room, you would have seen she's just on a regular cannula. So there's, and I know he wasn't in the room, but then the further time, so he said he was in the room twice. The second time is when he said that when he did the order for lorazepam. So, as I've learned how this process of ordering works, the nurse will submit the order, the doctor approves the order. This is all done through their internal system. It isn't that a doctor is physically coming in. That would have been great if Dr. Beck would have physically came in the room and talked to me about lorazepam, and that, what are all the consequences? Well, that would have been what now that I see it, now I know what Grace was given. That would have been fantastic. That's what should be the standard of care in a hospital facility, that the doctor comes in and talks to you. But that was the second.
I think you answered the question.
Thank you.
Okay. During the time that you were at the hospital for those few days, did you keep a journal or record of events as it was going on?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did.
Okay. And have those been turned over to everybody involved in the case?
It was, that's another good question. It was effectively turned over because after I transcribed the notes that I took in the hospital, and those became part of the November 8th letter that I wrote to the hospital requesting a meeting. So I do not have those original notes any longer.
Were any of the phone calls that you were part of, were those recorded?
No, they were not.
When was it, if you remember, that Grace received an IV for the first time at St. E's?
I'm presuming here, but I presume she received an IV in the emergency room department.
Was that approved by you or any other family member?
No, it was not.
When Dr. Baum told you by being in the room with Grace that you might get COVID, did he let you know what hospital procedure would be if you contracted COVID or ended up having symptoms of COVID?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, whoever answered that. That would have been the time to do it. But no, he just said, he didn't say I might get COVID. He said, you're going to get COVID. And that would have been the time to tell me if it was a legitimate policy that if you get COVID, you're going to have to leave. And it was never discussed with me.
At any time throughout the hospital stay, did you have any clues or inclinations that the nurses and doctors were treating Grace as a deaf patient? I think this was referencing your testimony from earlier this morning.
Could you repeat that, Judge?
Sure. At any time throughout the hospital stay, did you have any clues or inclinations that the nurses / doctors were treating Grace as a deaf patient?
During the hospital stay, I didn't have any clues. You know, when I look in hindsight, the clues were there, but I was blinded by the belief in the white coat. So yeah, the clues were there, but I didn't have any idea the clues until after Grace was gone.
Okay. So the answer is no.
That's correct.
How did you not notice this, or how did none of the doctors or nurses not ask about Grace being deaf or hard of hearing?
I don't know that I understand the question.
It's a follow-up to the same question that this juror had asked. And so it's, if you didn't notice that, which it says, how did you not notice this? Or how did none of the doctors or nurses not ask about Grace being deaf or hard of hearing?
Yeah, that's really a great question. You know, so I didn't know that they even thought she was hard of hearing until I got the medical records. Then all of a sudden I see that it's logged, and then I see, wow, everybody logged the same thing. How is that even possible? And, you know, so they also, it wasn't just hard of hearing, it was BiPAP, agitation. You know, these things were logged by one person at the beginning, and then all of a sudden these records are carried forward. It's a cut and paste process. So all of a sudden when I'm looking at the medical records after the fact and I see this, it's like, I can hardly believe it. That's the process they're using.
Do any other jurors have any other questions from Mr. Schara? Okay, counsel, you can ask questions, but they're limited to the scope of those questions and answers. So start with you, plaintiff. We turned off your microphone. We'll turn it back on.
I'm not, oh, there we go. Oh, I just wanted to clarify one thing. You said that Grace did not have any breathing issues, but you've also said, you know, she did use a CPAP. So could you explain what the CPAP was and what exactly you meant?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. Cindy explained the CPAP yesterday. Cindy started to snore. She went into a specialist to talk about that and the impact of that. And so then she also had Grace go to the same specialist, and then they both went on CPAP. That has nothing to do with the nostril size.
Okay. And there was a question about a DNR, and I just want to make sure we're clear. No one ever came to you with a DNR form from the hospital to sign, correct?
That's correct.
And you never gave permission for Dr. Shokar to enter that DNR, whatever he did on the record.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Frankowiak.
Just one. Mr. Schara, you have no proof that any care provider who treated your daughter during her hospitalization thought that she was deaf, beyond the inference that you drew from a note in her record that suggested she might have conductive hearing loss. True?
it was not just the inference from that note. There were several other doctors' notes that said, for example, Grace was non-communicative, that that particular one, non-communicative, I remember specifically. There were a few other references like that. The hearing loss one was carried forward specifically, but then there were related references. And then physically watching the doctors, nobody interacted with Grace.
No healthcare provider ever told you they thought that she was deaf, true?
That's correct.
The word deaf doesn't appear anywhere in her records, does it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Guzzi,
No questions.
right? Any follow-up questions from the jurors? Okay, so you may step down, Mr. Schara. Your testimony is completed. I think it's perfect timing. It's 4 o'clock, so that you the jurors are going to be excused. I think the plan tomorrow, we'll talk with the attorneys, but I just to keep you posted, it sounds like there's going to be 3 witnesses before the weekend, and I'm not exactly sure what order they're going to be, but one of them will be Nurse McGinnis, and then Dr. Shokar, and then Dr. Burdine, and that's going to be the plan. And whenever we get done on Friday with those 3 witnesses, and hopefully we'll be done with those 3 witnesses by Friday, then you'll be done for the week. I'll try to let you know tomorrow if that means you might be getting out early on Friday. But we're just going to finish those 3 witnesses for the week, and the parties have agreed. Then if that means getting out early, that's what will happen. I want you to know, and this will be the first time that you've heard this, but I know you're scheduled to be here for 4 weeks, but it seems like it'll be no more than 3 weeks. So I'm comfortable telling you, because I know you all have lives and things going on, but that 3rd week is over on Friday, June 20th. And I've been communicating with the attorneys, and I think given how the first 3 days went, I'm comfortable to now tell you that. So, if that changes, I'd let you know, but the idea will be that you'll be done by Friday, June 20th. There was a question from the juror regarding medical records, and I don't think we've seen any yet, but you're going to get a whole dose of those from the doctors and the nurses that are going to testify, and they've been agreed to as a exhibit. So, just hold on and you'll get those before the trial is over. And I forgot to say, there's 4 witnesses by Friday. Is that what you're saying? Because you have Jessica Vanderheiden too. If we can get them done. Yes. Okay, so we'll plan that. I had it written down, I just skipped it. Then the last thing I just want to remind you of is no contact with anyone, including each other, no conversations about this. There are a lot of media in the overflow courtroom. So, it's on the news and in the local newspapers and newspapers around the state. So I'm telling you that as a precaution so that you don't go look for it, and that you know that if you turn on the TV tonight and you're going to be watching the news, it's likely to be on. So might be best not to watch the news, or be ready to turn it off when it gets to this part of the situation. So no independent research, no communication. If you do hear something, then we'll, the idea is to turn it off or walk away and then report it to the bailiff. I know one of you has an issue that came up today. I have your note. I'm going to talk to the attorneys right after you leave today, and I'll follow up with you in the morning if that's an issue. And thanks for letting us know about that. That should be it for the day. Notebooks stay in the jury room. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Jurors are excused. All right, you may be seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. With respect to the jurors, the questions, Those include exhibits 504 to 511. I think all of you okayed every question except both defense attorneys. You objected to what's been marked as exhibit 509, dealing with the feeding tube potentially being inserted incorrectly. I asked it, so anything you want to say regarding your objection?
Is that the question, or did it have to do with whether her, like,
I can hear you.
good. Whether the nasal pass, small sinus path, whatever it was. Yeah.
Just read it to you, the one that you have an objection. It says, other than making the feeding tube potentially being inserted incorrectly, would Grace's narrow nasal passage affect breathing or anything else? I thought that was an appropriate question. And I allowed him to answer it as a father. Would, you know, did her narrow nasal passage affect her breathing? And that's in fact how he answered it. So, Mr. Frankowiak, anything you want to say? I always try to give you an opportunity to make a record on those objections, like right now.
I guess my thought was, I also thought it might have called for expert. There's also no evidence that anything was done improperly in terms of the feeding tube. We'll be dealing with that certainly with later testimony, but that was my concern.
I actually thought that was what your objection, when I read it, the question, I thought the inference that it was being inserted incorrectly.
Correct.
Was why you guys objected. And I thought, I'm going to allow it because he's going to be able to give an opinion as the dad of whether or not it affected her breathing, and you guys, everybody will clean up whether it was inserted incorrectly. Okay, so 504 through 511 are received. I want to just, again, clear up a couple things. During the redirect examination of Mr. Schara, there was an image put up on the screen that was marked as exhibit 128, I believe. It was the one with the telephone numbers with zeros.
Oh, yeah.
Any objection to us receiving that?
Judge, it was exhibit 128 from a deposition. That's what the marking on there is. I don't believe it's.
Okay, what exhibit is it then?
I'm happy to, I'm happy to assign an exhibit number. I'm not sure where we left off.
Okay, so let's do that. And then, and again, I think anything we're shown to the jury. So when a witness is looking at the something, whether you hand it to them or it's up on a screen and everybody's looking at it, we should have a record of what that something was. So on that document, there was an exhibit sticker of 128. I figured everybody had agreed it was 128, and I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the question, but
If we were to go in sequential order, it would be 1-24 is what we should assign as an exhibit sticker.
we don't have 1-24. We have, it'd be exhibit 24.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So do we have a hard copy of that we can actually mark as an exhibit? Okay, so by tomorrow morning, if you can get that image, make sure it's approved by both attorneys, and we'll mark it and get it received. Mr. Guzzi, or you're.
I was just going to ask if I missed it, but I don't know that the exhibit list has been filed by plaintiff, if one exists.
I have not seen it. So do we have an exhibit list? I can't hear you.
Talking to Mike.
We don't have an exhibit list. We have each exhibit that was provided each day to the clerk.
Okay, so like, for example, when you throw something up on the screen like that, I think it should be marked as an exhibit before we do that. Because I'd like to make sure they're okay with it.
Your Honor, I got a little bit confused. The 1- is exhibit 1 and then dash. So this has to have a different number, which we'll provide to the clerk in the morning. I just got a little confused about our numbering, but exhibit 1 is the entire medical record. And then some of the stuff that we presented, we'll get everything marked properly, right?
Can we establish that it's 20?
Yeah.
24, so, and I take it that that's a one-page document, because that's what we were looking at.
Yes, it is exhibit 2024. That's what I heard from the clerk was the next number. 24. Judge, I do want to address this issue of the 1 dash, because we did submit one exhibit that was 1 dash, and the reason for this is the entire medical record is exhibit 1. So rather than to give each witness a copy of exhibit 1, the entire medical record, 1,100 pages, when a couple of pages of that record are pulled out, we would like to have the court's permission to label that as 1-1, 1-2, 1-3 and on. So it's clear that this is part of the medical record, but we're not handing that witness 1,100 pages.
I guess the only concern I have about that is that some of these records that I've been given have been given 1-11, 1-12, 1-13, and they're photographs. These were not part of the medical record.
Because I thought exhibit 1 was the medical record that everybody agreed to. And then earlier today, with those photos, I started seeing 1-2, and I'm thinking, well, this isn't part of the medical record. So
that appears to be a mistake to me, that if there's photos there with a 1 dash, that's wrong.
I thought at the pre-trial conference, we agreed that plaintiffs were going to number between 1 and 199.
We are, except if we're handing a witness an excerpt from the entire medical record, we do not have to hand that witness the entire 1,100 pages. So we can use 1 dash.
Right. Let's mark it 125 or 126, whatever's next in the order.
here's what we're going to do. My understanding is the entire medical record is exhibit 1. That has not been offered yet. For example, exhibit number 11 is the picture of Grace fishing. Okay, and I asked you guys this morning, so pictures 11 through 17, anybody have any objections? And everybody agreed. So if you're going to pull out a document from exhibit number 1, whether it's 1 page or 10 pages, that document gets a separate exhibit mark. Just like I think we just agreed that what was up on the screen is exhibit 128 is going to be now exhibit 24.
Yes.
The next thing you pull out will be exhibit 25, if it's from exhibit 1, right? So it's part of 1, but it's a separate exhibit. That way, if that has to go to the jury room, we can just give that next exhibit, not in the entire medical record.
And whether or not it's from exhibit 1, whatever exhibit it is, it would just continue sequentially.
That's exactly right.
Yes. So the exhibits that Attorney Mendenhall used this morning with the 1 dash, we just take away the 1 dash and just leave it as the after the dash, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, so that's what the clerk is telling me she did. You can go back to what we talked about at the pretrial conference. What I prefer is that the day before, you guys will work that out with each other and then with the clerk. And I think we've done a good job in front of the jury where we're not arguing about it. But I think before we throw something up on a screen, it should be marked, shown to the other side, no objections to it. And then, and that should be done like tonight or tomorrow morning, so you guys aren't wasting time while the jury's here.
Judge, I want to tell you, we also had the stipulation this morning that if something comes back in on cross, then we have an agreement, we don't have to provide that to the other party in advance. So that exhibit, what is now 24, it came up on the redirect of Mr. Schara in response to the questioning about the phone numbers. So it wasn't something we had anticipated coming up. It came up because of the phone numbers came up.
The clerk believes that you also showed during his redirect something that was marked as 135. I did not see that. So was there something else that I'm going to get to his depot transcript, which is a different issue, but does anybody remember something else being shown to Mr. Schara on redirect other than his depot transcripts or that telephone number? You're saying no?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, I think it was Mr. Administrator.
I think the confusion relative to 135 is that was the sticker on the phone number exhibit, was it not?
No, was it the DSPS letter?
Oh,
So the telephone number was 128 when it was shown.
Was it Scott's notes from November 1st?
We had marked that as 360, I think. The November 1st letter
The
was
note
360,
that was
right?
sent was 360. Okay, so just forget any mention of that. You then showed 3 different pages of his deposition transcript. And again, I think when you're referencing something like that, the proper way would be, you know, the first one was page 175 of the May 16th depo. You talked about alarms. You remember that?
I have that. Yes.
Okay. And then you showed another page with CNN, but I was not able to get the date or the page number on that.
That is page 38 of volume 1 of his deposition transcript. His deposition transcript, even though it is 3 different days, it's numbered sequentially. The numbering stays the same, continues.
The jury was looking at page 38, and then the next item you went into is the misinformation, and on that was page 39, I saw.
Yes.
Okay. We had one sidebar during that more afternoon session, and it had to do with the professors and their article. During the sidebar, Mr. Guzzi, you had indicated, you know, that we're getting into this learned treatise issue. There wasn't notice given to you. It's hearsay. We're going to have to do this big analysis. And I agreed with you. And I thought it was kind of way beyond what the question was. So I turned to you guys and said, I thought it was Mr. Schara kind of going beyond what the question was. And I was confused as to why we were talking all of a sudden about some article. And you guys, I think, agreed that it just would be stopped. So I sustained the objection. Is that a fair representation of the sidebar?
That's fair, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else then from plaintiffs?
Nothing for us.
Anything else from defense?
Oh, Your Honor.
I have one question, and I think I was confused. And maybe it came back as to why there was an objection, but there was mention of the DSPS letter, and then a second individual's letter, and then the responses that were answered by DSPS. And I mean, I've had medical malpractice trials before, and I can't remember one where that stuff would be allowed in. So when defense brought it up, I stayed quiet because there wasn't an objection.
No, plaintiff brought it up.
It was the door was opened when Mr. Schara mentioned his sending a letter to the DSPS complaining about the care.
Yeah, my concern had to do with the opinion that was rendered by the DSPS. So I think you asked it, Mr. Frankowiak, and then Mr. Guzzi, you asked it again. And again, there wasn't an objection. So I figured maybe it was some strategy, but the question had to do with, you know, what was the board's answer, the department's answer? And that just seems entirely inappropriate, like misleading. It's a different burden of proof. It has no bearing on this case. And if you're on the jury, and you know, which way can they read it, right? But I'm taking it that you guys didn't object from the plaintiffs because on redirect, you brought it up again and kind of let Mr. Schara talk about how it's a department or a board that sort of protects itself is what his position is. So I'd like plaintiff to go first on this one.
The phrase used, Your Honor, was that it was closed. Randy, could you?
I don't have it up from me. They closed without further action.
Yeah, no further investigation is warranted.
It closed upon intake. And the reason
that was the second part of it, is closed at intake.
Closed at intake.
And Mr. Schara said he didn't know what that meant.
He didn't know what that meant. And closed at intake is a term of art, meaning it was closed without investigation. So since Mr. Schara didn't know what that meant, he was then able to establish that no investigation took place. And that was a strategic decision. We wanted him to say that they contacted the doctors, but they didn't contact him or any of his family members. So we decided to use it for that purpose, and closed at intake means no investigation.
Okay, so it was an intentional effort to let that answer come
We
in.
intend to use it with some other witnesses as well.
Okay. Anything from the defense on it? Just seems odd, so I just want to make sure I'm calling it out, and it seems like nobody's in disagreement, just to let it be discussed, right? Mr. Guzzi and Mr. Frankowiak, you're shaking your head yes?
Yeah, I think it's out there.
So I don't have an issue with that. I have 3 different notes from the jurors. 2 of them have to do with the juror who's, you know, got that personal situation and best times that work for her. So I don't think you guys need to know that, but I just try to structure our breaks tomorrow around her schedule. And then the last one is from juror 2495, and we can make a copy of this for you. And that juror says, Mr. Schara mentioned Dr. Zymond also cared for Grace, so we know who she's referencing. And then it says, I believe this was the doctor who took care of my parents when in hospital with COVID. I don't remember his name being on the questionnaire. And I don't think it was. I went back and it wasn't on the questionnaire. So I don't know. I thought I'd just give you that. And is that something we want to explore with that juror? 2495. Okay, yeah, and so I don't think there's any rush. I didn't want to draw more attention, but right at the end of it, she sent that or gave that to me earlier today. And I always want to be responsive. There's a juror who smokes apparently and didn't think that the response was appropriate earlier today at the lunch hour that between the bailiffs, so that got reported. So I want them to know we're responding to their issues, which is why at the end of the day, I said, there's this one question. I'm going to talk with you guys. I don't want her going home thinking I didn't answer it, that juror. But you guys will look at it. Let's talk about it in the morning. So we have exhibit 24 and that to do in the morning. Who are you starting with tomorrow morning? Okay, so you're going to stick with the order. Okay, and then Dr. Shokar after that is. And we have the original one. So the clerk just handed to you exhibit number 512, which I'll receive, and it's that jury question or the juror issue. So we'll wait for tomorrow to deal with that. Are you? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I want me to wait until, or I don't know if we've exhausted that issue or not.
The question I had before I forget is, is defense planning on questioning Dr. Shokar tomorrow?
Yes, clarifying questions, but then I would like to be able to come back to a full direct.
Okay.
Obviously narrowed by whatever is covered.
Okay. Okay, and is it, do you think we're going to get through all three tomorrow? No. No, we are. So the answer is no, and so some of it's going to spill into Friday, which is fine.
I mean, it's highly likely we're gonna move it Friday, but we're gonna make every effort to get through this testimony as quickly as we can.
Yeah, and I'll keep saying this. So when I ask those questions, it's not an effort to rush you or make you, I'm just trying to understand it so we can plan accordingly. So if it doesn't get finished tomorrow, then we'll just finish that one on Friday along with Ms. Van der Heijden. Is that the plan? Okay, Mr. Guzzi, you had something else then?
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about that DSPS, and there was a reference made to potentially other witnesses.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't understand
and
you, and I think you did it.
I did what?
You brought up that other lady too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's who we're talking about, or if there can be other witnesses that are currently on the witness list. I agree that, you know, this is out there, but in the context of other witnesses testifying about it, that's a different question.
I'm not sure what the reference.
That's what I guess where I was getting at is, I mean, I can foresee a potential issue. For example, Dr. Burdine as the expert witness. Is that going to be something that's asked of, is he going to be asked questions about that?
No.
There we go. That's what I needed to hear. That's where I thought there might be a problem.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Guzzi?
I'm assuming we're talking about the people that were the subject of the investigation.
Correct.
Okay.
Limited.
And obviously not including any attorney-client privilege.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Frankowiak?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, are we good if we start at, what time do you want to start tomorrow morning? Seems like they're getting here early, so if we start with them at 8, I think this morning they were ready like around 8, so do you want to meet at like 7:45 again and do what we did today? Everybody shaking their head, yes,
Yes.
excellent. I appreciate everybody's work today, and we'll see you in the morning. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
We're gonna give you back that transcript. Thank you.
Can I get a copy?